Chapter 1. Chapter 1. Children only make choices, I want them all. Dragon Ball World, 7th Universe, Planet Vegeta. At this moment, in a clearing, a child who seemed to be less than 5 or 6 years old was sitting on a large rock in a daze. Past, and, it's the Dragon Ball world with extremely high combat power. The child's name is Yemu, of course, this is his name on Earth in his previous life. In this life, his name is Bacchus, a pure-blood scion. But, just an inferior scion with no fighting talent. Even he can't even be called a soldier. First, the 7-year-old is almost the same as a 5-year-old child due to severe malnutrition. Second, his combat effectiveness is only 10 points. These 10 points of combat power may be considered a little master above the earth, but, this is on planet Vegeta. The 10 o'clock combat power is too low. Suddenly, Yemu frowned, because he knew from his memory that Vegeta is now 4 years old. He is a loyal Dragon Ball fan and understands that Dragon Ball started in 2 ways. First, not long after Goku was born, Frieza struck and destroyed planet Vegeta. Second, Goku was sent to Earth by his father Bardock when he was 3 years old. The first situation is the beginning of the TV version of Dragon Ball, and the second situation is also the beginning of Dragon Ball Super, Broly. At present, Vegeta's age is about 4 years old, and Son Goku has not been born yet. Yemu has some guesses about this after a little thought. This is probably the beginning of the TV version of the plot. In other words, in another year, when little Goku is born, Frieza will also destroy planet Vegeta. Yemu's eyes gradually narrowed, and to be honest, panicked. 1 year. Can he grow up? Obviously, that is a fantasy-like idea. He just wondered whether he could survive that day. Difficult. I don't know if I have any standard golden finger system for crossover. If there is, it may really grow a little bit. No matter how bad it is. It's no problem to escape this planet Vegeta. Yemu thought about it. It's not that he wants to persuade, but that the time given to him is too short. Read more at wuxiax.com. In 1 year, it was the Dragon Ball world's recognized King Gokong who was in his situation and wanted to turn against the sky. It was absolutely impossible to fight against Frieza, who had more than 500,000 combat power in the first form. Ha ha ha! Bacchus is here. Come on, everyone, today we have a lot of fun again. Raditz, run slowly, and be careful not to fall again. That way, you're completely faceless. Just as Yemu's mind was full of thoughts, tender voices came into his ears, pulling him back into reality. Raditz. Vegeta. There are also a group of bear kids who are not afraid of making trouble. It seems that I am in a bit of trouble. Turning around and taking a look, Yemu's eyelids twitched because he saw a group of little scions such as Raditz and Vegeta. Bacchus, you don't seem to be the same as you used to be today. Raditz walked up to Yemu, put his hands on his waist, and looked at him condescendingly. But there is no difference, I am me, different fireworks. Yemu smiled softly, slowly got up from the big rock, looked up at Raditz with long hair, and said, "Nothing, I will leave." While speaking, he took a step to the side. Slow. Call out. A word was spit out from Raditz's mouth, followed by a whirring sound in Yemu's ear. When he turned around, a fist was no more than a few centimeters away from him. Gudong. Looking at the fist close at hand, Yemu swallowed, sweating profusely. Do you want to hit me? Still want to kill me? Yemu hesitatingly asked. Haha. I naturally want to beat you up, but now you look the same as before, still so weak. Raditz closed his fists and laughed loudly, with a strong sarcasm in the laughter. Is it fun? Yemu gritted his teeth and whispered in a deep voice. Fun. Interesting. Raditz laughed again. Giggle. The teeth were bitten very loudly by Yemu, and his face was full of anger and unwillingness. Ding! Congratulations to the host for binding the God level selection system. Now, the system will provide the host with 3 choices, and you can get rewards after you complete the choices. 1. Hit the Vegeta who wants to bully you and get the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. 2. Beat Raditz who wants to bully you, and his combat power is increased to 10,000 points. 3. Leave planet Vegeta and gain control of Chi. Yemu was stunned by the mechanically synthesized sounds that suddenly sounded in his mind. This guy Bacchus seems very unconvinced. I think I need to teach him a lesson so that he can understand that the weak Saiyan can only be dominated by the powerful Saiyan as a toy. At this moment, Vegeta, who was not far away, looked indifferent, and when he stepped forward, his voice rang in the field. Hey! I have been looking forward to it. A group of little Saiyans were full of excitement, and followed Vegeta towards Yemu who was standing still. The choice will end in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. The one of the system hasn't been completely finished yet. Looking at Vegeta and others coming towards him step by step, Yemu showed a crazy look on his face, and roared, "Children only make choices, Lao Tzu, I want it all." Asterisk. Chapter 2. Chapter 2. One day, I will come back again. When the voice fell, Yemu moved and ran towards his nearest Raditz. The 10-point combat effectiveness is indeed very weak, but, after all, it is also 10-point combat effectiveness. What's more, Raditz, Vegeta, and a group of people were startled by Yemu's sudden roar, which caused Yemu to run in front of him before he came to his senses. Boom! Punch, hit it! Raditz was in pain, and just grabbed his beaten abdomen, but Yemu's next punch arrived again. This time, it was Raditz's head. Boom! This punch directly stunned Raditz. Boom! Another punch continued, still in the same head position. With a puff, Raditz fell to the ground. Seeing that Radz was attacked and defeated by him, Yemu didn't know if he was killed by himself. He gritted his teeth, his thoughts moved, and then he murmured, "This is the world of Dragon Ball, the one with the highest combat effectiveness. The world, moreover, this is still above planet Vegeta. If I don't hit him, he will hit me, and I will fall. So I'm right. Boom! Kick it out! Boom! Kick out the second kick! System, is that enough?" Yemu, who kicked Raditz on the ground a few more feet, slowly calmed down and gave a cold drink. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the second option, and the combat power has been increased to 10,000 combat power. As the sound of the system fell, Yemu's combat effectiveness suddenly soared. 100 points. 1,000 points. 5,000 points. In the end, in just a few seconds, Yemu's combat effectiveness went from a value of 10 to a value of 10,000. Power. Yemu clenched his fists, with a look of amazement on his face. This is the feeling of having great power. Read more at wuxiax.com. Bay. King Vegeta. Why did Bacchus suddenly become stronger? Yemu's powerful fighting power was sensed by those little kids, and they panicked one by one. Vegeta frowned, and then raised his hand and tapped the combat effectiveness detection glasses he was wearing. When he saw that Yemu had 10,000 combat effectiveness, his eyes were incredible. In the last second, Bacchus's combat effectiveness was only 10 points. In the next few seconds, he reached 10,000 combat effectiveness. What is this? You want to bully me? I will naturally not sit back and wait for death. Yemu grinned, his whole body resembling a cannonball, and rushed to Vegeta in an instant. Stop! Seeing Yemu's raised hand, Vegeta immediately stepped back and let out a loud shout. Stop it! Hat! Yemu sneered, his raised hand clenched his fist and fell. Boom! A punch hit Vegeta. What? Although Yemu didn't bombard Vegeta with all his strength, his basic combat power was there, still powerful and terrifying. After a punch, Vegeta fainted after making a painful cry. System, is this the first choice? Yemu looked at Vegeta on the ground and asked indifferently. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the first choice and obtaining the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. The mechanically synthesized sound rang in Yemu's mind, making him smile with joy. As we all know, the Saiyan clan has several bloodlines. One is the ordinary Saiyan bloodline, and the Saiyan of this bloodline is the ordinary Saiyan. The second type is the Super Saiyan bloodline, which can be formed by the previous generation's acquired training. Like the later Son Goku, his descendants are the Super Saiyan bloodline. And now, Yemu has acquired not only the Super Saiyan bloodline, but also the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. That is Saiyan bloodline of Broly. Host, is it the bloodline of the legendary Super Saiyan infusion immediately? The voice of the system continued. No. Yemu shook his head. For this occasion, it is not suitable for fusion bloodline. What if King Vegeta comes over while he is in the fusion process? 10,000 combat power may be considered a strong level at this stage, but after all, it is not an invincible level. And so, be careful. Be careful. Yemu gave a cold snort after glanced at the few Kid Saiyan who were present. Oh! Don't hit me! Bakas, I'm sorry, we shouldn't bully you. Bakas, please forgive us. Yemu's cold snort made these little kids limp on the ground in fright, staring at him in horror. In response, Yemu shook his head, took a few steps forward, knocked out these guys, and then ran towards his residence. He wants to leave planet Vegeta and get the reward of the third choice. About 10 minutes later, in the eastern part of planet Vegeta, Yemu sat in a small oval spacecraft. Actually, you can go to the Earth, but I don't know the coordinates of the Earth, so I can only regret it. Moreover, Yemu didn't understand the little spaceship. After operating it arbitrarily, he set a coordinate point randomly. 3 seconds later, the little spaceship moved. Call out! Rise from the ground and fly straight to the sky. Looking down from the window, the buildings on planet Vegeta came into view. Yemu slowly narrowed his eyes and murmured, I will be back someday. This day will not be too long. Asterisk. Chapter 3. Chapter 3 The Legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline of Fusion. 3 days later, on a planet near planet Vegeta. This planet, called the planet Belize, is an ordinary planet without any power index. At this moment, in a big mountain in the northern part of the planet. System, give me the blood of Super Saiyan Infusion's legend. Yemu can't wait. In the eyes of most Dragon Ball fans, this legendary Super Saiyan bloodline is the most powerful bloodline of the Saiyan clan, and there is no one behind. Even some Dragon Ball fans feel that this bloodline is even the most powerful bloodline in the Dragon Ball world. After all, Broly had 10,000 combat power when he was born, and his combat power became stronger and stronger as he got older. Before Yemu's crossing, he watched Dragon Ball Super, Broly, the big Dragon Ball movie. Broly, who just appeared on stage, slammed Son Goku and Vegeta in a normal state with great ease. After the final transformation, it was even more violent. If it were not for the fusion of Son Goku and Vegeta, it would definitely be impossible to defeat Broly under the violent transformation. From here, it is not difficult to see that the blood of the legendary Super Saiyan is indeed terrifying. After all, it doesn't take much systematic practice to grow slowly. Ding! The legendary Super Saiyan is fusing with the host. Ding! Now fusion is 20%, 50%, 80%. Ding! Congratulations to the host, successful fusion legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. A round of mechanically synthesized sounds rang in Yemu's mind, making his face look surprised. It's a success. From now on, he is a legendary Super Saiyan. But, why didn't the strength feel too much change? Yemu frowned suddenly, and he clenched his fist. The fighting power seemed to be the same as before fusion. Host, the legendary Super Saiyan will explode in combat power under the rage. The system continues to reply. Nonsense. Of course I know this, but I can't really control my bloodline power like Broly, right? Yemu felt speechless. If it really could only be like Broly, then what use would he want the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline? It's better to have an ordinary Super Saiyan bloodline, that way he can still practice slowly and eventually become Super Saiyan. Read more at wuxiax.com. Things you can't control, Yemu doesn't want to own it. Host, the road is taken step by step, even if you own the system, you can't do it. Not to mention, it will be much less interesting. The system opens the door. Hearing this, Yemu pondered for a moment and nodded. In terms of the system, it is indeed correct. Climbing to the sky in one step is even more difficult. Not to mention, from the bottom of his heart, he didn't want to feel that there was no challenge. I see. Practice hard. I am not Broly in the original book. Naturally, it is impossible to follow his path. I have a strong bloodline power. I have to practice hard too. Yemu slowly closed his eyes. Broly's practice is naturally not as general as Son Goku's practice, and Son Goku's bloodline is not as powerful as Broly's bloodline. But when the two are combined, how powerful is the existence that should be born? Yemu understands that this powerful existence will be him soon. Yemu. Clear goals and practice hard. Yemu raised his head and roared at the sky. A month's time passed quickly. On this day, Yemu returned from a small village a kilometer away, carrying a large bag of daily necessities and food. He is just an ordinary person. Although Saiyan has a strong physique, he still feels hungry after all, not to mention that he needs a lot of meat to supplement after practicing. System, a month has passed, I only know that I am much stronger than myself a month ago. However, I don't know how much combat power is. Tell me what combat power I currently have. Yemu put the things back in a small thatched hut he built, walked out of the open space in front of the thatched hut, stood there, and asked in his heart. Back to the host, your current combat power is at 12,000 points. The system gives a reply. 12,000 combat power. In 1 month, 2,000 points of combat power increased. Yemu's eyes narrowed. He was not too satisfied with the result, but he also understood that under this kind of cultivation conditions, his increase of 2,000 points a month is already terrifying. No hurry, no hurry. Yemu took a deep breath, and it was only a month. Rumble. At this moment, a roar suddenly came from the sky. Yemu was disturbed and recovered from his thoughts. When he looked up, one universe spacecraft was parading in the sky. The inhabitants of the planet below, first of all, I want to congratulate your planet for being selected by the great King Frisia. A voice swayed across the sky. Yemu frowned when he heard this. Frisia. You humble, run away from now. We will carry out a massacre on you, survive, maybe you can join our Frisia Legion. The voice continued to come, and continued to oscillate. Ding! God level choose to start. 1. Join forces with the Frisia Legion and destroy the planet Belize. Choice reward, increase combat power by 1000 points. 2. Guard the planet Belize and kill the fighters in the Frisia Legion. Choice reward, instant transmission. 3. Ignore it indifferently. If you don't help or save, leave the planet Belize. Choice reward, 10 fairy beans. Asterisk. Chapter 4. Chapter 4 completely wiped out, get instant transmission. 4/4. All 3 choices came out, and all the rewards for the 3 choices came out. Yemu didn't think much and chose the second one. Even if the second choice reward is nothing, he will choose the second one. Because, in this month, he was rescued by the nearby village too many times. If a person is not a sage, who can have no feelings? He, Yemu, thinks he is not a qualified scion, because deep down in his heart, he is a Chinese, and he knows the best for him. With 12,000 combat power and perfect control over Qi, Yemu can easily fly into the air on a planet that is not much different from the gravity of the Earth. In a short while, Yemu had already arrived high in the sky. There were 4 universe spacecrafts, one by one wearing the Combat Obedience Universe spacecraft of the Frisia Corps. Hey! There is Scion here! Yemu was extremely conspicuous, and when he was seen by the squad leader of the Frisia Regiment, he couldn't help but said in surprise. Little monkey, are you here to help us destroy this planet? Yes. People of your race are very enlightened, you deserve to be a dog raised by the great Lord Frisia. The team leader didn't wait for Yemu to reply, and suddenly burst into laughter. His words were full of sarcasm and disdain. Insulting Scion this race, Yemu is naturally very calm. He has no sense of belonging to planet Vegeta and Scion. He is him, Yemu. Instead of Scion, Baka's. System, what's the combat power of this guy? Yemu ignored this guy and asked about the system in his heart. Did it die? Several detection sounds sounded, and the system quickly responded, back to the host, his combat power is at 3,000 points. 3,000 points? Yemu narrowed his eyes and squeezed the corner of his mouth, showing a little smile. This kind of scum may be an extremely powerful existence in the eyes of ordinary people. But in the eyes of Yemu now, it is no different from a fighting scum. Make a fist. Yemu's eyes flashed with brilliance. This battle was the first battle between life and death for him to travel through so long. Kill! Yemu roared and exploded. 1,000 combat power. 3,000 combat power. 5,000 points of combat power. Read more at wuxiax.com. In just a few seconds, Yemu's combat power exploded to 12,000 points. The lion fights the rabbit, also with all its strength. The ancients are sincere and don't deceive others. In the battle between life and death, Yemu understands that there is absolutely no such thing as a tentative match. Take action, that is, you should go all out. Therefore, when Yemu's fighting power exploded, the sarcasm of the squad leader of the Frisia Legion opposite had already turned into a look of horror. Flee! This is an existence comparable to a captain. The captain turned around and ran away. Too strong. Yemu's combat effectiveness is 12,000 points. A master of this level is simply not something he can contend. Immediately, many fighters of the Frisia Legion in the air turned around and fled towards the universe spaceship. Can't run away. Yemu was cruel, flying forward, and with all his strength, he punched a soldier of the Frisia Legion to death. However, in just 10 seconds, nearly a dozen soldiers of the Frisia Legion were killed by him in the air. The corpses fell to the ground and fell directly into a puddle of flesh. Yemu didn't see it. Naturally. He didn't feel nauseous, but, after all, this was the first murder in his previous and present life. His face was still a little pale, and there were a few beads of sweat on his forehead. If I don't kill them, they will kill me too. So, for my own safety, I will kill them. Yemu's heart was clear, and his face gradually became normal. He is not a scion. He is a demon. It's horrible. This guy doesn't blink his murderous eyes. This is a demon. I give up my glory as a soldier of the Frisia Legion, and I only ask your excellency to spare my life. Screams kept ringing high above the sky. Yemu's face was cold, and he was not at all soft-hearted. He knew that he definitely couldn't let go of a fish that slipped through the net. Not long after, Yemu, who had been breaking out with his full strength, had already killed all the fighters of the Frisia Legion on the surface. Boom! The spacecraft moved. Some people may have escaped back into the universe spacecraft and want to leave this planet with the help of the universe spacecraft. You can't escape. Yemu raised his hand, and his right index finger came out. Call out. A Qigong cannon gleamed with golden light at his fingertips. With a move of his heart, the golden Qigong cannon spurted out and arrived on the universe spaceship in an instant. Rumble. This universe spacecraft burst directly, as gorgeous as fireworks under the night sky. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the selection and obtaining the technique of instant transmission. As the universe spacecraft exploded, Yemu's mind sounded a system reminder. After choosing the reward, Yemu slowly closed his eyes and began to receive the instant transmission technique. After a while, he opened his eyes, and a smile slowly appeared on his face. Instant transmission, there is it. Yemu raised his hand and nodded the center of his eyebrow with his index finger. Call out. The figure of Yemu flickered in the sky, but disappeared in the next second. Call out. With the sound of breaking through the air, Yemu appeared at the gate of the thatched house he built. This seems to be different from the instant transmission technique controlled by Goku. Yemu felt it for a while and murmured. In the Dragon Ball world, there are two kinds of instant transmission. The first is the instant transmission of the Adrits. This trick is not a combat trick, but a special ability. There is no need to go through any path, and it takes no time to reach the trick of moving from one place to another. However, to use this trick, you must feel the anger of the person at the target location, which means that this trick cannot go to places where no one is. Instant transmission can take people, and using this trick does not have to put 2 fingers on the forehead, but putting 2 fingers on the forehead can help focus. The second type is Jobit's instant transmission. Jebit's instant transmission can directly reach any planet in the lower realm of the universe, and does not need to look for breath, but it cannot accurately find a person. It can be said that Son Goku's instant transmission itself is used to find people. And Jebit's instant transmission itself is looking for a place. After all, his profession is like this. However, if the user can feel the chi, he can specify the location on that planet, next to the person who feels the chi, and he can achieve the same ability as Son Goku. Now, Yemu thought for a while and found that the instant transmission technique he controlled was the second type of instant transmission. Asterisk. Chapter 5. Chapter 5. See Burdock for the first time. 5/4. Time passed day by day, quickly, and half a year passed. On this day, Yemu cleaned up the small thatched house he had built, and then said goodbye to the Belize people in the small village a kilometer away, and used the technique of instant transmission to return to planet Vegeta. Walking on the ground of planet Vegeta, Yemu checked his character attribute panel. Host, Yemu. Age, 7 years old. Combat power, 100,000 points. Bloodline, the legendary Super Saiyan. Skills, instant transmission, Qigong cannon. It has only been 7 months since I came to the world of Dragon Ball, and my combat power has reached 100,000 points. With a comfortable smile on Yemu's face, he was somewhat satisfied with his growth. But, compared to Frisia's first form, which has 540,000 combat power, his 100,000 combat power is indeed not enough. My return to planet Vegeta this time is not to save planet Vegeta, but to witness the birth of Broly and Son Goku. Yemu understands his strength, so it is impossible to do stupid things to save planet Vegeta. Moreover, even if he has that ability, he definitely won't save this planet. After the testimony is successful, you can get the reward of God-level choice. Yemu started walking, with his hands behind his back, strolling in the leisurely courtyard towards the core area where the Saiyan clan lived. Within a few minutes, Yemu stepped into the core zone. Bakaz! As he walked, an exclamation sound rang behind him. Yemu looked back. An adult Saiyan in a battle suit was looking at him in surprise. This is Burdock. Read more at wuxiax.com. Yemu stared at this scion with a strange brilliance, and he recognized who this man was, the first Super Saiyan in the history of Dragon Ball. He is Son Goku's father, Bardock. Why did your kid run back to planet Vegeta again? Bardock walked quickly and ran Yemu to one side. Finally, he stopped in a remote corner, his brows frowned. Although I don't know why your strength suddenly became so strong, but, I want to tell you that King Vegeta is not as simple as it seems. He wanted you half a year ago, and now you are probably detected by someone. Yemu looked at Bardock in front of him, and understood why he took care of himself so much. The father of the original Bacchus was a member of the Bardock team. He lost his life in the war to invade a planet, and his dying wish was for Bardock to take care of his children. This is also the reason why Bacchus has low combat effectiveness and has not been issued planet Vegeta. After all, Bardock has a low bloodline, but his combat power is much stronger than that of the upper-level Saiyan fighters, and he still has some status. Do your best to protect Bacchus from being sent out for missions, the problem is not too big. Uncle Bardock, don't worry. No matter how powerful King Vegeta is, there will be no one as strong as mine. Facing Bardock's worries, Yemu seemed calm and calm. At present, his combat power has reached 100,000 points. At this stage, he can be called the uncrowned king on this planet Vegeta. Not to mention a little King Vegeta, even now that all members of the Kainyut team arrive at planet Vegeta to attack him, he is not afraid at all. Don't look at Jinyu's combat effectiveness at around 120,000 points, but Yemu's combat effectiveness is not bad. Not to mention that he also has a legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. In the battle, relying on Saion's physical ability, he can definitely become stronger and stronger, not afraid of abuse, not afraid of abuse. Yemu in a frenzy, he wondered whether he could be Yemu's opponent, let alone the existence of 120,000 points of combat power, that is, 150,000, 200,000 points of combat power. This is not Yemu's self-expansion, the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline is indeed so abnormal, it is difficult to transform into the legendary Super Saiyan, but the basic combat power is strong, and the explosive power is even more powerful. Therefore, Yemu has absolute confidence to fight against people across a lot of combat power. But, facing Frieza, he still had to stay away. The first form, that is, the normal Frieza has 540,000 points of combat power, let alone his second form, third form, and even the final form. Invincible. At least, it is currently invincible. Hearing Yemu's extremely confident words, Bardock raised his brows, his face was surprised, and he didn't understand where the little guy he grew up was confident. What is your current combat power? Bardock hesitated and asked. Didu. Didu. As Bardock's voice fell, sirens came from nearby. Bad. Bardock's face changed and he pulled Yemu back behind him, and then looked around vigilantly. When he saw the powerful Saiyan coming one by one, his face gradually paled. 3 fighters with more than 10,000 points of combat effectiveness have come. These 3 warriors are not the Saiyan warriors on planet Vegeta, but the warriors guarded by Frieza's men on planet Vegeta. These guys. Bardock understands, kills without blinking. Well, the 5th one is here, please ask for a monthly ticket for the evaluation of flowers. Is there a big brother to give a reward? It is 100 VIP points, I am satisfied. Asterisk. Chapter 6. Chapter 6 Frieza's Killing Order, the 6th day on the 1st day is for a reward. Bardock. Do you know what you are doing? A Saiyan walked out from behind the 3 fighters under Frieza with over 10,000 combat strength, it was King Vegeta. No. Bardock said solemnly, Bacchus has great potential. You are afraid that he will threaten your throne. As soon as he said this, King Vegeta's face suddenly changed. Please 3, kill them. King Vegeta took 2 steps back, and his voice sounded calmly. Kill them! Yemu behind Burdock narrowed his eyes slowly, projecting a dangerous light. 7 months ago, Vegeta and Raditz wanted to bully and beat him, and it turned out that these two boys were beaten by him. Now, King Vegeta has given the order to kill him. And so, Yemu moved. Before Burdock could react, he did it directly. The lion fights the rabbit, also with all its strength. Shot is a killer move. The aura of the 100,000 point combat power burst out was so powerful, Burdock behind him was shocked and unable to speak, staring at Yemu as if he saw a monster. Rumble. In just one face-to-face effort, Yemu killed 3 soldiers of Frisia's army with a single Kigong cannon. King Vegeta was so frightened that he fell to his knees and looked at Yemu incredible. If you want to kill me, you have to think about being killed one day. So, for you, there is no difference between dying early and dying late. Yemu spoke indifferently, looking at King Vegeta who was sitting limp on the ground, and slowly stretched out a finger. Read more at wuxiax.com. The golden light pulsated at the fingertips, it was really beautiful. However, in King Vegeta's eyes, this is a desperate light. Well. Yemu closed his eyes and the Kigong cannon fired. Boom! King Vegeta disappeared. Yemu glanced at the many Scion warriors who were trembling on one side. Without any expression, the index finger touched the center of his eyebrows. Call out! Instant transmission is launched. In the next second, Yemu arrived in the birth cabin of Scion's baby. Wow! 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 With loud crying, Yemu saw a baby who looked very similar to Burdock crying. Next to him, there is a frowning little baby, it is Broly. System, after reading it, you can reward me. Yemu said indifferently in his heart. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the selection and obtaining 100 fairy beans. As the voice of the system fell, Yemu sank into the system space. There was a fairy bean lying in a small backpack, and there was a small letter X100 in the lower right corner of the fairy bean. With the reward, Yemu glanced at the little Goku and Broly again, shook his head, and left planet Vegeta directly. Currently, there is no need for him to stay on planet Vegeta. 3 days later, Yemu on a small planet raised his head and glanced at the sky. One after another spacecraft was walking in the sky, and finally turned into a light spot and disappeared in his sight. Frisia's legionaries are really ubiquitous in the universe. Yemu retracted his gaze and carried the corpse of a beast towards the wooden house he had built. He hadn't eaten meat for a few days, and today he wants to eat barbecue. While Yemu was preparing to have a big meal, deep in the universe, inside a huge spaceship parading in the universe. Lord Frisia. News came from the subordinates stationed on planet Vegeta that 3 fighters with a combat power index of over 10,000 were killed in seconds by an extremely young-looking Scion. The fat, short, red-skinned Dodoria hunched over to report to Frisia. Oh! Frisia, who was shaking his feet with Jiro's legs, raised her brows. Not only that, but King Vegeta of the Scion clan was also killed by him. Dodoria continued. Oh. These Scions are really interesting. Frisia laughed, clapped her hands, and nodded. Scion, this race, deserves to be called the best toy. It's funny, it's so funny. Master Frisia, you. Dodoria raised her head and looked at Frisia with the strange brilliance in her eyes. After speaking a few words, she was interrupted by Frisia waved her hand. Mr. Dodoria, issue a hunt-down order. Let the Kainui team kill him. Interesting is interesting, but when offended and killed his men, Frisia will naturally not let this young Scion live. As for inability to kill, Frisia did not think about this issue. Jinyu, who has a combat power of 120,000 points, and Likum and others, who have a combat power of tens of thousands of points. He doesn't believe that this lineup can't kill a little monkey. Yes. Dodoria lowered his head and said yes respectfully. Asterisk. Chapter 7 Chapter 7 Choice Reward, No Side Effects 5 times Kaioken. 3 months passed quickly, and it has been 10 months since Yemu came to the Dragon Ball world. 10 months ago, Yemu's combat effectiveness was only 10 points. Right now, Yemu checked his character attribute panel. Host, Yemu. Age, 8 years old. Bloodline, the legendary Super Saiyan. Combat power, 300,000 points. Skills, instant transmission, Kikong Cannon. In 10 months, the combat effectiveness has increased more than 100 times and 1,000 times, which is a full increase of 30,000 times. I just improve my combat effectiveness, but I don't actually have any powerful skills that I can use. Yemu understands his shortcomings, his body is strong, and his combat effectiveness is strong. But he doesn't have strong skills as a backhand for him to press the bottom of the box. Ding! Because of Frisia's killing order, the entire universe is chasing the host, so the god level chooses to open it. 1. Escape from a remote galaxy, hide and practice in secret. Choice reward, a spiritual time house with twice the flow rate of time. 2. Wandering and escape in the universe, passively kill the fighters under Frisia who want to kill you. Choice reward, a spiritual time house with 5 times the flow rate of time. 3. Take the initiative. If you send someone to kill me, you will take the initiative to find your men and kill until Frisia is furious. Choice reward, 5 times Kaioken without any side effects, maintenance time, 2 minutes. When Yemu was thinking about his unique trick without pressing the bottom of the box, a system prompt sounded in his mind. A few seconds after the system's voice fell, Yemu blinked his eyes, and only then recovered a little, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. These 3 options are, to be honest, all tempting. Read more at wuxiax.com. A mental time house with twice or 5 times the flow rate of time, and a 5 times Kaioken without any side effects. No matter which reward is chosen, it is a very attractive reward for Yemu at this stage. It's a pity, I can't make multiple options anymore. Yemu sighed. For the first time, he was able to directly choose 3 options. That was because of the novice welfare. Now he has owned the system for 10 months, and his combat power has reached 300,000 points. What is a novice? I choose 3. Yemu thought for a while and finally decided on the third choice. He is not a person who is afraid of death, and he thinks he will not die. Of course, if Frisia really makes a shot on his own, then he might die. However, he expected that the character of this guy Frisia would not immediately end up making trouble for him. And let alone, if Yemu completes the third choice and gets 5 times the Kaioken reward after the reward, then his sudden burst of combat power will be weaker than the first form of Frisia. Don't say anything. Frisia won't transform into the second form. After Yemu's ultimate move bursts out, does Frisia have a chance? Maybe he has a chance to react, but Yemu's legendary Super Saiyan bloodline is just for fun. Therefore, once this third option is completed, in a short time, maybe Yemu will no longer be too afraid to face the early boss of Frisia. 3 days later, Yemu arrived on a planet. This was a small army that belonged to Frisia's staff nearby. Yemu directly destroyed all Frisia's soldiers. 10 days later, Yemu once and again destroyed the small groups belonging to Frisia on several planets. On this day, Yemu stopped under a planet. Not enough, or not enough, Frisia's forces spread throughout the universe at this stage. They are the real evil emperor of the universe, no one knows, no one knows. The destruction of such a power is far from making him feel angry. Yemu walked on the ground, frowning. Some of the squad captains and squad captains he has killed these days are at most 10,000 or 20,000 points of combat effectiveness. This level of fighters can be said to be under Frisia's hands. 100,000 or more combat power, Kainuit team. Yemu thought about it, his eyes lit up suddenly, thinking of the many members of the Kainuit team. Kinu, 120,000 combat power. Likum, 55,000 combat power. Bart, 49,000 combat power. The members of this squad can be said to be the most elite fighters under Frisia. If they are killed, will Frisia be furious? Thinking of this, Yemu clapped his hands and said directly in his heart, "System, I need help tips. Where are the many members of the Kainuit team at this moment? Did it die?" Yemu's voice fell, and only the detection sound of the system rang in his mind. After a while, Yemu received in his mind the planet where the Kainuit team members were located. Ah! Yemu's index finger pointed at the center of his eyebrows, and after a sneer, the whole person disappeared. The reward for the third choice, Yemu, has settled it. Not only that, Frisia wants to kill him, Yemu also wants to kill this guy. No hurry, no hurry. There are, almost 2 months before the destruction of planet Vegeta. After completing the selection and getting the reward this time, under working hard to practice, maybe I can have the ability to kill Frisia. Yemu is not in a hurry. After 2 months, maybe his combat power will reach 4 to 5 million points. When 5 times the Kaioken bursts out, he can hit more than 2 million points of combat power in an instant. Therefore, it is not impossible to kill Frisia. Asterisk. Chapter 8. Chapter 8. Prepare to attack Frisia. Seeking Flowers Evaluation Ticket. Tazel Planet. At this moment, all the members of the Kainuit team are eating, drinking, and having fun, and everyone has a very happy smile on their faces. Captain Kinu, this time we killed the dead monkey that was ordered by King Frisia to kill him. Our status must be improved. Holding a piece of greasy ham in his hand, Bart took a bite into a large piece and slowly chewed it. After swallowing it, he was extremely excited. There are too many legions under Frisia, and there is no shortage of elites. Regardless of the fact that the Kainuit team in the original book has a very high early appearance rate, in fact there are still teams that are truly stronger than them. After all, the original Dragon Ball is the original, and it is the bloody reality of the Dragon Ball world at this moment. He has been able to attack King Frisia's army many times. Naturally, he is not a small character. Don't underestimate him when you meet, otherwise we will suffer. Kanoth drank a glass of wine and said in a deep voice, "Call out." When several people were talking and laughing, a sound broke through the air, and then a young scion appeared in front of them, who was not Yemu. Scion. Jinu looked at Yemu and was stunned. Boom! The lion fights the rabbit, also with all its strength. Yemu has always been clear about this, and shot strongly, leaving no power in his hands at all. When Kinho was stunned, Yemu's fist had reached his face. Boom! How simple, how rude! With a punch, and paired with a Kigong cannon, the Jinyu with 120,000 points of combat power was killed in seconds. Kainu! Captain! The spike at this moment stunned everyone. This stupefaction created a good opportunity for Yemu. He quickly shot, and spared no room for a powerful attack to directly kill the remaining few people in seconds. Too weak. Yemu looked at the corpses in front of him, pointed his finger at them, and blasted out a Kigong cannon directly to make them fly ashes. There is no prompt to choose a reward, so, still not enough. Yemu shook his head, talked with the system, and then proceeded to attack and kill some of Frisia's legions. 1 month later, Yemu, who had just destroyed a planet occupied by Frisia's army, entered the spaceship parked in the stratosphere, and then checked his character attribute panel. Host, Yemu. Read more at wuxiax.com. Age, 8 years old. Bloodline, the legendary Super Scion. Combat power, 400,000 points. Skills, instant transmission, Kigong cannon. 400,000 points of combat power. For a month, he not only wandered around and beat Frisia's forces, but also took time out to practice and increased his combat power by 100,000 points, which was quite satisfying for him. At the same time, in the universe, in a huge spaceship. Boom! Frisia angrily threw a communicator on the ground. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Frisia was very angry, roaring. Lord Frisia, please calm down. Dodoria bowed deeply and said, this dead monkey came out of planet Vegeta. Although he killed King Vegeta, I got news that there is another guy named Burdock on planet Vegeta who is his uncle. Oh! Frisia, who was in a rage, suddenly calmed down, thought for a moment, and said, Mr. Dodoria meant, to attract him out. Frisia King Ying Ming. Dodoria crawled to his knees and gave a flattery. So. Let's set off planet Vegeta. Frisia returned to his seat and sat down, his eyes narrowed slightly, thinking about how to teach the nasty and humble dead monkey. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing option 3, take the initiative, send someone to kill me, and you will actively seek out your men to kill until Frisia is furious. Selection reward, 5 times Kaioken without any side effects, maintenance time, 2 minutes. When Frisia set off for planet Vegeta, Yemu, who was shirtless and doing heavy pressure training on a small planet, suddenly sounded a system reminder. Nice! Yemu's eyes lit up, he jumped up from the ground, and then began to check the completion choice reward he had received this time. 5 times the Kaioken without any side effects, maintenance time, 2 minutes. Kaioken! Finally got it! Yemu couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart at the moment, so he directly learned this powerful skill. At present, I have 400,000 points of combat power. Once I use 5 times Kaioken, it will instantly reach the level of 2 million points of combat power. Under the sneak attack, Frisia, who has only 540,000 points of combat power in the first form, may really be I will kill. The more I thought about it, the more excited Yemu became. In his opinion, even if he was the Frisia killed in a sneak attack, it was enough to make him very proud. This is Frisia, one of the most powerful big bosses in the early Dragon Ball, which promoted Son Goku's achievement as a big villain of Super Saiyan. At the same time, he is also the most charming villain who was gradually washed out in the super late period of Dragon Ball. Of course, all this is a long way to go. For the current Yemu, if Frisia can be killed earlier, then his subsequent development will be smoother, because no one will regard him as a thorn in the eye and want to destroy him. Assault Frisia, this is a very difficult thing. Yemu's eyes slowly narrowed. Although he was able to hide his chi, it was unremarkable, making it impossible to see his strength. But in fact the biggest difficulty is that he can't get close to Frisia. Close to Frisia? How can it be? Yemu was lost in thought. Asterisk. Chapter 9. Chapter 9 Back to Planet Vegeta. Please ask for a flower evaluation ticket. Half a month passed slowly. On this day, Yemu came to Planet Vegeta using instant transmission. Yemu directly found Burdock, the first man in Dragon Ball history to transform into Super Saiyan, looking at Yemu with a strange face. Seeing this, Yemu's heart jumped. He knew that Burdock had the ability to predict, maybe he saw some pictures of his future. This him, not Burdock himself, but Yemu. Why is Uncle Burdock's expression so solemn? Yemu looked very relaxed and asked. Do you believe in predictive dreams? Burdock started walking with a serious face, sighed deeply, and asked back. Foreseeing dreams? Yemu showed a confused look, and said in astonishment, what's that? Burdock stared at Yemu for a while, and finally said, I dreamt of a terrible thing yesterday. Okay. Yemu responded. Frisia is coming to Planet Vegeta, and destroyed Planet Vegeta. Burdock said solemnly, I didn't care about this dream, but you appeared. This makes me care about it. What does it matter to me? Yemu still looked at Burdock in confusion, as if he didn't understand anything. In your dream, you killed Frisia, but you also died. Burdock said. What? This time, Yemu was really shocked. He attacked Frisia, which was inevitable. Listening to Burdock saying that, he did seem to succeed, but he also died. You can't die, I made an oath, even if I die, you can't die. Burdock took a deep breath. Back then, his life was saved by Bacchus's father, so he made an oath at that time. As long as he lives a day, he will never let Bacchus leave the world before him. Uncle Burdock, read more at wuxiax.com. Yemu couldn't help being moved. This man, indeed deserves to be the first man in the history of Dragon Ball to transform into a Super Saiyan. His character is worthy of respect. Bacchus, you don't need to say anything. This is my mission. You grew up to this point at a young age. I believe in your potential. You are more promising than me. Burdock looked at Yemu with a smile on his face. This kid was almost brought up by him, not his biological son, but he also treated the kid as his biological son. Pop. Without saying more, Burdock reached out and patted Yemu on the shoulder, and said, "Listen to me, I will attract Frisia's attention on my face. And you, assault this guy." "I understand." Yemu was no longer sentimental, and nodded solemnly. He is a traverser, knowing that this battle is also an opportunity for Burdock, and maybe the two will meet again in the future. "Come with me." Burdock waved his hand and ran quickly. Yemu followed him, and after a while, he arrived at the door of a small mud house made of dirt. "Just in case, I sent Kakarot away from planet Vegeta. His combat effectiveness is too low. Putting it on a planet with low combat effectiveness may be his best life." Burdock walked into the mud house and moved out a small oval universe spacecraft. He sighed as he looked at a baby who was only a few months old inside. Yemu remained silent. Burdock might not know, but he did know that Kakarot, also known as Son Goku, would gradually rise on that low-power planet. "Call out." The oval-shaped universe spacecraft rose slowly from the ground, and finally flew out under the gazes of Yemu and Burdock, until it turned into a light spot and completely disappeared from the two people's sight. Then they retracted their gazes. "Hope Jin won't blame me for assertiveness," Burdock murmured softly. "She will understand." Yemu comforted. Rumble. Just as Yemu's comforting voice fell, there was a sudden noise in the sky. Burdock and Yemu looked up at the sky at the same time, and densely packed spaceships stopped high in the sky. "Sure enough, Frisia, coming." Burdock took a deep breath, his face solemn, and after taking a look at Yemu, he ran and said, "Bacchus, remember what I just said to you." "Relax, Uncle Burdock." Yemu's body straightened slightly. "This is an agreement between men, he will definitely let Frisia into hell." From Burdock's side, he quickly ran into the area where Sion lived. "Everyone, Frisia is here. This guy is going to destroy our planet Vegeta, everyone will hide it soon, and then leave in the universe spaceship secretly." He came to the street and yelled in a trumpet-like manner. "Burdock, are you drinking too much?" "Haha, King Frisia values our Sion clan so much, how could it destroy our planet Vegeta, how could it destroy our Sion clan?" A tall and strong Sion stood up, his face full of unbelief. "Yes, yes, yes. Burdock, if you drink too much, then go back to sleep and let Jin sober you up. Come here, I just received a mission. I don't know if anyone is willing to work with me to serve the respected King Frisia." I. Give up Burdock, King Frisia is so popular, you can't discredit him." "Ha ha ha." There were ridicules. Burdock flushed suddenly, raised his fingers to the sky, and said coldly, "Everyone, you don't believe me, I don't blame you. But, you see, what is that? Frisia, the battleships of the Legion under him. If ordinary people come to monitor us, why does he carry so many battleships?" As soon as Burdock said this, Everyone looked up at the sky and couldn't move their eyes anymore. Battleship. It really is a battleship after another. Are we really going to be abandoned by King Frisia? Scion, who spoke before, slumped to the ground, his eyes filled with confusion, and repeated the sentence. Asterisk. Chapter 10. Chapter 10. Planet Vegeta is destroyed, Frisia is dead. 4th. Seeing the desperate look of these scions, Burdoc's expressions were mixed. To be honest, they have been kneeling for too long and have forgotten themselves. The Scion clan was born to fight, but now they are so afraid of a person and have lost their faith. How can they make progress? Thinking of this, Burdock sighed and turned his head to look towards the sky. Call out! Soaring into the air, Burdock flew into the sky abruptly. Bacchus, you hide in the dark! Burdock roared in the sky. At this moment, the underground Yemu glanced at these scions nearby, and didn't care too much. He didn't have a sense of belonging to the Scion clan. That's Jin. Suddenly, a figure appeared in Yemu's line of sight, and a weak Scion woman was running in a panic on the street. Jin. Yemu didn't know how to call this woman, so she had to call her name. Bacchus. Jin ran over, looked up at the sky, and said in surprise, "Where is Kakarot? Have you seen it? He is safe. Frisia will destroy planet Vegeta next. You'd better escape planet Vegeta in a universe spacecraft now," Yemu said solemnly. Hey! Kakarot is fine, that's good. Jin breathed a sigh of relief, glanced at Yemu, and then shook his head. I will fight alongside Burdock. My only worry is Kakarot. He is fine, I can rest assured. Death is not terrible. This woman has an extremely firm expression and is really not afraid of death. Yemu glanced at her and sighed inwardly. It's no wonder that the future Son Goku is an iron-headed baby. Now it seems that this is a kind of inheritance. Both parents are not afraid of death. They know that the gap is big and want to fight. But, in Yemu's view, this is the core idea of the Scion race. Fearless and fearless, fight to the death. This is why Broly is able to grow so fast. Not only his blood is strong, to some extent, he is also a martial idiot who yearns for battle. Be careful! Yemu said in a deep voice, and also started to act. Call out! Rising from the ground, Yemu flew into the air, condensing his breath. He shuttled among the small groups in the sky and began a silent attack. He has instant transmission, and after killing some fighters of Frisia's army, he can transfer himself unharmed, thus achieving a real assassin's attack. In a short while, following Yemu's attack, the soldiers of Frisia's army panicked. Burdock. Frisia is outside the stratosphere. Read more at wuxiax.com. At this time, Yemu also saw Burdock, who had broken out of the siege. His figure flickered and appeared behind Burdock. After saying a word, he teleported away again. Burdock was shocked by Yemu's superb teleportation. Now he finally understands why Bacchus was able to successfully kill Frisia in yesterday's dream. It's amazing and powerful. Soon, Burdock, who no longer thought about it, flew out of planet Vegeta and arrived in the stratosphere outside the planet. Frisia. Burdock saw a small disc on which Frisia was sitting with a glass of red wine, looking at him with a smile, and flew forward in anger. Stop it! Dodoria said quietly on the side. Shoo! In an instant, several Legion soldiers under Frisia flew out, looking at Burdock with extremely bad eyes. Roll! Burdock's goal is Frisia, exploded his breath, and started to hit a few. At this moment, he is indeed different from the past, not to mention how powerful. But one hitting a few did not lose the wind, on the contrary. Broke out of the siege. Frisia. Burdock was very close to Frisia, glaring at Frisia, who was sitting in the small disc. Oh hoo hoo hoo! Unexpectedly, in addition to the dead monkey, you also broke through Sion's shackles, and it looks like you won't be able to keep you. Frisia covered her mouth and laughed. As a gentleman, the Emperor of the universe, smiling without showing his teeth is the biggest basic. Pooh! Burdock spit in the air. Base! Frisia's smile slowly dissipated, and slowly raised his hand, pointed a finger at Burdock, and a bright light jumped on his fingertips. In the next life, don't be this incompetent race again. The corner of Frisia's mouth evokes a cold arc, and the light from his fingertips is getting brighter and brighter, and a golden energy ball is getting bigger and bigger. Bomb! Frisia flicked slightly and saw the energy ball rush towards Burdock. What? Burdock roared and looked back. Bacchus, please. Boom! The energy ball swallowed Burdock, and then quickly flew towards planet Vegeta behind. Call out! At this time, Yemu moved. With instant transmission, there was almost no response, he had already arrived in front of Frisia. Boom! Kaioken! Kigong Cannon! Yemu roared, relying on Kaioken's increase, and then burst out with full force to release a Kigong Cannon, and huge energy bombarded Frisia's body. Dead! Monkey! The energy bombarded Frisia, just like Burdock was swallowed by the energy ball, he was also directly swallowed, and the whole person disappeared into the world as a phantom. Is it dead? Yemu's face was pale, and when he scanned the surroundings, there was a dazed expression on his face. He has no choice to kill Frisia, so it is not known whether he killed Frisia. Lord Frisia! Lord Frisia! There was a roar from Dodoria. Yemu glanced at him and was about to kill him. Unexpectedly, he found that he had just exploded with all his strength and had no strength anymore. If he stayed on, although he could kill this guy, he would die in the same way. And so, you can slip away. Pointing his index finger to the center of his eyebrows, he squinted at planet Vegeta that turned into fireworks, clenched his teeth, and then disappeared into the stratospheric air. In this chapter, I estimate that there will be quite a lot of people spraying me, saying that you can burst out more than 2 million combat power, instantly kill the highest 120 million Frisia combat power. But I want to say, Frisia, has he transformed? Sneak attack. It's a sneak attack. Frisia, only in the first form, 540,000 combat power, why can't he kill him? So, don't spray me. Spray me. I'll cry for you to see. Asterisk. Chapter 11. Chapter 11. There are 3 more attractive choices for rewards. Plus more. Planet Sebel. It has been a week since Yemu came to this planet after he killed Frisia last time. He will also live on this planet for a short period of time in the future. He is still recovering. Do not. It should be said that the vacation status. However, it is better to say that he is in the state of recovery and vacation than to say that he is exercising his physical strength. As we all know, the gravity on each planet in the universe is different. And the planet named Sebel where Yemu is now is a very famous gravitational planet nearby. Planet Vegeta has 10 times the gravity of the Earth, and this planet named Sebel has 15 times the gravity of the Earth. Don't underestimate this small 5 times the gravity, the gap is not so big. As Yemu now says, if he doesn't keep his breath to control the balance of his body, let alone he can't take a step forward, it's extremely difficult to stand. The free gravity room, and it's still 15 times the gravity. If you don't practice for a while, I'm really sorry for myself. Yemu pursed his mouth and smiled. Under this kind of gravity planet, he is cultivating all the time. Even when he asks the system every hour, his combat effectiveness is slowly rising. Before attacking Frisia, his combat power was around 450,000 points. Now a week later, his combat effectiveness has risen to 470,000 points. You know, this has only been a week, and he is still practicing in general. Every day he just eats, drinks, sleeps, and ran to the deep forest to go hunting without a problem. He gained 20,000 points of combat power. If he practiced seriously, he would have how much combat power can it increase? 100,000 points. Yemu's minimum estimate is that 1 week is at least enough to increase his combat effectiveness by 100,000 points. Ding! Decide the future direction, God level chooses to start. Read more at wuxiax.com. 1. Look for Broly, let him out of the control of Paragus. Choice reward, reward 10% of S cells, 100% can be transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan. 2. Go to the Earth, complete the dream of the previous life, and meet the characters in the original Dragon Ball. Choose rewards, 9 Suns Magic Art, Kyunkan Great Move, 200 Fairy Beans, you can get rewards when you choose this time. 3. Stay on the gravitational planet of Siebel, and slowly grow to 1,000,000 points of combat power. Choice reward, a mental time house with 3 times the flow rate of time, you can get rewards when you choose this time. As Yemu secretly praised his potential in his heart, a system reminder sounded in his mind. 3 choices. 3 rewards. Yemu frowned. He could still understand the first and third choice reward, but, what the hell was this second choice reward? 9 suns. Great shift. Isn't this the secret technique in the novel of Mr. Jin in the previous life? What use are these 2 things in this world? Yemu thought about it for a moment, and began to complain in his heart. Host, the Earth people in the Dragon Ball world are all practicing martial arts, that is, the little Goku used to follow the Earth martial arts when he was a child, so martial arts in the Dragon Ball world are not waste materials. Furthermore, the 9 suns magical art and the great shift of the universe given by the system are extraordinary products. In other words, it is not the martial arts world of martial arts. It is a unique technique that belongs to you. The sound of the system kept ringing in his mind, and the eyes of Yemu, who was a little bewildered, flashed with strange brilliance. I understand, then can you introduce the 9 suns divine art and the great shift of the universe for me? Yemu nodded and asked. Practicing the 9 suns divine art, you can let the host carry a burn effect in your chi. The system replied. Hearing this, Yemu's eyes brightened. As we all know, in the Dragon Ball world, there is an invisible but intangible thing that does exist. However, there are really only a handful of people who insist on saying that chi has attributes. So far, if Yemu remembers correctly, the only person who possesses chi is gods of destruction, which destroys chi. Of course, perhaps this destruction attribute is not inherently possessed by them, it may be the ability that Zeno gives them, but it can also be explained that chi possesses attributes, which are very rare and rare. Thinking of this, Yemu's eyes suddenly became hot. As a traverser, and still in the hot-blooded anime of Dragon Ball world, he became stronger, and that feeling was the most real and pleasing. Although, he is actually quite strong now. But who would refuse to become stronger and stronger? The great shift of the universe can make the host more refined in the blood of the legendary Super Saiyan. In a sense, it makes your blood potential stronger. The voice of the system continued, and Yemu's eyes flashed completely. But the rewards for the first choice and the third choice are extremely attractive, which makes Yemu really hesitate. 3 choices, how do you choose? Reply 123 in the book review area, I think which option is the most. Everyone, don't reply, otherwise you won't have the opportunity to participate. /hahaha, *. Chapter 12. Chapter 12 Choose 1 to get 5. Make a big profit. Please ask for monthly pass. Yemu fell into entanglement. The rewards of the 3 choices are all very good, but unfortunately it is no longer possible to choose 3 directly like the first time. I choose the second one. Yemu gritted his teeth, and the first choice was to rescue Broly from his father, and it was just an S cell that rewarded 10%. The great shift in the universe compared to the second option may be offset, and he can also possess the 9 suns divine art, giving his chi the attributes of a burning effect. As for the third option, slowly cultivate to 1,000,000 points of combat power. Even if you have a mental time house with 3 times the flow rate of time, you still have to practice for a long time. Therefore, in the final analysis, the second option should be the best. Ding! Congratulations to the host for your successful selection. The reward has been delivered. Please check it carefully. After Yemu chose, a few seconds later, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Learn. Yemu closed his eyes and thought deeply. The system has a small backpack that comes with it. Just like the player's backpack in online games, one grid can hold one thing. At this moment, there are 2 books and fairy beans-like icons on the 3 grids on the first 3 sides. Immediately, Yemu directly chose to learn the 9 Suns Divine Art. Congratulations to the host for successfully learning the 9 Suns Divine Art, and now he has completely controlled the 9 Suns Divine Art. Chi has the attributes of burns, has the primary savvy, and has the primary recovery ability. Yemu took a closer look at the introduction of the 9 Suns Divine Art, and not only found that its burn property was very sky-defying, but also had 2 other abilities, which made his eyes widen. It's so profitable. This is so profitable. As his combat effectiveness becomes stronger and stronger, the damage of this burn effect becomes more and more terrifying. So, is this an additional effect that does not limit growth? 9 Suns Divine Art is indeed terrifyingly strong. Yemu's eyes widened a bit, and then after a little thought, he took a breath. When his combat effectiveness is not strong, this burn effect may not be truly reflected. However, once his combat effectiveness reached a very terrifying point, the burn effect, simply unimaginable. Think about it, once his strength reaches the realm of gods, what kind of scene will it be? Throwing out a chi, burning a planet and even a universe, then that will be the real big horror move. Chi possesses attributes. This is the first ability. It also comes with primary savvy and primary recovery ability. Thinking of this, Yemu really almost drooled. Also, after I have learned the 9 Suns Divine Art and even mastered the 9 Suns Divine Art, my strength has indeed increased, but what is my combat power now? Yemu shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He checked his character attribute panel. Host, Yemu. Age, 8 years old. Bloodline, the legendary Super Saiyan. Read more at wuxiax.com. Combat power, 500,000 points. Skills, instant transmission, Qigong Cannon, 9 Sun Magic Art, 5 times Kaioken. 500,000 points of combat power. Seeing his own combat power, Yemu's face showed a look of astonishment. Just controlling one exercise, his combat effectiveness soared by 30,000 points. What if he controlled a few more exercises? Wouldn't it be against the sky? Host, your increased combat power of 30,000 points is the burn effect when you use chi. The system opened the mouth and said, if you don't use chi, then you will lose 30,000 combat power. Oh! Hearing this explanation, Yemu nodded suddenly. However, he didn't care. After all, whoever does not need to be angry when fighting, isn't that a fool's behavior? By the way, the universe has shifted greatly. Yemu gathered his mind for a while, and suddenly remembered that among the choice rewards he had received, there was another method of moving the world. Thinking of this, he was not in a hurry to learn this exercise, but watched it and introduced it. Refining the bloodline once. There were many introductions. Yemu looked at it at a glance. There were at least dozens of words. He picked out an important point and read it out softly, with a smile on his face. What effect can the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline refining once? Yemu, look forward to it very much. Host. Refining your bloodline once will allow you to transform into the legendary Super Saiyan by an additional 20 times the increase in combat power. The system did not make Yemu look forward to too long and gave a reply. Hey? 20 times more. Yemu's eyes were bright, he knew it, the legendary Super Saiyan turned into a success, 100 times the normal, and another 20 times, that is 120 times. Very nice. Yemu's face was full of excitement, and he muttered silently in his heart, learning to move the world. Okay. As soon as he finished his studies, Yemu found that his body was getting hot for no reason. The host doesn't need to be nervous, this is something that the universe must go through to refine the bloodline. The system explained in time, making Yemu blinked, his slightly frowning brows loosened, and the slightly nervous mood instantly calmed down, and then he slowly moved towards the mountains not far away by supporting the heat from the body. A river ran away. He wants to take a bath, take a cold shower. Now, he felt that his body was about to explode. Within a few minutes, Yemu arrived on the bank of a river in a nearby mountain. Puff! With a jump, Yemu jumped directly into the river. Cool! The cold sensation came, causing Yemu to scream comfortably, and after 5 minutes passed quickly, after the hot sensation disappeared, a few more seconds passed, and the hot sensation that was stronger than before came again. This time, even the cold water could not dissipate the heat, so Yemu was directly caught in a torment. However, the belief that he was finally going to be strong supported him, so no matter how uncomfortable he was, he still clenched his teeth. 10 minutes passed quickly, the second heat sensation just went down for a few seconds, and the third heat sensation struck again. This time, it was not only a feeling of heat, but also a pain from the inside out that made Luo Tian almost roar. As time passed, the third heat and pain lasted for about 15 minutes. This time, instead of dissipating directly, the heat and pain slowly dissipated. After half an hour, Yemu climbed from the bottom of the river to the shore, lying on the ground and gasping for breath. System, have I refined my legendary Super Saiyan bloodline? Yemu asked impatiently. The monthly pass is so small. Can you ask for a monthly pass from you all? Then, cough ahem, book a monthly pass for next month. No? It is good. Don't blame me then. Hey. Please, brothers, please vote for a monthly pass. QAQ. Also, I took a look at the book review area, and indeed there are more 2 options. So there are 2 options. I sincerely thank you for your suggestions. No matter which option, your suggestions have helped me a lot. Sincerely, I bow to everyone, thank you so much for your help. Asterisk. Chapter 13. Chapter 13 Break 1,000,000 points of combat power and come to Earth. 2/4. Host, your willpower is really very strong. The system didn't reply to him directly, but said such a sentence with admiration in his tone. Hearing this compliment, Yemu smiled bitterly and shook his head. The ghost knew how he got through it, and the feeling was indeed painful. But fortunately, now that he has completely gone through the torture of these 3 times, his strength seems to be stronger than before. Isn't it a little bit stronger? How powerful is it? Yemu didn't bother to look at it at this moment, and slowly took a fairy bean out of the system's small backpack and ate it. After eating the fairy beans, his whole person seemed to be reborn, and his whole person was full of energy again. After jumping on the shore, Yemu checked his character attribute panel again. Host, Yemu. Age, 8 years old. Bloodline, the legendary Super Saiyan, refined once. Combat power, 800,000 points. Skills, instant transmission, Qigong Cannon, 5 times Kaioken, 9 Suns Magic Art, Great Shift of Universe. Call. Taking a look at his own data, Yemu let out a long sigh of relief. 800,000 points of combat power. 3 painful tortures brought him 300,000 points of combat effectiveness. Speaking of it, it's really not a loss. If one pain gives him 100,000 points of combat power, then he would rather pain another 100 times, so that his combat power can instantly soar by 10 million points. However, he understands that such a good thing is naturally impossible. Next, maybe it's time to go to Earth. As soon as this thought came out, Yemu's eyes suddenly narrowed. His current combat power of 800,000 points is too strong. At this stage, only Frisia has caught his eyes on the boss that came out, Piccolo Daimao. Too weak. Not to mention the use of Qi, but with the power of the flesh, Yemu has the confidence to poke this guy to death with a finger. Read more at wuxiax.com. For some reason, it was invincible in the early stage. Yemu sighed, Frisia is not there, gods of destruction Beerus and Angel Whis have not appeared, and now in this 7th universe, he is probably the most powerful person on the bright side. But Yemu didn't feel conceited because of this, and understood that to continue to practice hard, that is what he should do the most. After all, let alone 800,000 points of combat power, it is 8 million points of combat power. After the story of Dragon Balls begins, it will gradually become like a passerby. And so, he needs to work harder and always be stronger than the strongest person in the plot, which is his goal. It seems to be AIG 737, Bulma seems to be 4 years old. Yemu suddenly thought of a question. It seems that the current Bulma should be 5 years old, and if he is actually 4 years old. 4 or 5-year-old Lori Bulma. What does it look like? To be honest, Yemu is really looking forward to it. However, after thinking about it, he still didn't go directly to the Earth. After all, there is a free 15 times gravity environment to practice, how could he let go of such a big benefit? Moreover, the little Goku's spacecraft should not have reached the Earth yet, so Yemu naturally has no need to rush to the Earth first. Practice spiritual practice. Yemu worked hard. 1 month passed quickly. Yemu checked his combat effectiveness. 1,000 points. A month ago, his combat effectiveness was 800,000 points. Now, after a month of still assiduous practice, his combat effectiveness has soared by 200,000 points, and he has entered a small level of combat effectiveness of 1 million. Millions of combat power, I am not a weak one. In the original Dragon Ball animation, Goku was transformed into Super Saiyan with a combat power of about 3 million. That is the basic transformation of the ordinary Super Saiyan bloodline. Yemu frowned. The official did not say how powerful the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline-based transformation is, but he guessed that 3 million should be far from enough. Don't worry, don't worry. Even if you can't transform into the legendary Super Saiyan in a short time, it is worthwhile to strengthen the basic combat power with 5 times my Kaioken. I just don't know if Frisia is dead or not. If I die, I will not be threatened at the moment. If I am not dead. Yemu held his breath, then exhaled heavily. If Frisia is not dead, then he will be in danger and may suffer revenge from this guy at any time. This time I went to the Earth to complete the mission of selection. I think I still have to go back to the universe to practice and practice. While getting stronger, I can also inquire about Frisia's news. After Yemu had made his goal clear, he didn't think too much about it. He pointed his index finger to the middle of his eyebrows, and he searched for the Earth in the universe. He was the Supreme Kai's instant transmission under his control. Therefore, his search is naturally very easy. Soon, he sensed the existence of the Earth. Call out! Yemu's figure flickered, then disappeared in place. In the next second, Yemu appeared in a mountain on the Earth. After walking 2 steps, Yemu thought for a while and flew directly into the sky. This is Baizai Mountain. Yemu glanced at the big mountain underneath, his brows twitched, especially when he saw a small wooden house on the top of the mountain. The corners of his mouth could not help but raised slightly. Goku! Goku! He, I have a grandson. Yemu's ears were amazing, and he heard a sound from a path on the top of the mountain. Looking in the direction of the sound, an old man was holding a naked baby with a tail behind his ass and yelled with a big laugh. The old man is Sun Gohan, a powerful martial artist on Earth. And that little baby is naturally little Goku. This scene really makes people feel very warm. The second update is sent, the evaluation votes reach 900, you can add more. Everyone work hard. In other words, what if I didn't save the manuscript? Because it depends on the choices you provide, so I cry. Asterisk. Chapter 14. Chapter 14 Shock from Master Roshi. 3/4. Yemu watched Son Gohan and little Goku for a while and then left Bayesian. He let the system inform the Master Roshi where he lived and ran towards Gaixian Island. The northern part of the earth, on a small island. This small island is Gaixian Island where Master Roshi lives. It is noon at this moment, and the sun is still quite big. Master Roshi is wearing sunglasses and lying comfortably on a sunshade chair, holding a bikini magazine in his hand, and he screams of happiness from time to time. There was a sea turtle under the sunshade chair on one side, and it seemed helpless to hear Master Roshi's laughter from time to time. At this moment, Master Roshi on the sunshade chair suddenly got excited, and then jumped off the chair, his face looked up to the sky incomparably dignified. Teacher Wu Tian, what's wrong? The turtle asked strangely. It was the first time he saw Master Roshi show such a solemn expression after all these years. So powerful! Master Roshi showed a look of shock on his face, and he just felt a very powerful aura. The intensity of this aura was many times stronger than Piccolo Daimao he knew. Coming! Call out! Just as Master Roshi's voice fell, a figure flew across the sky, and then landed on Gaixian Island. The person here was Yemu. At this time, he was walking along the sandy beach on Gaixian Island, and the sound of rustling rustled in the quite quiet environment. As Yemu walked around, beads of sweat appeared on Master Roshi's forehead. This guy with a tail puts too much pressure on him. Master Roshi swallowed a big mouthful of water into his throat. He sensed Yemu's strong chi before. Because of the distance, the pressure was not too strong. Now, in the face-to-face encounter, Master Roshi really feels the tension and what is truly majestic. You, who are you? Despite sweating profusely and fear in his heart, Master Roshi still pretended to be calm and composed on his face, staring at Yemu and asked aloud. When Yemu, who was walking, saw Master Roshi's appearance, his footsteps suddenly stopped, and a strange expression appeared on his face. Why is this Master Roshi different from the horny old man in the original anime? Are you Teacher Wu Tian? Yemu quickly walked a few meters in front of Master Roshi and asked with a kind smile. He knows Master Roshi naturally, but as the first time he meets, Yemu is naturally unable to directly show how he knows Master Roshi. Read more at wuxiax.com. What do you find me for? Master Roshi frowned. His impression of Yemu is only today, and he can guarantee that he has never seen such a powerful guy. Moreover, this guy looks so young, which really makes him feel a little weird. My name is Yemu, and my family lives in Zidu. I have practiced martial arts since I was a child, but I have a family renowned martial arts, but I have never fought against people in actual combat. I heard that Teacher Wu Tian is famous in the martial arts world, so I came here today ask for advice. Yemu smiled. He didn't pretend to be a gesture, but Master Roshi at this stage is indeed a very famous martial artist on Earth, and his strength is also very powerful. But, this old man is too wretched. He didn't look like a top martial artist. Yemu had thought about it in his previous life. If he had a chance, he would get fat and beat up this old guy. Now that the opportunity has come, he will naturally not let it go. When Master Roshi heard Yemu's words, his face appeared astonished. To be honest, he was a little confused. Yemu's age seems to be no more than 15 or 6 years old at most. Such a young guy is already far more powerful than he does not know. It's too shocking. I take the liberty to ask, how old are you? And, how many years have you practiced martial arts? Swallowing a mouthful of water, Master Rashi couldn't help but asked. In his opinion, did this young man start his practice in his mother's womb? Moreover, even if he was practicing from the mother's womb, he would be at most 1 year longer than his own age. You know, he has practiced for hundreds of years, and his strength is only that. In comparison, he had the feeling that he had really cultivated the pig for hundreds of years of cultivation time. People are better than people, it would be too shocking. How old am I? Yemu blinked. He is now about 1.78 meters tall, no different from a high school student. In fact, he was only 8 years old. Of course, the mental age is naturally not 8 years old. After thinking about it, Yemu grinned and said, if I remember correctly, I should be 16 years old this year. 16 years old. Hiss. Despite speculation, Master Rashi was shocked. For a while, he actually forgot that there was another question behind. This little guy is a 16-year-old martial arts master. Moreover, this martial arts master is still a real martial arts master. His master Rashi's strength is very few people on the earth who can fight him, and now the appearance of Yemu has completely made him understand a truth: there are heavens outside the sky, there are people outside the world. I wonder if teacher Wu Tian can discuss with me. Yemu was right, clasping his fists in his hands and whispering softly. He couldn't wait to get fat and beat up this wretched little old man. Not allowed, not allowed. Hearing Yemu's request, Master Rashi hurriedly shook his head and waved his hand, and said, my old bone, I'm afraid it's not really against you, you will break me up with one punch. He is self-aware and understands that he is definitely not Yemu's opponent. When the two sides are fighting, he is completely looking for the abuser, and there is no suspense at all. Seeing Master Rashi's recognizing appearance, it really made Yemu quite a headache. For a while, he didn't know what to say. I almost can add it today. The third one is now available. The monthly flower evaluation ticket is on. Everyone. Asterisk. Chapter 15. Chapter 15. Leave the Earth and prepare to make Dragon Ball radar. 4/4. In the end, Yemu still had nothing to do with Master Rashi. After staying on Turtle Island for a while, after learning Kamehameha Wave by the way, he had already given birth to the idea of leaving. At this moment, Yemu suddenly thought of a question. That is, there are still 10 and 11 years from the beginning of the Dragon Ball plot. In the original book, Bulma met Goku, who was 16 years old and 12 years old. If he wants to change something else, then he has to get to know Bulma in advance. Thinking of this, Yemu frowned, and slowly thought about it. As a traverser, and facing one of the most beautiful women in the Dragon Ball world, he had no reason not to be tempted. Bulma, an 18th, I am afraid that no Dragon Ball fan has never thought of owning them. Yemu, naturally also has this ambition. However, given the current situation where Frieza does not know his life or death, he still has to focus on how to improve his strength, plus the fact that Bulma is only 4 or 5 years old, and he doesn't have the face to start. So, everything has to wait. I will not meet with Bulma for the time being. I plan to do it. I will be honing in the universe for 5 or 6 years. When I return, Bulma will be almost 10 years old. At that time, I will come into contact with her by chance and leave a good one. The impression is also good. Yemu arranged all the scripts, and a smile appeared on his face. Since you don't want to discuss with me, then forget it. Yemu has already planned, so naturally he won't stick to Master Rashi forever, he has to let him learn from him. Immediately, smiling at Master Rashi, he said, in that case, goodbye. While speaking, Yemu waved his hand and jumped directly into the air, returning in the same direction as he came. He came quickly and left quickly. Master Rashi looked up at the direction where Yemu's figure disappeared, with a look of surprise on his face, this little guy named Yemu is destined to be the most powerful martial artist on earth in the future. Even if Piccolo Daimao is born again, don't worry at all. At any rate, he is an old monster who has lived for hundreds of years, and he has a very sophisticated vision. From Yemu's various gestures, it is not difficult to see that this is definitely not a young man with evil thoughts. Teacher Wu Tian, is this little guy named Yemu really so powerful? The turtle looked up at Master Roshi with a serious face in confusion, and asked in surprise. For it, Master Roshi is the most powerful person among the characters it recognizes. Read more at wuxiax.com. And now, this powerful martial arts expert who is rare on Earth has an opponent even said that he is far from a child's opponent, so one can imagine how terrifying the latter's strength should be. Yes, I am far from his strength. Don't talk about 10 me, but 20, 50, or even 100 me. I'm afraid they are not the opponent of this little guy. Master Roshi took a deep breath, and when he said this, even if he said it himself, he still felt like a fantasy. But this is a fact, an indisputable fact. Yemu, it is indeed so powerful. Yemu, who left Gaixian Island, flew all the way towards Zidu. Although he was not going to meet Bulma, he secretly glanced at it. It was necessary. After all, there is no 4 or 5-year-old Bulma in the Dragon Ball anime. Soon, Yemu arrived in Zidu and walked on the streets of Zidu. He couldn't help but sigh the prosperity of this big city, all kinds of floating cars, people coming and going and some orcs, which made people unable to help their eyes. Yu Liang. After communicating with the system, Yemu found Bulma's home in a short while. Slowly rising into the air, Yemu looked down from the height, and soon saw a little girl with a double ponytail running around on the lawn of the villa laughing. Seeing this, Yemu pursed his lips and smiled. The blue-green double ponytails, crystal-clear dark blue eyes, and a sky-blue princess dress make this little Loli the cutest little princess in the world. Bulma. Yemu murmured Bulma's name softly, and then moved his index and middle fingers together and nodded his eyebrows, and the whole person disappeared in midair. I have seen the little Goku-san Gohan as well as Bulma and Master Roshi. His selection task has been completed, and he is ready to go to the universe to practice well. 1 million points of combat power is just the starting point. He believes, give him another 4 or 5 years. Do not. Yemu felt that even if he was given 2 years, it would be easy to beat Frieza in the 4th form. Planet Sacra. It has been 3 days since Yemu arrived on this planet. This planet is not too far away from the Earth and belongs to the Milky Way. As for why he came here, the reason is that he asked the system, this planet is the most technologically advanced planet nearby. He moved the idea of Dragon Ball on Namek, and naturally wanted to get a Dragon Ball radar. For this reason, before leaving the Earth, he secretly followed the 4 planets that Son Gohan placed at home. Of course, after this 4-planet reflects its value, Yemu will definitely return it to Son Gohan. Walking on the streets of this planet, Yemu began to look for shops that looked more bubbling. There was no way, because he didn't know which shops were better, so he could only look at the decorations. Can feel whether it is a good shop. Okay. Suddenly, several figures wearing Frieza Corps combat uniforms entered Yemu's line of sight, which made his brows twitched, and while thinking, another figure appeared in his line of sight. Red skin, fat and short stature. This guy is not Frieza's left and right arms, Dodoria, who is it? That's not right. Why no one voted for anything? I cried, and no one gave advice. Yesterday everyone was so active, why is there no sign today? Asterisk. Chapter 16. Chapter 16 Without pressure, where is the motivation? Plus more. The guy Dodoria cowered and scanned the surroundings, seemingly worried about something. At this moment, he suddenly met Sion with a smile on his face. Sion, it's Sion. Dodoria's fat face was horrified, and his whole body trembled involuntarily. Escape. Immediately, Dodoria twisted his fat body, turned around and ran away, without hesitation at all. Call out. As soon as he took off, a sound of breaking through the air sounded. Dodoria saw a scion directly in front of him with his hands on his chest, and looked at him jokingly. My lord, I didn't offend you. Dodoria rolled his eyes, knelt down directly in the air, begging for mercy. Lord Frisia has been killed by you, we little people can't fight you. Moreover, we don't dare to fight. Yemu's expression remained unchanged, and he still jokingly hung on his face. This Dodoria, sinister and cunning, can be said to be a bug. Therefore, his words are naturally understood in the opposite way. Moreover, from the very beginning he had the idea that Frisia had not been completely killed by him. After all, in the original work, Frisia was not completely killed in the first battle of Namek. Although his attack was fierce, it was definitely not a complete kill. It now appears that Frisia may not have been completely killed by him. This Dodoria came to this technologically advanced planet, I am afraid it is to collect materials to help Frisia reorganize his body. And so, mechanical Frisia. Thinking of this, Yemu gradually narrowed his eyes. Mechanical Frisia's combat power is much stronger than the 120 million combat power of his fourth form. If you remember carefully, if he remembers correctly, it seems to be 170 million combat power. 170 million points of combat power. Yemu took a breath, his eyes gradually cold. If he is really resurrected, how can he contend with his current strength? Never let him be resurrected. Yemu made a decisive decision and made a good response. Where is Frisia's remains? Read more at wuxiax.com. Yemu asked coldly. What? Kneeling in the air, Dodoria's fat body trembled, a shocked look flashed across his face, and then it turned into a confused look. Stunned said, the little man doesn't know what you are talking about. While speaking, he looked at Yemu sincerely. Ah! Yemu sneered. Yu Guang glanced down. Several fighters in combat uniforms had noticed him and Dodoria in the sky. After a glance at each other, they flew away quietly. In response, Yemu's detective, who waited for 2 or 3 seconds, grabbed the screaming Dodoria and moved away from the sky. Call out! With the sound of breaking through the air, Yemu stood in front of the group of people. Escape! When the group saw Yemu, who was stuck in front, their complexion changed suddenly, and they scattered and fled. Laugh! Call out! Yemu tapped his finger in the void, and several finger cannons shot out from his fingertips. What? The screams sounded, and the group of people burst into death one after another. Killing this group of people in seconds, Yemu looked down at Dodoria, who was kneeling at his feet, and smiled. How about? Mr. Dodoria can tell me the truth, right? I really don't know what to tell the truth. Dodoria was still struggling, trying to explain something. Seeing this, Yemu narrowed his eyes and projected a striking light. His patience had been consumed a lot, and he was no longer ready to give this guy a chance. Slowly raising his hand, pointed his index finger at Dodoria's head. Gudong! Dodoria raised his gaze a little, and saw Yemu's fingertips pulsating golden light. Sweat beaded on his forehead, swallowed, and gritted his teeth. He was just about to speak. Call out! The finger cannon was fired directly through the center of his forehead. Puff! He fell to the ground and Dodoria died. The news that you get after repeated inquiries is cheap. There is no pressure. Where does the motivation come from? Yemu's face is full of indifference. He is barefoot. Is he afraid of Frisia wearing shoes? Guerrilla warfare, it's not that Yemu has never fought. Moreover, Frisia definitely can't get out at the moment. He doesn't believe that this guy doesn't need training. So, what is he afraid of? No need to be afraid. The most important thing is that even if he knows where Frisia is, he can't attack. Because he remembered a guy, that was King Cold. Even though his combat power in the original is only 100 million points at this stage, he is indeed only weaker than Frisia's existence. He, who is old and cunning, will definitely not be easily killed by Yemu's sneak attack. If the attack fails, then death must be waiting for him. Things that are risky and beyond his control, Yemu doesn't want to try a second time. As he said, there is no pressure, where is the motivation to work hard? Those who make big things must be calm. If you don't move, take it, if you move, kill him. Yemu's eyes flickered with brilliant lights. He understood that it was too late. A truly outstanding hunter would wait and wait for a perfect opportunity to take action, so as to achieve a blow, lethal. No longer thinking about it, Yemu's index finger touched his forehead, and the whole person disappeared. There are so few monthly passes. Can you ask me for 2 monthly passes? Asterisk. Chapter 17. Chapter 17 Comic version of Destructo Disc. 1/4. 3 days later, Yemu left the planet Sacred and the Dragon Ball radar was completed. As a qualified celestial empire, Yemu does not have any currency on this planet, but he does not use force to force others to make Dragon Ball radar for him. Instead, he chooses to use magical fairy beans to trade with merchants. The output of fairy beans in the Dragon Ball world was getting lower and lower later, but Yemu was not worried here, he could get better fairy beans with any small choice. Before heading to Namek, Yemu first returned to the Bayazai mountain on the earth and placed the 4 planets in Son Gohan's home. It is not difficult to borrow again. Yemu left the earth comfortably and arrived at Namek using instant transmission. Walking on Namek, Yemu remembered the introduction of the planet Namek in his mind. This planet is a world composed of hundreds of islands, isolated hills, and continents are covered by strange puffball trees. The whole planet is interesting and rich. Namek people are characterized by a low birth rate and a long lifespan, and they live scattered in natural villages formed by about 100 people. Their low buildings have round or blister-shaped windows, and the overall shape is a bit like an abalone or snail shell. Now Yemu glanced at it and said in his heart that it was unexpected. The whole planet has a green theme, but it is not objectionable. On the contrary, it makes people's eyes very comfortable. Did it die? Yemu took out the Dragon Ball radar from the system backpack and took a look. At present, there is a Dragon Ball displayed on the Dragon Ball radar within a few hundred meters. He thought for a moment. The 7 Dragon Balls of Namek were made by Namek's elders, and they were kept by the 7 elders. If you want to get the Dragon Ball, you have to compete with the elders for wisdom and strength or simply express your wishes. Only the warriors approved by the elders can get the Dragon Ball. Otherwise, even if they die, they won't hand over the Dragon Ball. Forcibly grabbing, it seems a bit bad. Yemu frowned. He didn't think he was a good person, but he wasn't the kind of treacherous person. He really couldn't do things to bully the weak for his own benefit. For a while, Yemu felt a little at a loss, not knowing what decision he should make. Ding! God level selection begins. Read more at wuxiax.com. 1. Forcibly plunder 7 Dragon Balls and destroy Namek. Choose reward. A spiritual time house with 10 times the flow rate of time. You can get rewards when you choose. 2. Use wisdom and strength to get the recognition of the 7 elders, and tell them what you want to make. Rewards of choice, 20 times the control of the gravity room. Choose to get rewards. 3. Xiaozai negotiated with the Great Elder with emotion and reason. He promised to return the 7 Dragon Balls to the Great Elder 1 year later, and promised him to save Namek in the future. Choose reward, Destructo Disc. As Yemu struggled, a system reminder sounded in his mind. God level choice, here again. There were still 3 choices and 3 rewards, which made Yemu's somewhat dazed heart settle down a bit, and began to think about the benefits that these 3 choices could bring to him. The first choice, if it was just a choice to snatch, maybe he would really do it under his disguise. After all, this spiritual time house with 10 times the flow rate of time is still very attractive. However, destroying Namek would be too evil. Therefore, this choice was directly passed by him. The second option is quite satisfactory, but the reward is not attractive enough. The third option. Yemu thought about this third option, his brows frozen. Can you get 7 Dragon Balls by flicking? And 1 year later, he found the 7th Dragon Ball and returned it to the elder, and he had to promise him to save Namek once. As for the choice reward, it was the Destructo Disc. The selected task is not difficult, and there is also a bug level skill reward. I choose the third one. Yemu quickly decided which one he should choose, and he knew that Namek only has 130 days in a year, which means that it is more than 4 months. It is very easy to take the time out at this time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the successful selection, the reward has been sent, please check it carefully. When the selection was successful, the system prompt sounded in Yemu's mind. Yemu thought deeply and saw that there was a book in the system backpack. It was this choice that rewarded Destructo Disc. Looking at the introduction, Yemu grinned. Destructo Disc, a kind of aerosol throne that concentrates all the mighty chi in the body on the arm and generates a disc-shaped, slashing and cutting effect on the palm of the hand. Comic version of Destructo Disc. This is not the animated version of Destructo Disc, but the comic version of Destructo Disc. You know, Destructo Disc is a very buggy skill in the Dragon Ball world. The animated version of Destructo Disc has at least one cell that can ignore this skill, while the comic version of Destructo Disc, that really hurts anyone who gets hit. Of course, there are pros and cons. The disadvantage of this skill is that it can only be thrown straight. Yemu doesn't care about this. He has the ability of instant transmission and uses spiritually. When he releases Destructo Disc at the same time as instant transmission, there is no reason for it to fail. The system is to make me go farther and farther on the path of the assassin. After studying Destructo Disc, Yemu showed a smile on his face. Of course, speaking of assassins, Yemu couldn't help but think of a person. The 6th universe is Hit, the strongest in addition to gods of destruction and angel. The reason why Hit can be so powerful is naturally that he has the ability to flash time, so while he is an assassin, he is also a top assassin who can truly assassinate people in an invisible way. Shan Shigong, I hope it will exist in the selection rewards in the near future. That way, my overall strength will rise, I don't know how many levels. Yemu murmured softly. Asterisk. Chapter 18. Chapter 18 I will slaughter these dregs first and see the Great Elder. The Grand Elder, the supreme ruler of Namek, was the only Namek who survived the last time Namek was on the brink of extinction, and gave birth to 108 children, restoring Namek to a state of vitality. He is knowledgeable, loves peace, has many superpowers, is the creator of Namek's Dragon Ball, and is good at triggering hidden potential in the human body. Recalling the introduction to the Great Elder Namek in the original anime of Dragon Ball in the previous life, Yemu flew over to a village in the central area of Namek. Knowing with affection, moving with reason, the Great Elder in my memory is indeed very gentle. Moreover, if a promise to protect Namek is given, he should not refuse this transaction. Yemu slowly flew down from high altitude, and finally landed at the gate of this village. Your Excellency! 2 green-skinned Namek people saw Yemu and glanced at each other, and then a strong Namek person on the left frowned and asked. My name is Yemu, I'm a scion. Yemu opened his mouth and was pulled out by the tail he had been curling around his waist, and shook it behind him. Scion. Upon hearing Yemu's introduction, the expressions of these 2 Namek people changed. Although Namek and planet Vegeta are tens of thousands of miles away, they still have heard of the slightly famous fighting race in this universe. However, what they have heard about Scion is some negative news, so now both of them are watching Yemu extremely vigilantly. Your Excellency, why are you here at Namek? The sturdier Namek asked, his expression already a little unkind. Sion's reputation is not good, so this Namek is already preconceived. It feels that the arrival of the Sion clan, known for invading the planet and gaining benefits, Namek must first inquire about the news, and then carry out 7 aggressions. Please don't get me wrong. Yemu saw these 2 Namek people looking at him extremely badly, and naturally understood that he had misunderstood what he was malicious, and immediately said, I have been exiled from planet Vegeta since I was a child. I am a lone Sion. Hearing Yemu's words, the 2 Namek people turned their heads and looked at each other again. Yemu continued, planet Vegeta was destroyed by Frisia, the evil emperor of the universe. This time I came to Namek for. Boom! Before Yemu's words were finished, a roar came from the sky. Battleship! It's a battleship of the Frisia Legion. The 2 Namek people were also attracted by the roar and looked up, and when they saw the warships flying into Namek from outer space, their faces showed horror. Read more at wuxiax.com. Frisia, the evil emperor of the universe, who doesn't know how fierce and powerful he is. This Sion should be a spy, let's take this guy and give it to the elder. The 2 roared loudly and shot Yemu at the same time. Yemu wanted to resist, but when he heard what they said, his eyes lit up. However, he was naturally reluctant to be beaten by the fat, so he dodges while saying, I am not Frisia's spy. He was seriously injured by me before and is now in the process of training. Also, I have no ill will towards Namek. Okay. As soon as Yemu said this, the 2 Namek people suddenly stopped thinking of doing it. Seriously injured? Frisia? Aren't you kidding me? The stronger Namek man looked unbelieving. Drink? Yemu stepped back, clenched his fists, arched slightly, and then roared. Boom! His aura exploded completely. 1,000,000 points of fighting power radiated violently with Yemu as the center. In an instant, the stones on the ground flew up. Okay, what a powerful force! The 2 Namek people tried hard to resist, but they were still blown away by the aura. If Yemu hadn't paid attention to the burn attributes in his restrained aura, otherwise these 2 guys would have been burned to ashes. I have the power to destroy your Namek. If you are malicious to your Namek, do you think you can stop me? Yemu condensed his breath, took a step forward, and instantly came to the 2 Namek people who fell on the ground, and said indifferently. Yes. I'm sorry. The 2 Namek men bowed their heads with red faces, made an apology and slowly got up from the ground. Please forgive us for our offense. Namek did not leave the house, and was extremely kind-hearted. As soon as the misunderstanding was resolved, the attitude immediately became kind. The 2 bowed deeply to Yemu and apologized again. It's okay. Yemu waved his hand indifferently, squinted at the sky, and said solemnly, Please take me to see the Great Elder. This time I came here to discuss with him how to fight Frisia. Please. The 2 looked up at the sky, their hearts trembled, and no longer thought. They invited Yemu into the village. One continued to guard at the entrance of the village, and the other led Yemu towards a snail shell-like house in the center of the village. Soon, arrived at the door of the house. Morton. A Namek person was guarded at the gate, and the Namek person brought by Yemu stepped forward and greeted him. I understand. Just now, the Great Elder sent a message, saying that there are guests coming, please come in. The Namek man named Morton moved away from his side and glanced at Yemu curiously. He didn't quite understand why Sion was valued by the Great Elder in his heart. Crawlers on the Namek Ball, we are on the order of the respected King Cold to come and use your Dragon Ball. Give or die. Please choose. When Yemu was about to walk into the gate, a few words swayed from the sky. Hateful. A Namek man gnashed his teeth next to him. In that case, I will slaughter these dregs first and then meet the Great Elder. Yemu smiled, his index finger pointed his middle finger to the center of his eyebrows, his figure flickered, and then disappeared in place. Asterisk. 7:46 June 28, 2021. Chapter 19. Chapter 19 Kamehameha. 3/4. Call out. Yemu used instant transmission to go directly to the sky. He felt the fighters of the Frisia Legion who came this time, and the highest combat power was only 100,000 points. As usual, this 100,000 point combat power master destroys Namek. From here, it can also be seen that King Cold has indeed worked hard to understand Namek. Otherwise, definitely not just let a subordinate with 100,000 combat power come to Namek. However, he did not count Yemu. However, Yemu is still a little curious. How did King Cold learn about the existence of 7 Dragon Balls and Shenron on Namek? Sion. While Yemu was still thinking about it, the people among the warships in the sky saw his presence, and they were stupefied for a second or two, and then there were waves of sarcasm among the warships. Rang! Kill him! Someone commanded. When King Frisia destroyed that humble race, he was attacked and seriously injured by a wild monkey. Now there is a wandering monkey. Let's let Sion, this humble race truly exterminate. Kill! The roar sounded, and silhouettes flew out of the battleship. Boom! Not only these people flew out, but someone controlled the warship to launch artillery fire on Yemu in the sky. It's so wonderful to think. Yemu watched the artillery fire coming towards him, then shook his head and sneered, exploded, and instead of retreating, he rushed directly into the artillery fire. Dodge! Dodge! Yemu dodges these artillery fires. It is not too easy, and while dodges, he raised his hand with finger cannons and directly bombarded those watching the show. Rumble! Burst! Especially when some nearby battleships touched the finger cannon fired by Yemu, it was as brilliant as fireworks exploded in an instant. What? Screams kept ringing in the sky. At this moment, the faces of all the soldiers of Frisia's army were full of horror, and everyone had the idea of escaping from this planet. Too strong. This guy is not Sion, but a demon, a big demon. My God! Why can Sion be so strong? Isn't it all just a lowly smelly monkey? Why? Lord Frisia, could this guy sneak attack? Read more at wuxiax.com. At this moment, the sky where Ben cried and cried ceased. After falling down with a soldier's guess, all of them became pale and held their breath. A bunch of trash! Call out! There was a cracking sound. A tall alien creature stood not far from Yemu, looked at Yemu indifferently, and said, "The captain does not kill the unknown, the humble stinky monkey, report to you. Ming Luo! Call out!" The last word was only half spoken, and a disc-shaped throwing gas bomb directly cut him in the waist and separated him up and down. The eyes of this tall alien creature widened, and his mouth opened, and it seemed that he hadn't completely died. Me. Ha. Me. Ha. Boom. Following Yemu's roar, a blue beam shot out from his palm, followed by a small tail behind the blue beam, dazzling like a shooting star. Rumble. Burst. The entire sky was plunged into blue light, and the sound of bombing, screams, and pain continued to sound. Yemu condensed his breath and moved his index finger to the middle of his eyebrows. Instant transmission returned to the yard where the elder was. Who? When a young Namek saw Yemu suddenly appeared. He immediately stood up from behind an elderly Namek with his eyes closed and looked at Yemu with a vigilant look. Niru, step back. The elderly Namek sitting in a chair slowly opened his eyes and said, "Great elder." Niru turned around and shouted. The elder smiled and shook his head, his eyes were set on Yemu, his eyes were full of surprises, and he said, "Niru, this is the guest I told you about. You should have seen the fierce fight in the sky just now. It was he who rescued our Namek." Hearing this, Nilu's face changed, and he looked back at Yemu, the vigilance in his eyes faded a little, and he retreated behind the elder obediently. However, every muscle in his body is tight. If Yemu is really going to be disadvantageous to the great elder, he thinks he can definitely get in the front for the first time. Yemu showed a kind smile to the elder, who looked at him with a kind smile, and came to sit down on a stone bench opposite him. "What does the guest want to talk to me?" Waiting for Yemu to sit down, the elder said. "This time, I want the Dragon Ball held by the elders of Namek." Yemu didn't sell it, he went straight to the point and told the elder what he wanted. "I feel like there are brothers who don't know what the title means. Tell them in a big way." Chapter 20. Chapter 20. Close the deal, King Cold is coming soon. 4/4. Hearing Yemu's words, the kind expression on the face of the great elder did not change. Obviously he guessed it. Namek does not have any attraction other than Dragon Ball. Mr.'s strength is very strong, so. The elder thought for a while, as if he was organizing the language, then he said, "Dragon Ball can give it to you, but I hope you promise me one thing." "No problem." Yemu directly responded. With the invasion of soldiers from the Frisia Legion today, the Grand Elder is even more worried about Namek's safety after his old age. Therefore, there is no need for Yemu to take the initiative to mention it, this wise man will definitely raise it. "Mister, don't ask what is it." The old elder's unchanging face finally showed other expressions surprise. "It's nothing more than letting me guard Namek once." Yemu smiled. Hearing this, the elder was silent for a while, then nodded and smiled. "Mr. is indeed smart, Niru." Niru bowed in response. "Pass it on, let the elders and generals Dragon Ball send someone over." The great elder said directly. "Yes." Niru hesitated, then nodded. Since the great elder had already said that, he naturally didn't have much to say. After taking a look at Yemu, even if he was wary of this guy, he still had to obey the orders of the elder. Watching Niru leave, the Grand Elder stared at Yemu for a while, and suddenly said, "Mister's potential is not clear to me. Since I can't see through, naturally I can't increase your potential." "Okay." Hearing what the elder said, Yemu frowned. This wise man, could he still read mind? "I do have mind-reading skills, but you can't use it with your husband." The elder smiled. "Then how do you know what I was thinking just now?" Yemu was surprised. Read more at wuxiax.com. The elder pointed to his eyes and smiled. The eyes of the old man can see through a lot of things. Yemu smiled, but didn't speak any more. Time passed slowly, and half an hour or so soon passed. During this half an hour, neither Yemu nor the great elder spoke a word. Da-da-da. The sound of rapid footsteps sounded and Niru returned. "The great elder has been notified, and it will take about a day for all the elders to arrive." Niru came behind the elder and whispered. "I know." The elder nodded and looked at Yemu. Just when he opened his mouth he wanted to say something, but Yemu got up, pointed his index finger to the center of his eyebrow, and said, "In that case, I will come back tomorrow." "Call out." Yemu disappeared. "Grand Elder." "Scion." Niru frowned. "You just need to know that in the near future, he will be the savior of my Namek." The Grand Elder smiled slightly and slowly closed his eyes. Niru lowered his head slowly when he heard this. He wanted to refute, but was unable to refute. Because that Scion is indeed very powerful. On Yemu's side, he returned to the planet Sebel, that is, the gravitational planet with 15 times the gravity of the Earth. Now his combat power has reached 1 million points, and it is true that 15 times the gravity practice is just right, but he can't push his limit. In this regard, Yemu feels that what he lacks most now is a high multiplier gravitational chamber. Next time you encounter a high magnification room selection, you must save a snack. With a murmur, he began to practice with heavy burdens. At the same time, while Yemu was carrying out weight-bearing practice, he floated in a huge universe spaceship in the universe. Boom! Hateful! A tall man with a look very similar to Frisia slammed a cup in his hand to the ground and said angrily, "Damn Scion! Sabo, tell me what that Dragon Ball really is." The Great King calms down. A man with green hair and blue skin and a female-looking male figure bowed and said, "As long as you gather together 7 Dragon Balls, you can summon Shenron, and Shenron can fulfill 3 wishes. Therefore, we must have the Dragon Ball and Scion will definitely get it. Because the Dragon Ball is not only helpful to the recovery of King Frisia, but maybe it can even further his strength. His name is Sabo, Frisia's capable man. At present, Frisia is still slowly recovering, so he naturally followed King Cold to make suggestions. At this moment, his face was stern. As far as the villain knows, as long as Namex Elder does not die, then you may be able to make 3 more wishes every Namex year, which is 130 days. Oh? It looks like you know a lot." King Cold glanced at him and said indifferently. Thump! Hearing King Cold's words, Sabo's heart beat wildly, and he hurriedly knelt down on the ground, moved 2 steps, and came to the feet of King Cold, and said with a little cry, "The loyalty of the villain can be dug out to the big look at the king. In order for King Frisia to recover and become stronger, I keep checking the unknown things recorded in ancient books day and night. Namex Dragon Ball, I saw it by chance in an ancient book." King Cold squinted at him and smiled coldly, "You don't dare to think of resisting. Well, turn the direction of the flight and move on to Namek. Sabo is just a little reptile. Even if he has some unruly thoughts and doesn't have the strength to support him, then he can't do anything. After all, a dog can only be a dog for a lifetime. By the way, how long does it take to fly from here to Namek?" King Cold suddenly thought of something and asked casually. "Huida Wang, we are currently in the center of the universe, and Namek is on the edge of the universe. At the current rate, it will take at least 1 month." Sabo thought for a moment, and hurriedly replied. Asterisk. Chapter 21. Chapter 21 Summon Shenron Barunga. 1/5. Written in the front, the bottom 5 will be guaranteed today. I don't force you to vote for anything. If you think it's okay, please leave a message in the book review section to support it. Even if it's just a simple cheer. 1 day passed quickly. Yemu, who had finished his weight-bearing practice, did not know that King Cold was already on his way to Namek. He rushed to Namek after taking a shower. Call out! In the last second, the sound of breaking through the air sounded. In the next second, Yemu appeared in the courtyard where the Great Elder was. "Great Elder!" Yemu smiled and greeted. The elder sitting on the chair slowly opened his eyes and smiled at Yemu. Then, the 7 large dragon balls on the ground on one side of his finger, said, "Sir, here is the dragon ball you need." Yemu looked in the direction of the elder's fingers. 7 dragon balls shone brightly. Each dragon ball is much larger than the dragon ball on the earth. It's true that the size of a dragon ball is the same as that of a basketball. It's about the same size. Thank you. Yemu stepped forward, came to the 7 dragon balls on the ground, and said, "Elder, please teach me how to summon Shenron of Namek." "Come out, Shenron Barunga." The Grand Elder spoke out in Namek. Rumble. As the Great Elder's voice fell, but within 3 seconds, the bright sky was covered with clouds in an instant. Immediately afterwards, lightning and thunder began to flash in the dark clouded sky. Amidst the lightning bolts, a huge figure slowly appeared in the sight of Yemu, the Great Elder, and nearer behind him. Yemu stared at it and saw that the huge figure overlapped with the Namek Shenron Palunga in his memory. However, Yemu was still extremely speechless. He wanted to know Namek's summoning language, but he didn't expect that the Grand Elder would directly summon Shenron after saying it. The Great Elder looked a little embarrassed at this moment. According to reason, as a wise man, he shouldn't make such a low-level mistake. But he just called out subconsciously, so he didn't think about it at that moment, because the distance was too close. He could summon Shenron as long as he uttered the summoning words. Lucky summoner, I am Shenron Palunga. Tell me your 3 wishes. No matter what they are, I can help you realize them. As Yemu complained, Shenron Palunga on Namek spoke. Read more at wuxiax.com. His voice was very loud, and all the Namek people within a few hundred miles heard this voice. Yemu didn't hesitate. He looked up at Shenron Bolunga and said, Shenron Bolunga, my first wish is that I can get a spiritual time house with 10 times the flow rate of time. Small, hey. A spiritual time house with 10 times the flow rate of time. Shenron Palunga heard Yemu's words, but he didn't react immediately. He just said a small meaning. Then when he was about to use his ability to realize Yemu's wishes, he suddenly reacted, with a look of astonishment. Looking at Yemu. Is this wish difficult? Didn't you say that any wish can be realized? Yemu looked confused and asked back. Ahem. When Yemu asked a question back, Shenron Bolunga coughed a few times, and then solemnly said, Summoner, the spiritual time house needs to be at the level of a god to have it. So, you can't realize my wish, right? Yemu said indifferently. Upon hearing this, the elders on one side and Niru's eyes widened a little. They always feel. Do not. It should be Yemu who is in the routine Shenron Bolunga. Joke. How could the great Shenron Barunga fail to realize this little wish of yours? Shenron Barunga gave a cold snort, raised his head to look at the sky, and then began to speak in ancient Namek. Boom! After a sound that exploded in the sky appeared, a small house fell from the sky and landed on top of Yemu's head. The first wish has been fulfilled, Summoner, please say your second wish. The first wish came true, Shenron Bolunga continued. No hurry, wait for me to see this spiritual time house with 10 times the flow rate of time. Yemu flew into the sky, then walked into the time house and took a look, and said inwardly, System, is this really a spiritual time house with 10 times the flow rate of time? Yes. But the system replied, this is a spiritual time house with 10 times the flow rate of defective products. Okay. Yemu frowned. The spiritual time house with 10 times the time flow rate obtained by the host can only be used once a year, and can only be used for 1 month at a time. The system continued. Hearing the system, Yemu slowly walked out of the spiritual time house, frowning, using it once a year, staying for a month at a time, 10 times the time flow. 1 month is equivalent to 300 days, almost. Yemu's frowning brows loosened. In other words, his year can be regarded as a year and 9 months of practice, and it is not too defective. Moreover, sooner or later he will catch a perfect mental time house in the system. Therefore, it is okay for Shenron Bolunga to use the spiritual time house for him to transition. Walking out of the time house, Yemu waved his hand and put it directly into the backpack of the system. Seeing this magical scene, Nilo's eyes suddenly widened, and his heart was extremely surprised by Yemu's methods. As for the great elder, although he was a little surprised, his face was too calm. Shenron Barunga, my second wish is to get a 100 times the gravity chamber. At this moment, Yemu suddenly looked up to the sky and told Shenron Palunga his second wish. Asterisk. Chapter 22. Chapter 22 Time Pause Technique. 2/5. Small. Shenron Barunga activated his ability, and in a short while, he saw a gravity chamber descend from the sky, and then landed above Yemu. Yemu smiled, and while flying with his hands, he put the 100-fold gravity chamber into the backpack of the system. Summoner, say your third wish. Shenron Barunga continued. The third wish. Yemu narrowed his eyes. The first thing he thought about was for Shenron to bring back Scion of planet Vegeta who was killed by Frisia, but he suddenly remembered. Namek's Shenron only allows one person to be resurrected, not too many people, so he naturally gave up this idea. His idea of resurrecting Scion on planet Vegeta is not too persistent. After all, he is purely thinking about whether he can cultivate a Super Scion army. In Yemu's view, cattle and sheep are in groups, and beasts are alone. The weak will come together in groups. The strong, one is worth thousands. Don't you see a master like Whis and Beerus, would you be afraid of crowds beating him? Therefore, the Super Scion Legion is only at best fighting some minor troubles in the universe, or unifying the seventh universe, making the Scion clan the strongest race. But what does that have to do with Yemu? What are the benefits? There is no little benefit gained. Shenron Barunga, my third wish is to obtain flash power. Stop thinking, Yemu raised his head and said. Flash time. Hearing the third wish, Shenron Palunga's face showed a look of astonishment. Seeing Shenron Palunga's expression, Yemu was also taken aback. This guy, don't you know the flash time function? Read more at wuxiax.com. Yemu frowned. He thought Shenron Barunga could give him a chance to rise quickly. Now it seems, no chance. Summoner, can you tell me what flashing power is? Shenron Barunga became interested, he couldn't think of something he didn't know. Yemu glanced at him, suddenly seemed to have thought of something, and continued, the time flashing technique is the time suspending technique. Can you let me have the time suspending technique? The flashing power is of course not a time suspension technique. Yemu said so, he thought of another alternative method. Because in a sense, the time-lapse technique does have some similarities with the time suspend technique. But if you really want to say which of the two abilities is stronger, Yemu thinks that the time pause technique should be stronger. Shenron Barunga heard Yemu's words and was speechless for a while. This summoner is the most difficult summoner he has ever seen, and he is really looking for abilities or things that only God can have to make a wish. Compared with this third wish, what is the spiritual time house of that first wish? Shenron Barunga shook his head, and was about to refuse, but Yemu said, I only need the ability to control the 0.1 second pause. 0.1 second. Hearing Yemu's words, Shenron Barunga hesitated, then nodded helplessly, and then used his power to directly give Yemu this ability. Lucky summoner, I really don't want to face you next time. Goodbye, Grand Elder Namek who created me. Call out. Shenron Barunga's voice fell, and he was divided into 7 Dragon Balls and flew away. Slowly falling in the yard, Yemu showed a smile on his face. This time he summoned Shenron Palunga's wish to make him fatter. After a month. Take the initiative. Yemu was confident in his heart. With the combination of a spiritual time room with 10 times the flow rate and a 100-fold gravity room, 1 month, he was enough to beat Frisia. Even if he is a mechanical Frisia with 170 million combat power, Yemu has absolute confidence to beat him and send him to hell. Elder, I will arrive as scheduled in 130 days. Namek will find 7 Dragon Balls for you. Yemu watched the Elder and Neilu coming towards him, and he was refreshed, and smiled. It is good. The Grand Elder smiled and nodded, and didn't say anything else. Call out. Yemu nodded and teleported directly away from Namek. Elder, we have the ability to find Dragon Ball, why do we need him to find it? After Yemu left, Nilo asked suspiciously. Before it was a deal, it may become a friendship later. Niru, do you understand? The eyes of the great elder flashed with wisdom, and he said. Niru frowned, and after a little thought, he nodded. He understands that the grand elder wants Namek to have a friendship with this scion. Does the elder really fail to see his potential? Niru asked suddenly. I really can't see through it. In fact, I can boost his potential once. The elder sighed, turned, and walked slowly towards the house. He could indeed increase Yemu's potential once, but that was at the cost of his life. The second one is sent. Continue the code word. Go. Work harder. Asterisk. Chapter 23. Chapter 23 25 million points of combat power. 3/5. A month later, Yemu, who had just exited the spiritual time house 10 times the flow rate of time on a certain uninhabited planet, let out a sigh of joy, his face showing joy. Just now, he broke through himself once again, and his fighting power soared. Moving around, Yemu checked his character attribute panel. Host, Yemu. Age, 8 years old. Combat power, 25 million points. Bloodline, the legendary Super Scion. Skills, Instant Transmission, Qigong Cannon, 9 Sun Magical Art, Great Shift of Universe, Time Stopping, 0.1 second, Kamehameha Wave, 5 times Kaioken, Destructo Disc. 25 million combat power. In 300 days, a full 24 million points of combat effectiveness have been improved. Yemu is very satisfied with the practice this time. With a 5-fold increase in Kaioken, he can explode 125 million combat power. The 125 million combat power may be on the same level as the previous Frisia, but Yemu understands that the Frisia returned this time may be stronger, and it should be the subsequent mechanical Frisia. However, he was not afraid at all. Instant transmission. Stop surgery at any time. Add another Destructo Disc. Yemu, what's the reason? Ding. God level choose to open. 1. Kill the King Cold group who is preparing to invade Namek. Choice reward, stop operation plus 0.1 second. 2. Ignore the world and continue to practice. Choose reward, 10 times Kaioken. 3. Kill the returned mechanical Frisia. Reward for selection, the gravity room is increased to 1000 times. Read more at wuxiax.com. Note, this time the options are multiple choices. While Yemu was still in high spirits, several system reminders suddenly sounded in his mind. Multiple choice. Meaning, I can choose all of them. Yemu was surprised. This is an occasional benefit option of the system, you can only choose 2. The system replied. Oh. Yemu nodded. Even if all 3 options are available, he will naturally not choose the second option. Obviously, choosing the second option is equivalent to automatically giving up the first and second choices. So, no matter how tempting this second option is, he wouldn't even think about choosing it. I choose the first and third. Yemu said. This time, the system did not prompt to choose, there was a reward, so he naturally understood that he had to finish killing King Cold and Frisia before he could get the reward. Call out. Pointing the middle finger of the index finger to the center of his eyebrows, Yemu teleport directly to Namek. Okay. Yemu of Namek raised his brows as soon as he arrived. It was not as good as it was too early to come. Now in the sky of Namek, there are constantly flying universe battleships from outer space into this planet. Mr. Yemu came to the village where the Great Elder was. At this moment, he was standing in the village and looking at the sky. When he was seen by a Namek man, the latter immediately waved and shouted. Hearing someone calling himself, Yemu tilted his head to look and saw that Nilo was coming towards him. Mr. Niru bowed deeply to Yemu. Yemu was slightly surprised at this. This kid is very arrogant and only respects the elder of Namek. Today, this attitude toward him unexpectedly. The Frisia army is coming, and I hope that Mr. will help us. Niru bowed deeply again, with a sincere tone. Namek has nothing to return. But if you have anything to do with your husband in the future, even if you can ask us for help, Namek. I promised the Great Elder to guard Namek once. Yemu smiled slightly, and then squinted at 8 heights. A battleship was already in place. His eyesight was amazing. Even on a very high sky, he saw 2 people who were both familiar and strange. That is, King Cold and Sabo. It's kind of interesting. I thought it was the machine Frisia who came first to die, but I didn't expect King Cold to die first. Yemu's mouth curled up with a cold smile, turning his head to Lu said, "You can find a place to evacuate, I'm afraid the aftermath of the battle will affect you." "Mr. Trouble," Nira respectfully said. "Call out." Yemu didn't say anything anymore, teleporting came to the sky. "Scion. Looks like that humble dead monkey." High in the sky, King Cold and Sabo just flew out of the battleship one after another. They were still talking about how to find the dead monkey, but the person they were looking for suddenly appeared in front of them, which suddenly revealed them. "Come with a smile." "No. I'm a bit at a loss. I said that I guarantee 5 shifts every day. I thought that not many people said to cheer, but this one did not have any cheer, which made me really disappointed." Asterisk. Chapter 24. Chapter 24 Kill King Cold. Please ask for a flower evaluation ticket. When King Cold and Sabo looked at Yemu, he was also looking at these two guys. A combat power is at 100 million points. A combat power at 23,000 points. He doesn't have combat detection glasses, but he has a system. Therefore, he can naturally see the combat effectiveness of the two. There is no difference from the original work. Yemu nodded secretly. "Humble Scion Monkey, I didn't expect you to come to your own death." Sabo sneered. Yemu glanced at him indifferently, raised his hand and shot out a finger cannon. "Bad." Seeing this finger cannon, Sabo's face changed. Boom! King Cold flew forward to shoot this finger cannon, then stared at Yemu, and said lightly, "You are indeed very strong. You are the strongest scion I have ever seen." Yemu didn't speak. "But, not my opponent." King Cold's voice fell, and the whole person disappeared in midair. The next second, he appeared behind Yemu. This is not instant transmission, but its speed is extremely fast. Boom! King Cold blasted out with a punch. Yemu blasted out with a backhand punch. The difference in combat effectiveness immediately became apparent. King Cold did not retreat, while Yemu retreated more than a dozen steps. "Did you see it? The gap between you and me is too big." King Cold put his arms around his chest, his face was indifferent. "Ah!" Seeing King Cold strategizing, Yemu sneered. "Drink!" With a loud shout, Yemu exploded in full momentum. The lion fights the rabbit, also with all its strength. Not to mention, Yemu's own combat power is lower than King Cold, so he can't relax naturally. 5 times Kaioken instantly increased. When his 125 million combat power was revealed, the face of King Cold on the opposite side suddenly changed. "This guy!" King Cold saw Yemu bursting out of such a powerful aura, and backed up again and again. "Call out! Instant transmission! Stop surgery at any time, read more at wuxiax.com. 0.1 second is enough for Yemu to seriously hurt King Cold. Destructo disc needs to be condensed, so he didn't use it in this case. Rumble! Kigong cannons, finger cannons, and other various gas bombs blasted King Cold's body. "What?" King Cold's scream sounded. Yemu flew back a little, and looked at King Cold, who was on fire all over his body, and his face was a little surprised. He thought about the power of the burn attribute. "But, I didn't expect it to be so powerful." Even Yemu is thinking whether the fire on King Cold is real fire. "Humble dead monkey!" "What?" The cry of pain kept coming, King Cold kept struggling, and Yemu didn't hit the final blow either. He was watching and wondering whether the burn attribute of his chi was real fire. In the past 10 seconds, Yemu frowned and sighed. Not real fire. Because the flame on King Cold's body was gradually extinguished. Yemu understands that real fires cannot be extinguished, and fires that can be extinguished are naturally not real fires. However, the characteristics of Nine Sons' divine art are indeed powerful. Turtle. Send. Gas. Gong. Wave. Yemu hand made a calyx shape and used it directly to produce the Kamehameha wave. Boom. The blue beam hits directly at King Cold. King Cold, who had just put out the flames on his body, had not had time to rest and recuperate. Yemu's ultimate move came. With 125 million strong combat power. King Cold, this former evil emperor, died directly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the first choice and getting the choice reward, hourly stop surgery plus 0.1 second. After killing King Cold, Yemu's mind sounded a system prompt. Okay. Yemu was slightly taken aback when he heard this tone. Isn't it, said to kill King Cold and other people? He, obviously just killed a King Cold. Send in advance. The system continued to reply, but Yemu's tone was a bit embarrassing. In response, Yemu pursed his mouth and smiled, and while turning his head, the expression on his face turned into the color of frost. Dead. Yemu teleported forward and arrived in front of Sabo. Boom. A punch directly blasted him. When dealing with the enemy, Yemu has no mercy at all. Kill, it's over. King Cold is dead. God. As powerful as King Cold, none of this scion's opponents, how could we be his opponents? Run. Run away. Lord Frisia, help. Yemu rushed into the crowd and started a massacre. Screams, pain, and screams kept ringing in the sky. Yemu carried out the massacre without expression, but in just 10 seconds, there were no fighters under Frisia or King Cold in the sky. At this moment, a very powerful breath came from one of the battleships in the sky. Frisia. Yemu turned his head and looked at a battleship, his eyes gradually narrowed. May I ask for a flower evaluation ticket? Is it okay? Asterisk. Chapter 25. Chapter 25 Mimic Super Scion. Please ask for a flower evaluation ticket. Frisia was calm after a burst of breath, but he didn't let Yemu wait any longer. After a while, the small Frisia walked out of the battleship. Unlike the first time I saw him, Frisia now feels like a patched body, and his expression is very gloomy, completely different from the false smiley face that has been hanging on his face in the past. Yes, the enemy is especially jealous when they meet. At this moment, Frisia, don't mention how much he wants to kill Yemu. Frisia. Yemu sighed coldly, last time you were lucky enough to survive, this time, you are not so lucky. Ah! Hearing Yemu's words, Frisia sneered, raising his hand and shooting out with a finger. Boom! Yemu raised his hand to open this finger cannon directly, and exploded from high above the other side. Oh? Yes, very good. It seems that your strength is much stronger than last time. Frisia saw that his finger artillery attack failed, and raised his brows, nodded in praise, but to be honest, I like you struggling. This way, it will make me feel better for revenge. While talking, he suddenly burst into laughter. While he was laughing, his body shape also changed instantly, skipping the second form and the third form, and he went straight to the fourth form. This is his final form. In his opinion, this is his most powerful and perfect form. Yemu's face remained unchanged. Unlike King Cold's direct burst of full combat power, Frisia is extremely confident. Although he has transformed into the fourth form, he has only increased to 50 million combat power. After transforming, Frisia looked at Yemu indifferently, raising his hand and extending a finger. Boom! This time, he didn't charge up, and a finger cannon was launched directly. Bang! The speed was so fast that Yemu didn't even react, so this finger cannon hit him firmly, and it blasted him out directly. Let me see, can you still struggle? Mechanical Frisia's figure flickered, and instantly came to Yemu's back. He grinned and punched out again. Yemu didn't have time to dodge and fell to the ground. Humble scum! I thought you were so powerful, but the result really disappointed me. Frisia stood high, sneered at the corners of her mouth. Slowly stretched out his right hand, a huge red ball of light appeared in his palm. He was not going to waste any more time, he was going to kill Yemu directly. Read more at wuxiax.com. On Yemu's side, he slowly stood up from the deep hole on the ground, moved his body a little, and smiled on his face. The battle with King Cold is different, because he knows that this guy will definitely use the strongest combat power to fight against him. And Frisia is too arrogant. Plus, he didn't seem to realize that his father was dead. Therefore, he will inevitably slowly improve his combat effectiveness. Moreover, the most important thing is that this guy is still too young to practice systematically, causing his physical body to be unable to withstand too strong power, so he can only slowly ascend. This makes Yemu very excited. Because, he can use Frisia to hone his combat experience. Call out. Soaring to the high altitude, Frisia on the opposite side saw Yemu returning to the high altitude and threw the energy ball in his hand to him. Not enough. Yemu rammed and flew directly to Frisia, raising his hand to directly hit the energy ball. Exploding on one side. Boom. Punch. Coming and not being indecent, Yemu sent Frisia back with a punch and directly knocked him off. Call out. Instant transmission. Yemu arrived in an instant. Frisia stretched out his hand, clenched both hands, and slammed down at Frisia's head. Rumble. Frisia took Yemu's blow, and fell to the ground like Yemu had fallen to the ground before, and a deep pit appeared. You. Climbing up from the deep pit on the ground, Frisia was shocked by Yemu's strength. How long hasn't seen each other since then, has this guy reached this point? Frisia, don't worry about using up your surprise first, then, is the real highlight. Yemu laughed high in the sky, and then slowly improved his combat effectiveness. At the same time, the white aura rising from his body was slowly turning into golden yellow. What? Yemu's combat effectiveness soared, which made Frisia once again plunged into shock. Drink. What? High in the sky, Yemu was bent into a prawn shape, clenched his fists, and roared. Shoo! As Yemu's roar sounded, the golden aura that was rising all over his body became golden. Not only that, his hair also changed from black hair to purple-red. Mimic Super Saiyan. This state has been achieved by both Son Goku and older versions of Broly. Not the real Super Saiyan, but there is a slight increase from Super Saiyan. This is the Mimic Super Saiyan. In a spiritual time house with 10 times the flow rate of time, after he became stronger, he not only tried to transform into Super Saiyan once, but failed to succeed. But after trying hundreds of times, he found that he had finally transformed himself into success. Although this is just a Mimic Super Saiyan, but still very powerful. At that time, Yemu asked about the system, and finally calculated that under the transformation of Mimic Super Saiyan, he could gain a 20-fold increase in combat power. This is just the beginning, after all, he has just been able to use this transformation form. As he gets more and more proficient and progresses, the multiplier of the combat power increase will slowly rise, until it finally reaches the 120-fold increase. At 120 times, he was the real Super Saiyan at that time. Asterisk. Chapter 26. Chapter 26 The Evil Emperor of Universe, Die. Please ask for a flower evaluation ticket. Seeing Yemu's transformation, Frisia's face gradually turned pale. If it weren't for Yemu's hair is not golden, then I'm afraid he would really think that this guy is the golden legend Super Saiyan handed down from his ancestors. Don't worry Frisia, I won't use this power, I just surprise you. Yemu said indifferently, and then he returned to his normal appearance. Mimic Super Saiyan's transformation state, his combat power will reach 1 billion points. 1 billion points of combat power, not 120 million points of combat power. Oregon a random punch. Yemu also has absolute confidence in blasting Frisia this guy. In this way. It's so boring. Moreover, he was honing his combat experience at the very beginning, so it was naturally impossible to kill Frisia in seconds. Bang bang bang. Yemu left, very fast, and when he reached Frisia, his fist blasted out and fell on him at an extremely fast speed, screaming for the ladder. Too weak. Yemu couldn't stop shaking his head. Frisia now feels astonished by him. She is in a daze. He can't fight back, and it's useless to use the violent tactics. In this regard, Yemu sighed. Frisia was a very powerful boss in the early stage, but now he still looks a little weak under his hands, and there is no room for resistance at all. In this situation, Yemu knew that if he wanted to, he could definitely kill Frisia in seconds. Frisia, you'd better use your full strength, otherwise you'll die in a while, and don't be annoyed that you didn't use the most powerful force to fight to the death. After Yemu blasted Frisia with a punch, a cold voice rang in the court. Humble scion. What? Hearing Yemu's words, the blasted Frisia stabilized her body in the sky, her face twisted at this moment, looking terrible. At the same time, his aura and fighting power soared at this moment. Before he was 50 million points of combat power. Now, with his roar, his combat power instantly reached 70 million points. After another second, his combat power broke through to 90 million points. Read more at wuxiax.com. Scum! I want you to die. After a while, Frisia's combat power, irritated by Yemu, skyrocketed again, quickly reaching 150 million points, and it was still rising. Drink! Frisia's roar made Yemu's brows agitated. Good fellow, he broke through the limit of 170 million combat power and reached 200 million combat power. When did the Frozen Demon clan become more angry as well? Yemu muttered, a little surprised, looking at Frisia, whose combat power had reached 210 million points. Dross! Frisia's combat effectiveness was finally set at 250 million points. At this moment, he felt that he was not a grade stronger than before, and the whole person swelled again. Dead! Call out! Frisia set off, and swiftly attacked Yemu. Moron! Yemu curled his mouth, and he could see that although Frisia's combat effectiveness had improved, it had been reduced by more than one level compared to his previous speed. Call out! Yemu constantly used instant transmission to appear next to Frisia, occasionally stealing a Qigong cannon, and occasionally stealing a semi-destructo disc with no charge. After a while, I saw that Frisia had many scars all over her body. Scum! Have the ability to fight me upright. Frisia was infinitely furious. And his mentality almost exploded when he was beaten by Yemu's guerrilla warfare. As you wish. Yemu's voice rang out in the field, and then his figure appeared in Frisia's line of sight. Drink! Without waiting for Frisia to take action, Yemu screamed and transformed directly into a mimic Super Saiyan, with purple-red hair and golden arrogance rising all over his body. Different from Broly and Son Goku's mimicry Super Saiyan in the original work, the eyes are in a violent state when turning. Yemu's mimicry Super Saiyan is extremely normal, completely controlling this transformation form. Since you choose to die earlier, then I will let you die sooner. Yemu originally wanted to play a little bit stronger and exercise his combat experience. Now it seems that Frisia does not cooperate, and directly bursts out the most powerful combat power. Naturally, Yemu will not stupidly choose to be weak and strong. Call out! Instant transmission! In Yemu's state of mimicry Super Saiyan's transformation, the speed of using instant transmission seemed to him to be faster. This made him a little surprised. What is the speed faster than instant transmission? Speed of light. Thinking of this, Yemu shook his head, too lazy to continue thinking. At this moment, he was already close to Frisia, grabbed one hand and pinched his neck directly. "Kill you, just in one thought." Yemu looked at Frisia, whose face was extremely red, and a sarcastic smile evoked at the corner of his mouth. He exerted a slight force on his hands. "Hey!" Frisia's head tilted, and his flushing complexion eased instantly, but his skin turned white in a few seconds. Frisia, the Emperor of the Universe, died. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the third choice and getting the choice reward, 1000 times the gravity room. As the system prompt sounded in his mind, Yemu threw Frisia's corpse into the sky, and then raised his hand with a finger cannon to destroy his corpse. Asterisk. Chapter 27. Chapter 27. 5 years later, I saw little Gaku for the first time. Seeking Flowers evaluation ticket. Time passed very quickly. Yemu, who was in a state of violent practice, found that 5 years had passed in the blink of an eye. The current me seems to have encountered a bottleneck. On this day, Yemu got out of his practice, frowning. He once again walked out of a spiritual time house with 10 times the flow rate of time, but what surprised him was that after his fighting power soared once in the first half of the time in the time house, his fighting power lasted almost a few months in the next few months. No increase. In the past few years, in fact, he has often encountered this situation, but it is normal at most every other week or half a week, but this time it is 2 or 3 months long, which makes him unavoidably feel a little strange. No longer thinking about it, Yemu thought deeply, and checked his character attribute panel. Host, Yemu. Age, 13 years old. Combat power, 500 million points, maximum burst of 1 billion points. Bloodline, the legendary Super Saiyan. Skills, instant transmission, Qigong Cannon, 9 Sun Magical Art, Great Shift of Universe, Time Stopping, 0.2 seconds, Kamehameha Wave, 5 times Kaioken, Destructo Disc. To be honest, Yemu is not too satisfied with his combat effectiveness. You know, he practiced extremely hard. After so many years, it has only increased so much combat effectiveness, which is indeed not quite right. Regardless of his maximum burst of combat power at 1 billion points, he uses 5 times Kaioken at the limit state to only 5 billion points of combat power. 5 billion points are very powerful. Perhaps at this stage, it is indeed very powerful. However, this combat power is far from enough for real masters. Fortunately, I have turned into a Mimic Super Saiyan now with a 50-fold increase in combat effectiveness. In the extreme explosive state, the transformed Mimic Super Saiyan can reach the level of 50 billion combat effectiveness. Yemu took a deep breath. It is a pity that the transformation state of Super Saiyan mimicry is too difficult to maintain. In that state, the body has always been in a state of high load. In his thoughts, it would be great if the transformation state of Super Saiyan mimicry also had full power. In that way, even if he can't transform into Super Saiyan 1 and get the 120 times increase in combat power, the battery life is completely enough. Read more at wuxiax.com. There are not so many ifs in the world, Yemu sighed, with a firm look on his face. There will always be gains if you try hard to practice. It's been 5 years, and it's time to visit the earth. Yemu murmured softly. He is 11 years old, and Bulma is almost 9 years old, and little Gaku is 5 years old. This age group is a good time for the Saiyan family to practice. Burdock treats him well. Yemu is not a grateful person, so he is ready to take time to teach little Gaku. Anyway, it just so happens that he is currently in a bottleneck period. Call out. After making up his mind, Yemu returned to Earth using instant transmission. At the moment, Bayazai Mountain is in the sky. Son Gohan is dead. Yemu sensed, but didn't notice Son Gohan's anger, which made him startled slightly. However, the original book did not specifically say when Son Gohan died, and Yemu quickly stopped thinking about it. Drink. Ha! Yemyu's figure flickered again, and arrived at the door of little Goku's house on the top of Baizai Mountain. At this time, little Goku was no different from when he played, the same height and immature. At this moment, this little guy is punching his horses steadily. Okay. Yemyu suddenly appeared, his eyes widened, he stood at attention, and then quickly ran to Yemyu's side and looked around in a circle. Finally, he climbed onto Yemyu's back, then twisted to the front, staring at Yemyu, stretched out his hand and pulled his face, then exclaimed, "Who are you? Go down." Yemyu's face turned dark, this kid, too naughty, even dared to pull his face. Slightly. Little Goku pulled the corner of his mouth, made a grimace, and jumped down. Suddenly he saw Yemyu's tail curled around his waist, his eyes widened again, and he was surprised. "Tail? You have a tail too?" Hearing the exclamation of little Goku, Yemyu pulled out the tail curled around his waist, shook it behind him, and said, "My name is Yemyu, I am a scion." "Scion? What is scion? Is it delicious?" Little Goku looked at Yemyu with a blank face. Yemyu glared at him, too lazy to entangle this question with him, changed the subject, and said, "Goku, you like martial arts, don't you? How about I teach you martial arts?" "You?" Hearing Yemyu's words, little Goku grinned, waved his hands again and again, and said, "You can't, after Grandpa passed away, there is no one in Bayazishan who can fight me. I am not from Bayazishan. I came here from the outside world." Yemyu smiled. "Oh!" Little Goku's eyes brightened, his eyeballs rolled around, and then he jumped to Yemyu's side. Just as he was about to speak, Yemyu suddenly shot his hand and knocked his head hard. In an instant, I saw little Goku's head rise to a bag. "Wow!" Little Goku clutched his head, grinning with pain. "You hit me. Then I want to hit you too." Little Goku stepped back a few steps, enduring the pain on his head, then raised his leg high and made an attacking posture. Seeing this familiar posture, Yemyu smiled knowingly. This attacking action is really familiar. Asterisk. Chapter 28. Chapter 28 Fight with Little Goku. Please ask for a flower evaluation ticket. You are not my opponent. Yemyu smiled and shook his head, "I can only hit you, you can't hit me." "Hey! I don't believe it, I'm very powerful." Little Goku furrowed his brows and slightly arched his body, which was a prelude to his attack. "Why don't we make a bet? If you lose, then promise me one thing." "If I lose, how about I promise you one thing?" Yemyu smiled. "Hey? Is that like this?" Hearing Yemyu's words, little Goku's brows became tighter. After pursing the corners of his mouth, he scratched the back of his head in anguish, and said, "But, the dead grandfather told me before, honest and kind. People who are not allowed to gamble. This is not a gambling. If you fight with me and lose, you will call my eldest brother and listen to me. You win." "I'm sorry, you can't win." Yemyu laughed. The current little Goku's fighting power is only 8 points, and it's 2 points short of fighting power when the original anime started. This point of fighting power, let alone 10 times 100 times, is 10,000 times, or even 100,000 times. Yemyu would not think that little Goku is own opponent. And so, lose? How can it be? Little Goku snorted when he heard this. He didn't believe his strength was so weak. "We must beat him. Let him never dare to look down on me again." After little Goku whispered in his heart, he nodded to Yemyu and said, "Okay, I promise you." Seeing the little Goku agree, Yemyu smiled. He took 2 steps back and was not ready to take the initiative to attack. After all, with the current Yemyu's combat effectiveness, let alone a shot, just showing a little momentum might be enough to leave this little guy with a shadow for a lifetime. Read more at wuxiax.com. After all, the current little Goku has not yet fully matured, and it is too easy for him to suffer. so, this time he was going to dodge while giving the little guy some humiliation in his attack. "Aren't you guys making a move?" Little Gaku was about to attack, but when he saw Yemu just smiling at him, he didn't move, and he was taken aback. "My strength is far beyond yours. If I make a move, you will definitely not survive for a second." Yemu is very direct, without any euphemism at all. "What?" When the little Gaku heard this, his eyes suddenly widened, but he was very simple in his mind and did not think that Yemu was looking down on him. On the contrary, the look on the little guy's face became more solemn. "Then, you are careful." Little Gaku suddenly closed his hands and legs, folded his hands together, bowed to Yemu, and then raised his legs high, still in the familiar fighting posture. Seeing this little guy like this, Yemu laughed memorably. It was all feelings. He vaguely remembered that when the little Gaku first participated in the #1 Budokai in the 8 Worlds, he was so polite. The difference is that he was a complete victory that time. This time, it was about to lose. "Drink." While Yemu was thinking, little Gaku no longer wasted time, and after a loud shout, he rushed towards Yemu. "Audiobook." This little guy's strength is not strong, but his aura is quite strong. Every time he makes a shot, he screams once. Moreover, every move he moves is very fast, and the point of his shot is extremely precise. Of course, his swiftness is only for people who are weaker than him or at the same level, or slightly higher in combat effectiveness. In Yemu's eyes, all of little Goku's attacks are like slow motion, and avoiding it is as simple as drinking water. Taking refuge in a leisurely manner, Yemu said, "Your attack is very fast, but you lack the spirit and decisiveness. This, Gaku, you have to remember." Yemu knows that Son Goku's personality in the original book is quite indecisive, which also caused many unnecessary things to happen. Therefore, in his opinion, if Son Goku's character is more decisive, whether it is the first-generation Piccolo Daimao or the evil Emperor Frieza of the universe or Cell and other original bosses at every stage, it is absolutely impossible to treat him. What substantial harm was caused? But Yemu thought about it. This personality seems to be the charm of Son Goku, which makes people love and hate. If it really changes, is it still the Son Goku he knows well? Thinking of this, Yemu sighed. If he really wanted to change the little Gaku, it would actually be very good to change him when he was so young. But is it really good for him to change his character? Not necessarily. So go with the flow. Thank you for your reminder. Drink it. Audiobook. I have to say that although the bloodline of little Gaku is not such a powerful bloodline, the protagonist's aura makes him very comprehensive. After hearing Yemu's prompt, he quickly understood his shortcomings, and even the next attack hardened a lot faster. After a few tricks, the little guy really felt the power of Yemu, and the invisible pressure made him understand that this guy in front of him is definitely a master. In my heart, I couldn't help but remember, as if he really wasn't this man's opponent. Asterisk. Chapter 29. Chapter 29. 1 year later, farewell to little Gaku. Please ask for a flower evaluation ticket. Gaku, be careful. Yemu's voice suddenly rang, and then, his hand has arrived in front of little Gaku. Boom! He just flicked the little Goku's forehead lightly, and the little Gaku who was still distracted flew upside down. So powerful! Little Gaku stabilized his body in mid-air, with a solemn expression on his face. But I'm not bad. Although he acknowledged Yemu's strength, little Gaku didn't acknowledge his weakness. He clenched his feet on the ground, and then quickly rushed towards Yemu. Bang bang bang! Next, the little Goku's attack power increased, and Yemu resisted his attack with a finger. Soon, 10 minutes passed, and little Gaku was sweating and panting. Looking at Yemu's side again, he didn't drop a drop of sweat, as if he hadn't moved at all. his face was just a faint smile from the beginning to the present. Don't fight, don't fight. I'm not your opponent at all, you are too strong. After the last attack, the little Gaku stepped back several steps, gasping for breath, shook his head and waved his hand. His fighting power is still too weak. Fighting Yemu, even if the latter does not take action, he can casually grind him to death. Yemu stopped and was not ready to make another move. By the way, how do you know my name? After resting for a while, little Gaku recovered a lot, suddenly thinking of something, couldn't help but glance at Yemu in surprise. Hearing this, Yemu smiled slightly, because I am your elder brother. Little Gaku scratched his head. Although he felt a little strange, his mind was so simple that he didn't think much about it. He said, "Big brother, what is your name?" Yemu. Time passed day by day, and soon, a year passed. Yemu is 14 years old, and little Gaku is 6 years old. In a year's time, Yemu's combat effectiveness remained unchanged, and the normal limit burst was still at 1 billion combat effectiveness. However, his multiplier has reached 70 times in the state of transforming into Super Saiyan. Read more at wuxiax.com. This made Yemu couldn't help thinking about it. He wondered if he was waiting for the perfect transformation into Super Saiyan 1, when his practice was able to improve his combat effectiveness. Big brother Yemu. I can finally fly. Oh. As Yemu thought about it, little Goku's extremely excited roar came from the sky. A week ago, he had already handed flying technique to little Gaku. This little guy is indeed a martial arts genius, he learned it in just a few days, and now he uses flying technique very skillfully, flying around the sky easily. Gaku. I'm leaving. Yemu waved to Gaku who was still spinning in the sky and shouted. What? Call out. Little Gaku in the sky heard Yemu's words, his face changed, and he hurriedly flew off, jumped directly onto Yemu's back, and then hooked his neck and hummed, What did you say, Yemu? Did not hear. Haha. Yemu couldn't help laughing. This kid, who didn't know who he learned from, is really getting more and more shabby. In fact, Yemu wanted to leave as early as 6 months ago, because he was afraid that he would continue to teach Gaku, and this kid might have to exceed 1000 in combat power. Now as expected, half a year later, the little Goku's combat effectiveness has been upgraded to another level, directly reaching 1000 combat effectiveness. You know, there are still 5 or 6 years away from the beginning of the Dragon Ball plot. 5 or 6 years later, the little Gaku who has been trained by him understands the knock-on spiritual practice. How fast should he progress? Yemu guarantees that when the Dragon Ball plot begins, this little guy's combat power will definitely exceed 10,000. Fortunately, Yemu didn't teach little Gaku carefully. Otherwise, 1 year will be enough to teach him to become a master with more than 10,000 points of combat effectiveness. I also want to leave Bayazishan with Yemu. Little Gaku jumped off Yemu's back and said seriously. It's too dangerous outside. There are countless people who are stronger than me. You, take good care of your practice in Bayazai Mountain. I will test your practice after a while. If you are lazy, then no wonder I am fat and beat you up. Yemu said to little Gaku with a serious face. Don't worry. I will definitely practice hard. Little Gaku is standing upright, with a serious face when he raises his head. However, after only a few seconds of seriousness, a suspicious expression appeared on his face. Outside, are there really countless people stronger than Yemu? In the eyes of little Gaku, Yemu is the most powerful person he knows. Stronger than him, it's unbelievable. Yes it is. Yemu nodded. Work hard. Work harder. Little Gaku waved his hands and exclaimed in excitement. Goodbye, little Gaku. Yemu waved his hand, and the figure slowly disappeared from little Goku's sight. Big brother Yemu. Yemu left so suddenly that the little Gaku didn't recover for a while. It took a few seconds before his tears fell, and he ran to the position where Yemu was standing just now and scanned the surroundings. Hey! At this moment, Yemu in the sky sighed softly. With little Gaku for a year, no matter what, I have deep feelings. To be honest, he was also a little bit reluctant. But sometimes there is no way. He has to leave little Goku's side. It's not that he is afraid that little Gaku will grow too fast, but that this little guy needs to be independent and can't rely on him too much. Otherwise, in the future, there will be a Son Goku that he is both familiar and unfamiliar with. That's not what he wants to see. Asterisk. Chapter 30. Chapter 30. Come to West Capital again, Bulma's shock. Seeking monthly pass. Where are you going now? After Yemu left Bayazai Mountain, he walked on a small road, frowning slightly, thinking about whether he would continue to practice in the universe or what. Why, go and see Bulma. A thought suddenly rose in Yemu's heart, and his eyes lit up. He is currently 14 years old, and Bulma is also 10 years old. 10-year-old Bulma. I don't know what it looks like anymore. If that's the case, then go meet Bulma. Contact her first and make a good impression. A smile slowly appeared on Yemu's face, and then he used instant transmission to float above Bulma's home in Western Capital. Slowly falling down, Yemu thought for a while and walked towards a small villa. After a while, Yemu soon arrived at the gate of a villa and looked at the surrounding environment with a nostalgic and expectant smile on his face. The environment in Bulma's home has appeared many times in anime. Although there are some fuzzy images in his mind, when he sees it with his own eyes, the fuzzy images suddenly become more profound. Moreover, he had already visited once many years ago, so he was sure that this was Bulma's home. Deep dick. Yemu took a breath, then rang the doorbell of the villa's door. After pressing a few times, he closed his hands and waited quietly. After a while, about 10 seconds or so, I saw a teenage girl with blue hair and short hair coming to the gate of the villa hopping around in a grey dress. Bulma. Yemu looked intently and recognized at a glance that the little Lolita running towards the gate was the heroine of the Dragon Ball world Bulma. I'm going. 10-year-old Bulma feels more agile than she was when the Dragon Ball plot started later. Yemu was a little surprised. According to reason, in anime, most of the ages of 10 to 16 years old will not appear to be too different. Read more at wuxiax.com. Perhaps what I saw with my own eyes is a little different from the original anime. After all, I see Bulma from the first perspective. Yemu explained to himself in his heart. Who are you looking for? Bulma has already arrived at the gate of the villa, staring at Yemu with beautiful blue and purple eyes. His eyes are full of brilliance. Obviously, no matter which world he is in. Good-looking boys are basically very popular in front of girls of this kind of young age. Hello, little sister, my name is Yemu. I need to talk to Dr. Brv for something. Yemu is 14 years old, and it's okay to call 10-year-old Bulma his little sister. So Bulma didn't think there was anything wrong. He thought about it for a while, and didn't open the door of the villa immediately, but bowed slightly and said, My name is Bulma, and the Dr. Brv you mentioned is me. Father. He is not at home today, so do you think he will come again in a few days? Is Dr. Brv not here? Yemu was stunned when he heard Bulma's words. Of course, he pretended to be so stupefied. After all, if he wants to contact Bulma, he naturally has to find a good reason, otherwise it will definitely arouse people's suspicion for no reason. And Bulma's father, Dr. Brv, is a scientist. This is Yemu's best excuse to approach him. Yes it is. Bulma smiled and nodded. All right, then if Dr. Brv comes back today, I hope Bulma, you can help me mention that someone will visit him in a few days. Yemu nodded and smiled. Okay. In the original work, Bulma is indeed a nympho in the early stage. Now she, although she is also a little bit of a nympho, but different from a non-brain nympho, she is still very rational, which can be seen from the fact that she did not open the door directly to Yemu before. She smiled at Yemu, then slowly backed away and left the gate of the villa. Yemu didn't look at Bulma much. After saying hello to her, he turned and flew directly into the sky. It's too late, Yemu understands this truth. Oh my god! What Yemu didn't know was that the moment he turned and flew into the sky, Bulma in the courtyard of the villa turned his head to see if Yemu had left. As a result, just seeing the scene of him flying into the sky, Bulma's eyes suddenly widened, and she couldn't help but squeezed her pretty face. After seeing a little pain, her big beautiful eyes became bigger. Is it Angel? Still is. He has a pair of invisible wings. All in all, Yemu who flew into the sky gave Bulma an extremely deep impression and impressed his figure deeply into his mind. In a few days, he will come again. So, Bulma, you must ask him carefully. Bulma blinked, a pair of beautiful blue-purple eyes rolled, and the corners of her mouth curled up with a small smile. Asterisk. Chapter 31. Chapter 31. A conversation with Dr. Bruv. Yemu and Bulma's real first meeting was as simple as that, without much words, and even the two sides didn't pay too much attention to each other. However, for both of them, each other left a very deep impression on each other. At this time, Yemu who flew into the sky thought for a while, and finally landed again. Then at a pawn shop in Zidu, he exchanged some weird things in the universe for some money, and then rented a small apartment nearby. After moving the furniture for an hour, Yemu fell directly on the sofa, closed his eyes, and fell into a sleepy sleep. At this stage, his combat effectiveness should not be able to be greatly improved in a short period of time, so what he currently has is to focus on improving the state of his transformation into Super Saiyan. Even in Yemu's view, let alone a short period of time, he felt that it was a long period of time. If he did not experience any life and death trials, perhaps the increased combat effectiveness would not be too strong. Of course, these are just his guesses. In fact, he doesn't really understand why there is a bottleneck period. In the following days, Yemu didn't think too much about eating and drinking every day. 3 days later, he came to Bulma's door again. This time, it was not Bulma who opened the door for him, it was Dr. Bruv who he wanted to see. I took a look at this famous scientist in the Dragon Ball world. It is a few years before the beginning of the Dragon Ball plot, so he seems to be slightly younger than the original Dr. Bruv. Hello, Dr. Bruv. As soon as Yemu greeted him, Dr. Bruv smiled and said, "Young man, I know you, Yemu, right? Bulma told me about you 2 days ago, did you ask me for anything?" Hearing what Dr. Bruv said, Yemu was taken aback, then shook his head and smiled, "This time, I hope that Dr. Bruv can help me repair my universe spaceship. I believe that Dr. Bruv has been have you studied the spacecraft. Read more at wuxiax.com. So, maybe after you help me repair my universe spaceship, you should be able to really try to build the universe spaceship." This is a statement he has thought of in the past 2 days, because after taking a peek occasionally in the last few days, he can see that Bruv is studying this aspect, so he believes that Dr. Bruv will not refuse this proposal. Universe spaceship. Dr. Bruv showed a look of shock on his face. "Hey? How did you learn that I can build a universe spaceship? Boy, the current science and technology can't reach that point. Also, why do you have a universe spaceship?" While speaking, Bruv looked at Yemu seriously through the iron railing of the gate. When he saw a tail curled around his waist, his eyes widened suddenly, pointed his finger at him, and exclaimed, "Wait! Now! Could it be you? Are you an alien?" "Yes, Dr. Bruv." Yemu confessed directly and smiled and said, "I come from the distant planet Vegeta. People on this planet are called Scion. 6 years ago, my home planet was destroyed by human invasion, so I fled to the Earth. Come on. So, I hope Dr. Bruv can help me." Hearing Yemu's words, Dr. Brev frowned, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Yemu looked at him quietly and didn't bother. After a while, Dr. Brev let out a sigh of relief, stretched out his hand and slowly opened the door of the villa, inviting Yemu to enter. In response to this, Yemu nodded secretly, showing a kind and grateful smile on his face. Soon, Yemu followed Dr. Brev to his research room. But to his disappointment, Bulma didn't seem to be at home. Not only didn't see her along the way, even her breath was not in the villa. Although I have been studying the universe spaceship recently, it is still too difficult to say to make it. You should not give me too much hope. Otherwise, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Entering the research room, Dr. Brev spoke. Although the Earth technology in the Dragon Ball world is relatively advanced, it is limited to the Earth. It is still too difficult to really get out of the Earth. In the original anime, Dr. Brev gave Son Goku and they did make the universe spacecraft, but he was based on the research of the small universe spacecraft that Son Goku arrived on Earth, and that was the only way to make the universe spacecraft. For Yemu, the universe spaceship is nothing more than a cover. His real purpose is to make a good impression on Bulma. Yemu bowed. Regardless of the ending, I will be very grateful to Dr. Brev. Moreover, I believe that if my broken universe spacecraft is used for research, even if it is really impossible to repair my universe spacecraft, you will definitely be able to get it. Those who have gained a lot of new knowledge, what will happen in the future, it is impossible to say. Yemu's attitude was very good, and Dr. Brev nodded secretly. He said before that the scientific research strength on the Earth was not enough, but he actually did not deny his own scientific research strength. In fact, he still has some research on the universe spacecraft, which is why when Yemu talked about the universe spacecraft at the beginning, Dr. Brev was actually very surprised at the first time, and even asked, "How did you know that I could make it?" Spaceship is the word, instead of denying that you can't make a universe spaceship for the first time. Now, if Yemu's broken universe spaceship really exists, it might really give him great research value, and it might even be possible to build a universe spaceship in the near future. From 1,000 flowers a day, to a few hundred flowers a day, and then from a few hundred flowers to a few dozen flowers a day. I understand, no one has read it, right? I don't know if it's a problem with the plot or something. Personally, I still feel that I may have written badly. Here, I'm sorry. Working behind closed doors is really the best way to write. Funny laugh. I wrote a lot of thoughts and deleted them. Next, I don't bother to worry about it anymore, just write the code word and it's all done. If you think so much, you don't have to write asterisk. Chapter 32. Chapter 32 Lovely Bulma. 4/5. I can repair or even build a new universe spaceship for you, but what can you give me in return? He nodded secretly in his heart. In fact, he already had a pretty good impression of Yemu. However, a good impression is a good impression. Dr. Brev is not Yemu's so-so. The two met for the first time today. Repairing and even building the universe spacecraft is a thankless task. Although it has research value, it can be rewarded to Dr. Brev. Naturally, I am more willing to study in depth. Maybe this alien gave him another big surprise. After all, this is a scientific madman who wants to see more things in outer space in Yemu to enrich himself, so he wants to get rewards. Well. Hearing what Dr. Brev said, Yemu thought about it. In the end, he smiled on his face and thought of something. He immediately took out a small bottle from his arms. There were 10 fairy beans in the bottle. He believed that this magical thing absolutely possessed a fatal temptation to Dr. Brev. Seeing the small bottle that Yemu took out, and turning out a small bean from the inside, Dr. Brev's face was stunned, and he didn't know what the bean was in the young man's hand. Dr. Brev, this is called fairy beans. There are also people in the universe who are practicing, you can think of them as martial arts masters on Earth. And the thing about fairy beans is that if a person is mentally exhausted or suffers some trauma, as long as if you eat a fairy bean, you will immediately regain your vitality and be full of energy. Yemu didn't let Dr. Bruf guess more in his heart, and explained with a smile. Hearing Yemu's words, Dr. Bruf blinked, and his brows also twitched. After that, he put his gaze on the fairy bean in Yemu's hand, with a strange brilliance in his eyes. Eat this fairy bean, and at the same time you can skip meals for a few days. Yemu's voice continued to ring. As soon as this was said, Dr. Bruf's eyes flashed. Dr. Bruf, I wonder if this small bottle of precious fairy beans can be used as a reward for repairing or even making a universe spaceship. Yemu's expression on Dr. Bruf's face also showed a smile on his face. It is good. As expected by Yemu, Dr. Bruf agreed directly. Read more at wuxiax.com. In response to this, Yemu's smile on his face became deeper, and he handed the bottle to Dr. Bruf. Can a universe spaceship be built in half a month? Or, can my universe be repaired? Spaceship. Dr. Bruf took the bottle, thought about it, and shook his head. Half a month is far from enough, at least 3 months. It's not that Dr. Bruf doesn't trust his own scientific research capabilities, but that he needs to study Yemu's broken spaceship. Hearing this answer, Yemu's heart is already extremely happy, which means that in the past few months, he may be able to find a good opportunity to increase his relationship with Bulma. Immediately, Yemu directly took out the small oval spaceship placed in the system backpack. Is this the universe spaceship? When Dr. Bruf saw the universe spacecraft that Yemu had taken out, he was not surprised by this method, because there are capsules on the Earth. I saw him excitedly leaning in front of the spacecraft to touch and feel the space, and the exclamation kept coming. Yes, it is. Yemu smiled slightly. At this moment, his eyes suddenly lit up because Bulma's breath appeared in his senses. Good. 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 Dr. Bruf became more and more excited, then turned and walked towards a small room. When he came out, he was already fully armed, and he seemed to be eager to study the universe spaceship. Yemu glanced at him and slowly withdrew from the research room. He is a technological illiterate, but he can't help anything. And even if he understands, he is naturally unwilling to help. Soon, Yemu, who had left the research room, walked around in the villa. What? Yemu stopped suddenly, looked at the girl in front of him in surprise, and said, I remember, your name is Bulma. Hello, I'm seeing you again. Big brother Yemu. Just coming back from the outside, I was going to ask Dr. Bruf to ask if Yemu had been there. Bulma saw the person she had been thinking about for a few days, and her face was suddenly surprised. With a cry, she trot towards Yemu. But in the middle of the road, he accidentally licked his foot, and the whole person instantly lost his center of gravity. What? While screaming, she also closed her eyes subconsciously. Call out. Yemu naturally wouldn't let Bulma fall, but teleported directly to her and grabbed her. With me, it's okay. Yemu's gentle voice rang in Bulma's ears, causing the girl's little heart, who has never been in love, to jump violently. Moreover, her pretty face turned red at this moment. Bulma, really cute. Yemu looked down at Bulma, who was flushed and shy, and couldn't help but sigh. 5 update today, 4th update now, and another chapter will be updated in the evening. Asterisk. Chapter 33. Chapter 33 Teach Bulma to practice. 5/5. That. Brother Yemu, I still have something to do, see you next time. When Yemu sighed Bulma's cuteness in his heart, the latter shyly broke free from his arms, then buried his head and peeked at Yemu shyly, and then fled away with his blushing face. From a long distance, her faint voice came. If it weren't for Yemu's amazing ear power, he would definitely not be able to hear it. Also, really cute. Yemu smiled knowingly. This living Bulma was completely different from the Bulma in the Dragon Ball anime he remembered, with a rather female character. The current Bulma, to be honest, it's very flattering. After clearing up his complicated mood, Yemu teleported away from Bulma's home. Since this girl is now in a shy state, he can't force her to find her again. In short, just let the flow go. What he needs is not to be in place in one step, but a long stream of water. In the next few days, Yemu went in and out of Bulma's house from time to time, and the relationship between the two gradually improved. Time passed slowly, and a month's time passed quickly. At noon on this day, Yemu once again came to Bulma's house. "Brother Yemu, what are you doing these days? Why don't you come to play with me?" After the two met, Bulma, who was wearing a small sky blue skirt, pouted a small mouth. "Ha ha ha! I am a martial artist, and I usually need to practice. Without strong strength, how can I protect my love in the future?" Seeing Bulma pouting her mouth, Yemu felt cute for a while, laughed and stretched out her hand to rub her head and explained. Upon hearing Yemu's words, Bulma's pretty face flushed. Obviously, some precocious and fanciful, she directly substitutes the lover in Yemu's mouth as herself. "That's right. If I remember correctly, Yemu, you can fly, right? That should be great. So, ask Yemu to teach me some practice." Bulma dreamed about it in his mind, and after a few seconds, suddenly looked at Yemu with a very serious expression. "Hey? Do you want to practice?" Hearing what she said, Yemu froze for a moment, then raised his hand and rubbed his smooth chin to think about it. To be honest, it is indeed possible to teach Bulma to practice. But the original Dragon Ball doesn't say that she is suitable for spiritual practice. If there is no talent for cultivation, wouldn't it be a blow to Bulma? He didn't want Bulma to cry. "It will definitely be fine to teach you to practice, but it will be very hard. Are you sure you can bear it?" Yemu thought for a while, then said solemnly. In the original Dragon Ball, Bulma is indeed a genius girl, read more at wuxiax.com. But that is a genius in technology. "Ah! Is it very hard?" Hearing Yemu's words, Bulma's small mouth started to spit. "Then I'm afraid I can't hold on. After all, I don't even bother to run." Bulma's words made Yemu laugh, and he knew that this girl could not bear the pain of practice. "It's okay, if I am here, then let me protect you. It doesn't matter if you don't need to practice." Yemu looked at Bulma's bluish-purple eyes that burst so hard to see, sincerely. Yet, hearing Yemu's words, Bulma's beautiful big eyes suddenly widened, and she couldn't help but dream about it, and even the image of herself and Yemu walking into the marriage hall appeared in her mind. I do." Bulma closed her eyes suddenly and said a few words shyly. "Okay." These inexplicable words made Yemu suddenly stunned. However, he thought a little. He felt that Bulma should be saying that she was willing to let herself protect her. "Bulma! Bulma!" Yemu waved his hand in front of Bulma's eyes with closed eyes. After she opened her eyes embarrassedly, she smiled and said, "Although I am still strong, it is impossible to stay by your side forever. I am not afraid of 10,000. Just in case. So, I think you still have to exercise your physique, at least to make you look not so weak." "Okay. Listen to Yemu's brother." With the previous fantasy, Bulma's eyes looking at Yemu became more docile, and nodded softly. "Do what you say, and for the next few days, Yemu will go to Bulma's house to take her for small training after waking up every day." Yemu doesn't want to train Bulma to be a strong person, but at least facing some ordinary bad people, if she has the ability to protect herself, that's enough. A week passed quickly, and what made Yemu gratified was that Bulma had grown from a little rookie with no combat effectiveness, and barely had 1 point of combat effectiveness. How strong is the combat effectiveness of 1 point? Yemu thought about it for a while, and felt that it should be about the same as a 15 or 16-year-old boy's full force. The power of a young person is not considered to have the power to protect himself, so Yemu feels that Bulma still needs to continue to practice. So, in the next month, Yemu started training on Bulma again. At first, Bulma just reported the idea of practicing casually, but later found out that he actually gradually liked the feeling of becoming stronger. So from the slackness at the beginning, to the diligent practice later, her combat effectiveness also slowly rose. Bulma now has 10 points of combat effectiveness. You know, when the Dragon Ball plot began, the 12-year-old little Goku was only so combat effective. But Bulma has only cultivated for such a short time, and he has reached 10 points of combat effectiveness. In contrast, Bulma is not too talented for practice. Not to mention, there are still several years before the Dragon Ball plot begins. If she keeps on practicing, how far will her combat effectiveness increase at that time? Thinking of this, Yemu suddenly had the idea of training Bulma to be a master. But what's more, when Yemu saw Bulma's tired face, his heart was still very distressed, and he naturally dispelled this idea. Let's take it slowly. In a few years, let Bulma practice slowly, then her combat effectiveness will not be too bad, and it should be more than enough to protect herself. Yemu secretly said in his heart. Everyone, I made a poem, let's see how it goes. The 32nd chapter reviewed is related to the work. Thinking of the past years ago. The horse went forward without stopping. The flying snow keeps on top of the sky. Reed sings forward. The trial is painful and thinks about the turnaround. Outstanding ignorance. I send a sad heart to the bright moon. It's a pity that Shatyen is loose. And I drifted away hopelessly. The sound of the piano is leisurely and pleasant. Meruo Godfu is shown in the picture. Asterisk. Chapter 34. Chapter 34. 6 years have passed, and 3 best choices have appeared. From spring to autumn, it seemed to Yemu that it was just a blink of an eye. 6 years have passed. 6 years ago, when he broke out to the limit, his normal combat power could reach 1 billion points and the Mimic Super Saiyan could increase 70 times even more in his transformation state. Right now, 6 years later, his normal combat effectiveness under extreme explosion has reached 15 billion points. However, 3 years ago, what made him feel very puzzled is that with the passage of time, he found that his Mimicry Super Saiyan transformation state became more and more difficult. By now, he has been completely unable to enter the transformation state of the Mimic Super Saiyan, which makes him really puzzled. The only thing worth mentioning is that he finds that his daily combat effectiveness is not practiced, so he can also increase his combat effectiveness by 100,000 points on his own. Moreover, at the same time, he also found that his chi recovered faster and faster every time after practicing. Not to mention, his chi was even deeper and could not be deeper, as if there were endless chi. In this regard, Yemu has doubted more than once whether his legendary Super Saiyan bloodline has been inexplicably improved again. After all, his legendary Super Saiyan is not a bloodline he was born with, and with his hard work, the potential of this bloodline was gradually developed by him. In this case, there may be another guess. Yemu frowned, that is, the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline he possessed was not the bloodline of the new and old Broly in the original book. No. By the way, Yemu, I will show you this thing. While speaking, Bulma suddenly remembered something, jumped out of Yemu's arms, then trot back to his desk and returned with a yellow glass ball with stars. Hey! Second planet! Yemu saw the yellow glass ball with stars in Bulma's hand, and his eyes lit up. Second planet? What is this? A strange expression appeared on Bulma's face. This is the Dragon Ball. You can summon Shenron after you gather 7. The summoned Shenron can satisfy your wish. Yemu smiled and explained. What? Is it so magical? Bulma was shocked. Yemu smiled slightly, took the 2 planets in Bulma's hand and looked at it. A bright light flickered. He remembered the timeline. It is now 749 years in AIG, and it happens to be the beginning of the Dragon Ball plot. Time really flies fast enough. Yemu sighed in his heart. He came to this world when he was 7 years old. Now he is 20 years old, which means he has been in this world for 13 years. 13 years, in Yemu's eyes, seemed to have happened in an instant from yesterday to today. Then, Yemu brother, let's hurry up and look for Dragon Ball. Bulma's excited shout pulled Yemu back into reality. It is good. Yemu nodded, and did not reject Bulma's proposal. 1 or 2 monthly tickets are feasible. By the way, vote for the flower evaluation vote. The 32 chapters that have been reviewed are in the work-related section. You can take a look. Asterisk. Chapter 35. Chapter 35. Complete the third choice and get the bloodline fusion pill. A day later, Yemu and Bulma embarked on a journey to find Dragon Ball. He has a Dragon Ball radar detector in his hand, so the 2 people's journey to find the Dragon Ball is very easy. However, in just a few hours, the 2 found the second Dragon Ball in a cave on a large mountain in the north of West Capital. At this point, the 2 of them have 2 Dragon Balls in their hands, one for the 5 planets and the other for the 2 planets. Yemu thought about it. This is no different from the Dragon Ball obtained at the beginning of Bulma in the original book. 2 Dragon Balls. Bulma was full of excitement, flying with Yemu in the sky. Next, I will take you to meet a little guy. After Yemu smiled slightly, he took Bulma's hand and teleported to Bayazai Mountain. In the next second, Yemu and Bulma walked hand in hand in the Bayazai Mountain. From time to time, there were a few cries of colorful birds. The unique tranquility between the mountains and forests made them smile. Living in a large city, all I hear is the sound of car horns and the air polluted by car exhaust. When you arrive in the forests of Bayazai Mountain, the unique fresh air is indeed very comfortable. Brother Yemu, is Son Goku the little guy you often talk about? Bulma still has some impressions of Son Goku. After all, the little guy's name was the most frequently mentioned by Yemu a few years ago. If it's not that the name doesn't sound like a girl, otherwise Bulma would think that this guy named Son Goku is her brother Yemu's sweetheart. Yes, this kid is from the Scion clan like me. When I was very young, his father helped me a lot. Yemu smiled. He glanced at Bulma. 6 years ago, this girl's combat effectiveness was at 10 o'clock. Now 6 years later, her combat effectiveness is already at 300 points. Don't think that 300-point combat power in 6 years is very slow. For a salted fish girl like Bulma who has been fishing for 3 days and drying the net for 2 days, this is already a good practice speed. In Yemu's view, if it weren't for Bulma, the girl who was often lazy, the past 6 years would be enough to make her a master with 2,000 points of combat power or even 3,000 points of combat power. But that's it. In fact, Bulma's current combat power of 300 points is on the earth, and in terms of the plot at this stage, it is indeed a master. I just don't know how much Goku's current combat power is. Yemu murmured in his heart. He said that he would check the growth of little Goku every once in a while, but he actually broke his promise. 6 years. He hasn't seen little Goku again for 6 years, so naturally he doesn't know which level the little guy's combat effectiveness has reached now. By the way, Yemu brother. Suddenly, Bulma seemed to have thought of something. He paused and turned to look at Yemu and said, after collecting 7 Dragon Balls, can you really make any wish come true? Within Shenron's ability, any wish is achievable. Yemu nodded and smiled. Read more at wuxiax.com. Ha ha ha, then after Bulma has collected 7 Dragon Balls, he must make a wish with Yemu for the rest of his life. No, even in the next life, the next life, the next life. In short, always, always, always together. Hearing Yemu's words, Bulma immediately jumped up in excitement, cheering and running in front of him. Seeing Bulma like this, Yemu felt that she was so cute and couldn't help but laughed. Bulma, then I tell you, I can realize the wish of being together forever for you. Hee hee. Lagago. Hearing what her sweetheart said, Bulma turned around and came back, then stretched out her little finger to face Yemu. Lago. Yemu also stretched out his little finger, and he really established a relationship with Bulma. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the third choice. Choose reward, Bloodline Fusion Pill. The reward has been sent to the host's system backpack, please pay attention to check it. After the two really confirmed the relationship, Yemu's mind rang a system prompt. Yemu casually glanced at the blood in the backpack. Fusion Dan retracted his gaze, took Bulma's hand and slowly walked towards the top of Bayazai Mountain. In fact, both of them can choose to fly up, but they are both very understanding, holding hands and walking side by side. While Yemu and Bulma were talking and laughing towards the top of Bayazai Mountain, at the same time, among the forests of Bayazai Mountain, at this moment, a boy wearing blue clothes with a machete in his hand stepped on a log. Rolling up all the way. Yet. Ha ha ha. The boy is naturally little Gaku. His face is full of excitement at this time. The log he is stepping on is what he is going to use as firewood today. Now he is on his way home. He stepped on a log all the way through the woods, and after a while he stepped onto a small road, said it was a small road, it was better to be regarded as a cliff. However, the little Goku's control is very powerful, and he did not stray from the road. After a while, he returned to his home on the top of the mountain. Drink. Throwing the machete in his hand aside, he held his breath for a few steps and came to the log on the ground, lifted the huge log with one hand and threw it high into the sky. Immediately afterwards, he flew up into the sky, yelling to chop the log into sticks of firewood. Flap! Little Gaku fell to the ground with a smile on his face, and said, "Great, all the firewood is chopped." Goo! At this moment, his stomach screamed. Yet! I'm hungry. The smile on little Goku's face suddenly disappeared, and he was holding his stomach in pain. In the past few years, his appetite has become even bigger, and he has to eat at least 5 or 6 meals a day before he can barely let his stomach scream for a day. Let's find food. Little Gaku waved and jumped on the spot, then walked towards the cabin behind him, opened the door, and came to a Dragon Ball. He folded his hands and bowed deeply, and said, "Grandpa, I'm going to find food, see you later." Base. As little Goku's voice fell, a ray of light appeared on the surface of the 4 planets. Haha! Grandpa responded to me. The little Gaku, who had just looked up and saw a flash of light on the 4 planets, once again wore a look of excitement. Okay. At this moment, little Gaku suddenly frowned and glanced back. He felt a breath. This is the second person who has anger besides the big brother Yemu. Could it be the masters outside Bayazishan mentioned by Yemu? Thinking of this, little Goku's face gradually showed a solemn color. Turning his head and bowing to the 4 planets again, he quickly ran out of the cabin, frowning and looking forward with serious and vigilant face. Asterisk. Chapter 36. Chapter 36 The Growth of Little Gaku, 8000 Combat Power. Seeking a monthly ticket for flowers. Yemu continued walking with Bulma, and the two soon arrived outside a cabin. Okay. Son Gaku outside the cabin frowned and stared forward, and the two slowly entered his sight. Brother Yemu. When he saw Yemu, Son Goku's frowning brows instantly loosened, his eyes widened, his face rose with excitement, and then he ran quickly. Flutter. Haha. Yemu was also very happy to see the little guy, let the little guy jump into his arms, and then climbed onto his back. Big brother Yemu, you didn't keep your promise. He said he would come to see me every once in a while, but I didn't see you once in 6 years. Son Goku stretched out his hand and pulled Yemu's face, angrily. Okay, okay, it's the elder brother's fault, hurry up, there are still people there. Yemu didn't want to lose face in front of Bulma. Humph! Little Goku snorted coldly, but obediently jumped off Yemu's back. His eyes were placed on Bulma, then he ran behind her and took a look, and said in surprise, Big brother Yemu, she has no tail. Of course I don't have a tail. I am human. Bulma reached out and patted little Goku's head, and said, You are all Saiyan clan, that's why you have a tail, you know. Ah! Little Goku scratched his head, then ran back to Yemu, fingers. Bulma whispered, Who is she? Goku, she is my girlfriend, her name is Bulma, you just call her sister Bulma. Yemu introduced it, and at the same time, a bad taste was also produced in his heart. Let Goku called sister Bulma, I just want to laugh just thinking about Yemu. Sister? No. You can beat me before you can be called sister. Goku hurriedly shook his head and waved his hand, and said, She is too weak and can't beat me. So, no, no, no. You kid. Yemu shook his head and smiled, and said, This time I came to see you, so that you left Baizai Mountain and then went to the outside world to see. Really? When Goku heard Yemu's words, his eyes lit up, and he immediately slapped several somersaults on the spot with excitement. However, before leaving, I still have to check the results of your practice over the past few years. Yemu smiled slightly. Come on. I believe Yemu will be shocked. Little Goku took a few steps back. Over the years, he had been lonely for too long without an opponent in Bayesian for several years. Now, to be able to play against Yemu once, he is naturally very excited. Bring it on! Little Goku's self-confidence made Yemu nodded and laughed. He didn't check his combat effectiveness, and naturally hoped that he could give himself a big surprise. Read more at wuxiax.com. Brother Yemu, be careful. Little Goku folded his hands together, bowed, and sprinted in front of Yemu in an instant. Drink! A punch came out, very fast, and the offensive was extremely fast and decisive. Seeing this, Yemu nodded secretly. Bang bang bang! Little Goku grew up very fast, but it was not enough to face Yemu. With just one finger, Yemu easily blocked the little Goku's attack. Seeing Yemu resisting his attack so easily and comfortably, little Goku's face was surprised. After so many years, he thought he had completely caught up with this Yemu elder brother. But at least, have you caught up with some? But in today's match, the Yemu eldest brother still used a finger to fight him, which made it hard to understand that he still followed him far behind. Little Goku understood the power of Yemu, so he didn't leave any spare energy at all, and attacked Yemu with all his strength. Bang bang bang! Yemu's face remained unchanged, still blocking the little Goku's attack with a finger. After a while, Yemu slammed, bent his fingers, and flicked on little Goku's forehead. Boom! In an instant, little Goku flew upside down. It hurts so much. When he fell to the ground, the little guy stood up with a carp, clutching his forehead and exhaling. Ha ha! Yemu laughed loudly, yes, your combat effectiveness now has 8,000 points. 6 years ago, the little Goku's combat power was 2,000 points. 6 years later, 8,000 combat power. In terms of conversion, an increase of 1,000 combat power a year is indeed quite good. You know, the little Goku in the original book has only 10 combat power. Ku. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in the field. Bulma turned her head to look around, and finally set her eyes on the little Goku who was holding her stomach in embarrassment. I am hungry. The little guy raised his head and scratched his head, looking embarrassed. Puff. Yemu and Bulma couldn't help but laugh. Let you have a big meal today. Yemu winked at Bulma, who knew it, took out a capsule, and threw it to the ground. Boom! A house appeared in the clearing. My god! Is this magic? Little Gaku saw this scene, his eyes almost fell from his eye sockets. This is called a portable capsule. Yemu explained with a smile, walked to the house and opened the door, hooked little Gaku, and stepped into the house. Bulma followed closely, and soon the little Gaku also arrived. My god! It looks so good, it smells so good. Little Gaku also walked into the house very quickly. At this moment, he was really like Grandma Lu in the Red Mansion entering the manor, all kinds of surprises, all kinds of strange feelings. Come on, eat! Yemu opened the door of the refrigerator and yelled Little Gaku. Little Gaku turned his head and saw that when he saw the various foods in the refrigerator, his eyes suddenly lit up. Really okay? Little Gaku glanced at Yemu and Bulma embarrassedly. Eat! The food in this capsule is specially prepared by Yemu for the little Gaku. Oi! Thank you Yemu! Little Gaku exclaimed, and quickly ran to the refrigerator to reach out and grab it. Yemu stepped back and looked at the little Gaku who was eating a lot of food, and smiled with Bulma. Some people say that the Scion Legion will be rubbish. I thought about it, or explain it. This legion is not too good, and the resurrection is not Scion on planet Vegeta. This helplessness can only be spoiled. It's okay to ask for a flower evaluation vote. Everyone vote for me every day. Otherwise, I really feel that there is a problem with the plot, and then let me go, and the writing is bad, which will also make everyone uncomfortable. Asterisk. Chapter 37. Chapter 37 The First Meeting of Little Gaku and Master Roshi. 4/5 ask for a monthly ticket for flowers. After spending a day on Baizai Mountain, the three of Yemu embarked on a journey to find Dragon Ball. For Yemu, looking for Dragon Ball to summon Shenron is actually irrelevant. On the contrary, the process of searching for the Dragon Ball made him look forward to it in his eyes. It can be considered to have paid off the careful wish of my previous life. Seeing the little Gaku jumping around and the tender Bulma following him, Yemu smiled. Drink! The little Gaku on one side moved the stones from the side of the road and broke them as his own practice. At this moment, he suddenly picked up a large turtle. Hey hey hey! The big turtle screamed. Boom! Little Gaku put the big turtle on the ground and looked at it blankly. Scare me! Hoo! The sea turtle was sweating profusely and glanced at the little Gaku. May I have a glass of salt water? If it is convenient, you can also add some kelp. Hey? What is salt water? What is kelp? Little Gaku looked blank, wondering what the big turtle was talking about. Da-da-da! At this time, footsteps sounded and Yemu and Bulma arrived. Brother Yemu! There is a tortoise here. Little Gaku suddenly pointed to the big turtle on the ground. Stupid! I am not a turtle, I am a turtle. Do you know a turtle? The big turtle suddenly jumped up and roared. Ah, aren't they all tortoises? Little Gaku blinked and said in amazement. Mr. Turtle, meet again. Yemu smiled slightly, walked forward to the turtle, and squatted down to say. Okay. The sea turtle stared at Yemu for a long time, and finally his eyes widened, and he was shocked. You are the powerful boy who came to Gaixian Island. Yes. Master Roshi is okay now. Yemu smiled. Teacher Wu Tian is very good. The big turtle nodded. Hey? Does Yemu know this turtle? Read more at wuxiax.com. Little Gaku glanced at Yemu strangely, and then at the big turtle on the ground. Boom! Hearing what little Gaku said, the sea turtle jumped up from the ground, hit him with the shell, and hummed, I said it. I'm a sea turtle. Not a tortoise. Ha ha ha. Seeing this scene, Yemu and Bulma couldn't help laughing. Well, we happen to be going to Gaixian Island too, so let's take Mr. Turtle back by the way. Yemu slowly got up and said. But, can you give me a glass of salt water? I'm dying of thirst. The big turtle was gasping for breath. No, we will be on Gaixian Island soon. Bulma, Gaku, and Mr. Turtle, put your hands on me. Yemu smiled. Bulma and little Gaku walked over and put their hands on Yemu's body. As for the big turtle, his face was helpless, and slowly crawled to Yemu's feet and leaned on his shoes. Call out! Yemu's index finger and middle finger point to the center of his eyebrows, using instant transmission to arrive on Gaixian Island. Ah! This issue of the magazine is awesome. Yemu and his party just arrived on Gaixian Island, and there was a very wretched laughter in their ears. Teacher Wu Tian. The sea turtle was still in the shock of instant transmission. Hearing Master Roshi's wretched laughter, he immediately regained his senses and shouted immediately. Ah! As if he hadn't heard it, Master Roshi swallowed in excitement. Master Roshi! The big turtle turned dark, and quickly crawled under the sun lounger where Master Roshi was, and roared loudly. Hey! It's a turtle! What's wrong? Master Roshi lay on the sun lounger, lowered his head slightly, his sunglasses dropped on the bridge of his nose, glanced at the big turtle on the ground calmly, and said lightly. A guest is here. The big turtle finger Yemu. Oh! Master Roshi raised his eyebrows and looked in the direction of the big turtle's fingers. He immediately jumped off the sun lounger and glanced at Yemu in surprise, then his eyes were on Bulma. Okay, so beautiful, holding hands with that guy. Master Roshi was still sighing, but suddenly discovered that the beautiful girl was holding hands with Yemu. This changed his face suddenly, and immediately became serious. It's Yemu. I haven't seen you for many years, you. His strength is much stronger again. The big turtle on one side covered his face and slowly retracted his head into the shell. How could this shameless old guy like to be a master? Yemu glanced at the old guy, knowing how he suddenly became serious. Obviously, I can see that his relationship with Bulma is unusual, and I am afraid that he will get fat and beat him up. Hey? Wishful. Master Roshi was stunned when he saw Yemu's eyes with a dry smile, and when he put his gaze behind Son Goku Ryubang. Grandpa, do you know Ryubang? Little Gaku was also taken aback. How can I not know, this is my thing. Master Roshi raised his head and snorted coldly, I was. So, Grandpa is very strong. Little Gaku stared at Master Roshi with bright eyes. Then, you little guy, you really don't know how to respect old people. Master Roshi glanced at the little Gaku. He wanted to be big, but after feeling the little Goku's anger, his face changed. I am a lot of age, how can I still fight with you as a kid? Besides, Teacher Wu Tian can't do things like big bullying. But, the old man is very weak. Little Gaku blinked, tilted his head and looked at Master Roshi strangely. Puff! Upon hearing this, Yemu and Bulma on one side burst out laughing. Little Goku's simple personality is really deadly. Asterisk. Chapter 38. Chapter 38 Lustful Oolong, get the 5th Dragon Ball. 5/5. Thump. Hearing what little Gaku said, Master Roshi tilted his body and fell to the ground. Grandpa! Grandpa! Seeing Master Roshi fell to the ground, the kind-hearted little Gaku suddenly ran over. Call out! Master Roshi stood up instantly and directly subdued little Gaku. He looked at the surprised little Gaku. He solemnly said, kindness will be your weakness. Hearing what Master Roshi said, little Gaku looked blank, wondering why he suddenly said this sentence. Yemu sighed in his heart. Master Roshi, the old man, is not serious, but he is extremely accurate. All right. Welcome to Gaixian Island. Mr. Turtle, prepare for a welcome party. Master Roshi let go of the little Gaku, the solemnity on his face turned into a laugh in vain, and he jumped and twisted, happily twisting his hips and dancing. Yemu saw that Master Rashi was so enthusiastic, but it was hard to refuse. Next, after another big meal on Gaixian Island, Yemu made his request. I wonder if the dragon ball hanging on Teacher Wu Tian's neck can be given to us. Hey? This glass ball? Hearing Yemu's words, Master Rashi opened his clothes and exposed a 3-star ball, then took it off and threw it directly to Yemu. I have studied this glass ball for several years, and I don't understand it at all. Since you young people understand, then give it to you. Thank you, Teacher Wu Tian. Yemu smiled. Brother Yemu, Grandpa is my grandpa's master. I remember that before my grandfather died, he told me to find his master after leaving Baizai Mountain one day. Do you want me to stay on Gaixian Island? At this moment, little Gaku suddenly spoke. Yemu glanced at little Gaku, then at Master Rashi, frowned for a moment, nodded and said, Yes, Master Wu Tian's martial arts experience is enough for you. Yemu is not going to dismantle this pair of original master and apprentice CPS, and little Gaku can indeed learn a lot of martial arts knowledge from Master Rashi. A day later, Yemu and Bulma continued on their journey to find Dragon Ball. They already have 4 Dragon Balls, Goku's 4 planet, Master Rashi's 3-star ball, and the 2nd and 5th planets that Bulma and Yemu found before. Next, there are 3 Dragon Balls. Yemu doesn't even need to use the Dragon Ball radar, he knows where the remaining 3 Dragon Balls are. You know, as a Dragon Ball fan who has watched the first part of Dragon Ball more than 20 times, this kind of question is simply trivial. Read more at wuxiax.com. A planet, in Pilaf's hands. The 7 planets are under the Flame Mountain. The last 6 planets were in a small village. Pilaf will probably come automatically, so, first go and find 6 planets. Yemu and Bulma started walking, talking, and laughing along the way, enjoying the scenery along the way. After 3 days passed, they soon came to a small village. At this moment, the village is being destroyed by a giant monster holding a stick. Help! Screams and exclamations kept ringing. Brother Yemu! Bulma is a kind-hearted girl. Hearing these calls from nearby, Bulma suddenly couldn't bear to pull Yemu's arm. Rest assured. Yemu patted her hand and smiled. Call out! Pointing his index finger to the middle of his eyebrows, Yemu teleported to the giant monster. Boom! Before the monster could see Yemu, he blasted it out with a punch. Rumble! How this monster with low combat effectiveness as Yemu's opponent, hit the ground directly. Boom! Yemu looked at the monster, a puff of white smoke floated on the ground, and then a piglet in a green uniform and a green military cap looked around panickingly. Oolong! Yemu couldn't help but smile when he saw this little pig. He naturally knew that the monster was changed by the horny guy like Oolong. The prototype of this little pig is also the prototype of the pig Beiji in the 4 great Chinese masterpieces Journey to the West. Tasty and lazy, know how to change. The most important point, that is very lustful. Yemu landed and Bulma trot over immediately. Oolong! Yemu ignored his thoughts and turned his head to see a large group of villagers running towards him. The leader was a middle-aged woman. Thump! The group of people knelt down in front of Yemu and shouted at the gods. Get up, the guy who destroyed the village has been defeated by me, you are all right. Yemu waved his hand. God, thank you for your shot. The leading middle-aged woman raised her head and glanced at Yemu, and then fetched a glass ball from her pocket, shining with 9 dazzling light. Her eyes widened suddenly, her hands were raised, and she said, Our village there is nothing precious, this beautiful glass ball will be given to you. It is good. Yemu didn't pretend, and took the 6 planets directly. Glancing at Oolong who was about to escape, he pointed his finger at him and said, That guy is the monster that destroyed your village. Now he is very weak. The middle-aged woman turned her head to look, and suddenly got up from the ground angrily. Several men also got up behind her and ran towards Oolong with her. "Hit him!" the villagers roared angrily. "Don't! I'm not the monster that destroyed your village, ah!" Oolong's screams rang. Yemu took a look and then retracted his gaze. He lowered his head and glanced at the 5 planets in his hand. He pursed his mouth and smiled, and then left the village with Bulma. Asterisk. Chapter 39. Chapter 39. Shy Shishi, Shocked Ox King. 1/5 ask for a monthly ticket for flowers. Next, Yemu and Bulma headed towards the Flame Mountain. In the original work, Goku and Shishi met here for the first time. For Shishi, Yemu honestly felt it was a pity. Shishi's appearance, especially in Girls' Generation, that is, at the 23rd Budo Conference, is definitely one of the top girls in the Dragon Ball world. It's a pity that I met a martial idiot like Goku. Shaking his head, Yemu stopped thinking about it. "Hey! People in front, what do you want to do when you come to my site?" At this moment, a rough voice rang behind Yemu. Yemu looked back, and when he saw a fierce big man holding a little loli, his brows suddenly moved. "This, isn't it Ox King and Shishi?" He knew that in the early days of the original Dragon Ball anime, this man named Ox King was a bully guy. Occupy the Flame Mountain and plot the land as the king. Said to be the king. In fact, it is better to say that he is a big robber. But it's worth saying that this guy is also a disciple of Master Roshi. "Hey, what do you want to say? Why don't you speak one by one? Could it be that you can't speak? I ask you one last time, what do you want to do when you come to my site?" Seeing Yemu just staring at himself, he didn't reply. This made Ox King frown and roared again in his throat. "Dad, Dad!" At this moment, a very immature female voice came from Ox King's side, and then a cute little girl dressed in an Ultraman costume came out from Ox King's feet. She looked very shyly at first, glancing at Yemu, then pouting his mouth and said to Ox King, "Didn't my father promise Shishi not to bully people who passed by?" Read more at wuxiax.com. Hearing this, Ox King gave a dry cough, then scratched the back of his head with a smirk, and said, "Shishi, I'm sorry. Didn't I feel that they were sneaky, so it caused an occupational disease?" "Ha ha ha, cough cough, you two little guys, what's the matter when you come to my Flaming Mountain?" In the face of his daughter, he saw that this fierce and wicked guy's expression instantly became kinder, and even with that, the look he looked at Yemu and Bulma was also kinder. "There is a Dragon Ball under Flaming Mountain, I need to get it." Yemu smiled slightly, glanced at Shishi who had been staring at him, couldn't help but smiled kindly at her. Yet, seeing Yemu's smile, Shishi blushed with a small face, shyly ran to the back of Ox King, revealing a small figure, and took a peek at Yemu. Seeing this, Yemu shook his head and smiled. He couldn't help thinking that this girl was cute. Bulma on one side also laughed. She also thought this little girl was so cute. "There is a Dragon Ball under the Flame Mountain." Ox King frowned, and said solemnly, "Little guy, I have to remind you that the flames on the Flame Mountain are flying from the sky, and even a little bit of it will make you die. You, definitely take it." "What kind of Dragon Ball?" Although he looks fierce and vicious, but after all, he has a good temperament. It's no wonder that Shishi has brought up such an equally innocent little girl who can't be innocent. "It's okay." Yemu shook his head and smiled, then turned around and stretched out a finger. Laugh. The golden light flickered at his fingertips. "Call out." The finger cannon is launched. This is just a simple finger cannon, but it is extremely powerful. Blasting this mountain directly on the Flame Mountain. The flying stones with fire scattered around, and a large area flew towards Yemu. Bad. Ox King was also shocked by the power of Yemu. He saw that a large number of flying rocks with fire flying towards him and others, which made him suddenly change his face, and just wanted to protect Shishi at his feet. At this time, Yemu just lightly stepped on the ground, and a protective cover made of air protected them in it. Bang bang bang! The flying stone with fire hit the protective cover, causing no harm at all. It's too amazing. In the previous scene, Shishi had already covered her eyes, but she was unharmed, which made her open her eyes again, so she saw such a shocking scene happen. This little guy, so powerful. Ox King glanced at Yemu solemnly, and couldn't help but exclaim. He is a disciple of Master Rashi, so naturally he is also good at martial arts. He is equally angry and strong, otherwise how could he occupy the mountain as the king for so many years without being beaten to death? In the past, he felt that he was strong enough, but, after seeing such a strong Yemu, he couldn't help wondering whether he was really the opponent of this little guy. I'm afraid this young guy is almost as powerful as teacher Wu Tian, who is known as the god of martial arts, right? Ox King swallowed, even though he felt that his idea was a bit uncomfortable, he couldn't help but rise up in his heart. Asterisk. Chapter 40. Chapter 40. Pilaf, who was scared to pee, got his 7th Dragon Ball. After the flying stone with fire disappeared, Yemu also removed the protective shield made of chi, and then flew towards the flame mountain. A bright light appeared. Yemu approached a little and took out a Dragon Ball from under a pile of waste rocks, which was the 7 planets. 7 Dragon Balls have made up 6, and then, the 6 planets in Pilaf's hand. Yemu secretly said. Fly back here again. Ox King stared at Yemu for a while, then suddenly said, Did you flying technique just now? Almost. Yemu nodded. Are you a disciple of the Crane Immortal School? Ox King frowned. In his opinion, only people of the Crane Immortal genre knew flying technique. No. Yemu shook his head, smiled at Shishi, who was staring at him with little hearts in his eyes, then waved his hand, and said, Don't pass this time, I'll see you next time. As he spoke, he didn't waste much time, took a half step back and took Bulma's hand and teleported away. After Yemu and Bulma left, Shishi immediately ran out from behind Ox King, with a bit of loss on his face, and muttered, Shishi doesn't even know the name of Big Brother yet. That's right, the last Dragon Ball is here. An hour later, Yemu and Bulma flew all the way to a small island in the north of the earth. He glanced at the Dragon Ball radar detector in his hand and nodded. Brother Yemu, what wishes are you going to make? Bulma's wish has been fulfilled by Yemu, and she naturally has nothing to wish for. Yemu glanced at Bulma and said with a smile, Of course it is my wish that my little Bulma will always be so beautiful. Hearing this, tears flashed in Bulma's eyes. Brother Yemu. Flutter. Bulma plunged directly into Yemu's arms. Haha. Yemu laughed twice and teleported Bulma to the island below. Go away, go away. Read more at wuxiax.com. As soon as I arrived on the island, I hadn't walked 2 steps before, and there was a cry of exclamation from behind, making Yemu and Bulma, who was moved, both turned their heads and glanced back. Rumble. An excavator is driving towards Yemu. This is not the point. The point is that the shovel of the excavator is floating up and down. This is the operation of the machine. Hey! Get out of the way. Otherwise, you will definitely die. The driving position of the excavator was a yellow-skinned dog wearing a ninja suit with a samurai sword behind him. At this moment, he looked panicked and looked at the Yemu in front of him and felt a little at a loss. Yemu glanced at the yellow dog and recognized him, Ash and one of Pilaf's men. Stepping forward, Yemu stretched out his hand and directly stopped the excavator that should be malfunctioning. Immediately, he raised his hand and slapped it on the excavator. With only a bang, the excavator was completely scrapped. You! Ash jumped out of the driving seat and looked at Yemu with shocked expression. Hey! Tell Pilaf to hand over the Dragon Ball. Otherwise. Yemu glanced sideways at a small hill on one side, and stretched out a finger to fire a finger cannon. Rumble! As soon as the finger cannon came out and bombarded the top of the hill, it suddenly burst. My God! Seeing this scene, Ashiu was so frightened that he fell to the ground. It was not an attack from a gun, but a finger. Didn't you hear it? Yemu put his eyes on the sweaty face of Ash and said indifferently, "Yes, yes, yes." With a grunt, Ashiu swallowed a big mouthful of water in fright, then hurriedly got up from the ground, and ran toward the rear at great speed. "Master Pilaf! A monster has come to the island, run!" As he ran, Ashiu shouted loudly. Yemu and Bulma in the rear heard this roar, and they were speechless for a while. This guy, he didn't even run far enough, so he dared to remind him so loudly. Yemu took Bulma, felt a little, and teleported directly to a large palace in the direction where Ash was ran. The great King Pilaf is about to embark on his journey. The whole world will tremble under my feet. Hey? Who are you? How did you get into the great King Pilaf's castle? A guy with a short stature, blue skin, and a small round hat was walking in the palace and shouting, but Yu Guangzhong suddenly frowned when he saw Yemu and Bulma, who appeared inexplicably. "Hand over the Dragon Ball." Yemu didn't want to say anything to this guy, he said directly. "Dragon Ball." Pilaf narrowed his eyes and looked up and down at Yemu, just about to speak. "Call out." Yemu didn't talk nonsense at all. He raised his hand and bombarded the wall of the palace on one side, only to see a big hole in the wall instantly. Gudong! Seeing this scene, Pilaf swallowed, secretly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and then saw Yemu point his finger at him, and was immediately frightened to urinate. Don't kill me! Dragon Ball! The Dragon Ball is there, it's yours!" Yemu's fingertips flashed with golden light, Pilaf's face instantly paled, and a small table on the side of his finger exclaimed. Yemu tilted his head and took a look, then flew forward and opened a box. Inside the box was the last Dragon Ball, 6 planets. So far, all 7 Dragon Balls have been collected. Look for a flower evaluation ticket monthly pass. Asterisk. Chapter 41. Chapter 41 Summon Shenron, the world's #1 martial arts club opens. After leaving the small island where Pilaf is located, Yemu teleported Bulma to Bayazai Mountain. 7 Dragon Balls were placed on the ground by him, then he glanced at Bulma, smiled and said, "Bulma, let you summon Shenron." Bulma lowered his head and glanced at the 7 Dragon Balls that were shining brightly on the ground. "Yes, it is." Yemu nodded. "It is good." Bulma was still very curious about the magical Shenron, knelt down, touched the 7 Dragon Balls, then raised his head and said, "Come out, Shenron." This sentence is quite a second grade, and Bulma smiled embarrassedly as soon as he finished speaking. Rumble! As soon as Bulma's voice fell, the sky went dark in an instant, and the clouds were covered with lightning. Lightning bursts into the dark clouds. After a while, I saw a Shenron slowly marching out of the dark clouds. "Mortal, speak your wish." The summoned Shenron stood high, looked down at Yemu and Bulma below, and spoke. Bulma turned his head and glanced at Yemu, her expression a little nervous. "It's okay, just tell it your wish." Yemu smiled and cheered for her. "Shenron. I want to stay young forever." Bulma took a deep breath and said loudly, "I hope I have maintained the figure and face of a girl for the rest of my life." "No problem." Shenron responded and saw his eyes twinkled with red light, and immediately after a white light attached to Bulma's body, he saw Shenron in the sky divided into 7, turning into 7 Dragon Balls and scattered across the world. Everywhere. The dark clouds in the sky also slowly dissipated and turned into a bright clear sky again. After a while, Bulma touched his face and said in amazement, "Is it all right? I always feel like nothing has changed." Read more at wuxiax.com. Yemu looked at her and found that she did not change much, but he understood that it would be useless to make a wish to Shenron. In addition, Bulma's current age was originally a young age, so he felt that with the passage of time, the effect of eternal youth will gradually manifest. After telling Bulma his guess, the latter thought for a while and thought it was right, so he didn't think about it anymore. AIG 750 years, the morning of May 7th. Yemu teleported from the western capital to the gate of the world's #1 martial arts conference. As soon as he arrived, he happened to meet Master Roshi and a group of people walking towards the gate of the venue. Yemu. Master Roshi was the first to see Yemu, and suddenly laughed and waved hello. It has been almost a year since the last time Shenron was summoned. During this year, Yemu went to Gaixian Island from time to time to take a look. At the beginning, there was only one Gaku on Gaixian Island. Later, Klin joined him. In the last 6 months, he joined Oolong and Yamsha, which made Yemu show his nostalgia. Because the Z fighters have almost made up half of them. Thinking about it, Yemu suddenly turned his eyes on Gaku again and found that this little guy seemed to have grown a little bit taller. And his fighting power. I have to say that this little guy is getting more and more perverted. The last time I saw him half a year ago, the little guy already has 9,000 combat power. When I saw him this time, he already had 10,000 combat power. At the same time, not only his improvement is rapid, but the combat effectiveness of Master Roshi, Klin and Yamsha is also much stronger than theirs at the same time in the original book. Master Roshi, 300 combat power. Klin, 120 combat power. Yamsha, 115 combat power. After another glance at the other people, Yemu withdrew his gaze. The group chatted for a while at the gate, and then they entered the venue together. The registration had already been registered as early as yesterday, so today is the qualifier plus the semifinals of the quarterfinals and the finals. Hey! Yemu, you signed up too. Just when the Oolong people who did not participate in the world's #1 Budo club were about to go to the arena to occupy a position, Master Roshi suddenly glanced at Yemu, who was not leaving behind, and suddenly wondered. Yes, it is. Yemu glanced at Master Roshi with a smile, and nodded. Amount. Master Roshi's heart was straightened by the sight of him, and he laughed twice, and then followed Oolong and the others to leave the venue and head towards the arena. Soon after each draw, the qualifiers began. This time there are 137 players in total, and only 8 players are left for the quarterfinals. Therefore, this qualifier alone will eliminate 129 people. Yemu walked around, his expression was very calm, his fighting power exceeded the current stage of the plot too much. His little brother Son Goku is also completely invincible at this stage, so let alone him. Sweeping around, he suddenly looked at the standing old man under a ring, and recognized him as Jackie Chan disguised as Master Roshi. As if feeling receptive, Master Roshi pretended to be Jackie Chan, tilted his head and looked at each other. He hurriedly turned away, obviously afraid that Yemu would find him. In response, Yemu shook his head and smiled. He must know that he is Master Roshi, and if he wants to dismantle, he would have dismantled this shameless old man a long time ago. Asterisk. Chapter 42. Chapter 42. The semifinals start. Yemu's Master Roshi. 4/5 ask for monthly ticket flowers. After a while, their respective qualifiers began. What Yemu met was a monster-shaped terrestrial man who was tall and his muscles made people feel like a powerful guy. This kid is so pitiful. He met Roush. He was the top 4 player in the previous session. He was terribly strong. Roush, anyhow, you are also a senior, give others a chance to perform. Yes, that's right, don't shock the little guy and dare not come to participate in the world's #1 martial arts club again. Yemu shook his head slightly as he listened to the yelling of the contestants below the ring. He was also thinking about making this big guy a bit of a competition experience. Little guy, it's not easy for you, I'll let you do it first. In response to the large group of contestants below, Roush hooked Yemu. It is good. Yemu didn't pretend to be forced, because he didn't want to waste too much time, stepped out, and instantly came to this big guy named Roush. A finger stretched out and poked him lightly. Boom! Yemu's strength has been minimized, and it is not something that Roush can bear. He poked it down with a finger and directly sent him out of the ring. The winner was determined so quickly that the referee on one side didn't react, with a look of stunned expression on his face. When Yemu's gaze turned, he declared the winner this time. So powerful! Yemu jumped off the ring, not caring about the amazed words and surprised eyes of the people around him, and soon came to Klin's side. On the ring, this kid was facing the brother who came out of his temple. Because of the shadow of his childhood, he didn't dare to fight back. In other words, he was extremely distrustful of his own strength, thinking that he couldn't beat this senior at all. Klin! Shot! Yemu burst out from the ring. Your strength is enough to defeat this guy. Face it, you must face your own strength. To be honest, this guy Kling is not strong, but because of his cowardly character, his potential is limited. Hearing the words of Yemu under the ring, Klin tilted his head and glanced at him. When he saw the encouragement in his eyes, he gritted his teeth, looked at the brother on the opposite side, closed his eyes and pounced. Drink! With a roar, he punched directly. Ah! Watching Klin close his eyes and punch, the senior sneered. Just about to take a shot to teach Klin, the latter's fist came soon. Boom! Punch! Read more at wuxiax.com. Spike! This reversal stunned some of the contestants under the ring. I won! Klin opened his eyes with an incredible look on his face. Immediately, he put his gaze under the ring, looked for it but didn't see Yemu, but he still bowed deeply to the position where Yemu stood just now. If it weren't for Yemu's encouragement, he would never recognize his own strength. Yemu ran another lap, and found that Son Goku had already decided the winner. Soon, after several hours of competition, the top 8 of the 21st Budokai in the world finally came out. Yemu thought for a moment. In the original Dragon Ball, the quarter-finals showdown this time is Klin vs Batlian, Yamcha vs Master Roshi, Nanmu vs Lanfang, Jilong vs Son Goku. In the semi-finals, Klin vs Master Roshi, Nanmu vs Son Goku. As for the finals, Master Roshi vs Son Goku. However, with the addition of Yemu in this life, the woman who appeared in the quarter-finals of Dragon Ball in the original Dragon Ball did not appear. Therefore, after the draw, in the quarter-finals this time, apart from changing the seductive woman, there was no change in the other people's matches. Yemu thought for a while, if you put it this way, it should be that he was fighting against that Nanwu. Soon after the contestants took a break, the quarter-finals officially started. In the first game, Klin vs Bart Ryan. This Bart Ryan is the scruffy man who has never had a bath since he was a child. He was so stinky to death that Klin was disgusted in the original book. Klin is now much stronger than the original book, and he has doubled his confidence by defeating the shadow of childhood, so when he fights against this sloppy man, he is completely suppressed. There was no accident at all, and Klin easily won the first game. Haha, Klin, you are amazing! At the end of the first game, Son Goku, who hung on the wall of the ring and had been watching the battle in the field, immediately jumped down and hugged Klin. Hey, Goku, you have to come on! Klin was very happy and patted Son Goku on the shoulder. Yemu on one side saw this scene of good friends encouraging each other and couldn't help but smile. Soon, the second game began. Yamcha vs Master Roshi. The ending is naturally not a bit suspenseful. Don't think that Yamcha is much stronger than the original Dragon Ball, but in the same way, Master Roshi is also much stronger than the original, so Yamcha was defeated in a short time. Yemyu saw that the defeated Yemsha seemed to give Master Rashi a weird look, because he felt that this powerful old man made him feel very familiar. Seeing this, Yemyu pursed his mouth and smiled. Yemsha really has a keen sense of smell. Soon, the third game started, Namo vs Yemyu. In this match, the result was naturally less suspenseful, and Yemyu easily flew Nanwu. The fourth game started soon, Jilong vs Sun Goku, and there was still no suspense in the end. Therefore, the semi-finals have been divided. Klin, Master Rashi, Yemyu, Sun Goku. It's over, don't meet Yemyu and Goku. The draw for the semi-finals is about to begin, and Klin's face is full of worries. He thinks that his strength is pretty good, but whether he meets Yemyu or Sun Goku, he thinks he can't beat it absolutely. The results of the draw came out very quickly, Klin vs Sun Goku, Master Rashi vs Yemyu. The result of this draw made Klin a look of frustration and helplessness on his face. Really, whatever he wants, he will come. However, the result was already out, and Klin knew that even if he was depressed, it would be useless, and he could only bite the bullet and fight Son Goku at that time. I just hope not to lose too badly. Klin smiled bitterly in his heart. It was not about self-confidence or self-confidence, but he understood how big the difference in strength between himself and Son Goku was. Next, the four rested for nearly 10 minutes, and the semifinals of the semifinals officially began. The first game was Yemov's Master Rashi. Please ask for a flower evaluation ticket monthly pass. Thank you everyone. Asterisk. Chapter 43. Chapter 43 Elementary Savvy, Learn Skills in Seconds. 5/5 Ask for a monthly ticket for flowers. On the ring, Yemyu and Master Rashi stood opposite each other. Young man, your strength looks very strong. Master Rashi is Jackie Chan at the moment, and his voice is slightly lowered, making it hard to tell that it is Master Rashi. You are not bad. Yemyu smiled slightly. Now Master Rashi's combat power is more than twice as high as in the original Dragon Ball. Yemyu thinks that this old man should not be convinced that the two little apprentices have made such a great progress, so he definitely practiced sneakily. However, let alone in front of Yemyu, Son Goku at this moment can easily beat him to the ground. Bring it on. Master Rashi didn't say anything anymore, and took an attacking posture. Yemyu is very calm, with his hands behind his back, like a master. Humph! Seeing Yemyu so big, Master Rashi snorted in his heart. However, he knew Yemyu was powerful. Therefore, as soon as Master Rashi came up, he immediately exploded at his strongest speed and headed towards Yemyu. Remnant like a fist. Master Rashi used the afterimages generated at high speed to create a clone of himself to confuse Yemyu, making it difficult for him to judge the authenticity, and then attack. It may be confusing to face other people. However, Yemyu has no effect at all. Taking a step forward, Yemyu's elementary savvy was reflected, and he also performed the residual image fist at a high speed. In an instant, several Master Rashi and several Yemyu appeared on the ring, which made the eyes of many audiences under the ring widened. Bravo! The referee on one side also screamed in excitement. In the past, where the world's #1 martial arts club could have such a wonderful duel, it was dazzling. Master Rashi saw that Yemyu also displayed the afterimage fist, his eyes widened, and his heart trembled. He can guarantee that his remnant fist will be his own. Moreover, it has never been shown in the eyes of everyone, so. How did Yemyu learn this? Boom! While Master Rashi was still in shock, Yemyu's real fist had already hit him. Facing a weak old man like Master Rashi, Yemyu's effort naturally only used 1/1000th of a billion, read more at wuxiax.com. However, even with too much effort, Master Rashi could not bear it. Boom! In an instant, Master Rashi was seen falling towards the outside of the ring. Hey! Is the battle going to end so soon? The referee was quite disappointed when he saw this scene. You know, this is the most exciting matchup he has seen in so many years, so he naturally doesn't want the matchup to end so soon. What? That old gentleman actually flew up. My God! Can human beings fly? Just as the referee sighed in his heart, a sudden burst of exclamation sounded in his ear, which made him turn his head to look. Master Roshi actually floated in the air, causing the sunglasses he was wearing to fall on the bridge of his nose. The person jumped up, and his eyes stared directly. Oh my God! The referee was shocked. Call out! Master Roshi flew back quickly and looked at Yemu with a solemn look. At this moment, his body was slightly bowed, his hands formed into a calyx shape, and he placed the calyx hand on his waist. On Yemu's side, he also made this move. Master Roshi looked at Yemu. When he saw Yemu make the same action, the incredible color on his face could no longer be concealed. He only exclaimed, You can also Kamehameha wave. Turtle. The answer to Master Roshi was Yemu yelling extremely calmly. Send. As Yemu's voice sounded, a dazzling blue light appeared on the palms of his hands. Really, he really will. Master Roshi was shocked, and he recovered and hurriedly used Kamehameha waves. Wave. Wave. The two yelled the last word at the same time, and two blue light beams were launched from the palms of Yemu and Master Roshi at the same time. Rumble. This time the confrontation caused a wave of shocks in the ring. My God! This is the most exciting matchup I have ever seen. The referee was dumbfounded and couldn't help but exclaim. Soon, the aftermath dissipated, and Yemu and Master Roshi slowly emerged on the ring. The two were fighting close to each other. This is naturally because Yemu is fighting against Master Roshi, who uses chi only by relying on his physical power. Otherwise, how could Master Roshi persist for so long? Boom! After the two punched together, Master Roshi flew upside down, but he stabilized his body in mid-air, gasping for breath on the ground ring. Too strong. Even if Master Roshi knew the power of Yemu, but never thought that this guy would not need to be angry, and would completely suppress him with the power of his body. It seems, it is necessary to use that trick. Master Roshi narrowed his eyes, and after standing at attention, he folded his hands together and began to store air, converting the energy of his whole body into tens of thousands of watts of electric current, and then suddenly shot this electric current at Yemu, shaking the world. Yemu on one side saw this scene, his brows raised, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and while taking a step back, he also folded his hands together and began to store air, but the air he used was suppressed to the point where he couldn't be weaker. After being similar to Master Roshi's aura level, Yemu also displayed the powerful martial art of world-shocking palm. What? The electric currents collided between the two sides. Yemu crushed Master Roshi, and saw that Master Roshi was subdued by him. Master Roshi felt a sudden pain and couldn't help but scream. Hearing Master Roshi's painful scream, Yemu hurriedly closed his hand. The palm of the world is already very powerful, not to mention that it was shot from his hand. If Master Roshi is really beaten to death, then he is really a bit guilty. I surrender. As soon as Yemu took his hand, Master Roshi collapsed on the ring, gasping for breath. A small white flag pulled out of nowhere, waved it, and then gave up. Asterisk. Chapter 44. Chapter 44 Gokuf's Yemu, Get the Blood of Teiku Sion. 1/5. After the battle between Yemu and Master Roshi was over, Son Goku and Klin, a pair of good friends, appeared. The disparity between the two was really big enough. After a while, Klin was beaten by Son Goku and won the match. The finals began after a 10-minute break. Son Goku vs Yemu. The two stood on the ring, and neither of them immediately shot. Brother Yemu. Thank you for your teaching over the years. Son Goku folded his hands together and bowed deeply at Yemu. Yemu showed a gratified smile. This kid has broken 10,000 points of combat effectiveness, and his strength is many times more powerful than the combat effectiveness at the moment in the original book. Let me see your strength. Yemu hooked his hand and said, don't leave any strength, otherwise you will be killed by me. I understand. Gaku nodded solemnly. Up to now, he doesn't know how powerful this elder brother is. In short, take it seriously and try his best. Drink. Son Gaku roared and rushed towards Yemu directly. Bang bang bang. Ah, da 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 da. The two played against each other, fists to the flesh, so intense. From the ground to the sky, the two seem to be on the same level, but everyone watching Master Roshi understands that Son Gaku is definitely not Yemu's opponent. In the eyes of these insiders, the gap between the two is too obvious. Kamehameha wave. Kamehameha wave. In the sky, Yemu and Son Gaku waved against each other. Yemu remembers that there was a comment on the internet saying that you can't fight against anyone against boss, because no one can win against boss. Right now, Yemu said that he has broken the legend of invincibility to Bosun's family. Rumble. The crush of strength is not something Son Gaku can resist. After a while, Yemu won the match directly. Big brother Yemu is too powerful. Son Gaku fell off the court, looking at Yemu in the sky and couldn't help but marvel. Over the years, his growth has also been very rapid, but compared with this big brother, it is really, makes people feel embarrassed. I will definitely catch up with your big brother's footsteps and back figure slowly. Looking at Yemu, little Gaku made a vow in his heart. This is the end of the 21st World No. 1 Budokai. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the second option. Choose reward, Teiku Scion Bloodline. The reward has been delivered to the host's backpack, please pay attention to check it. Read more at wuxiax.com. The system prompt sounded in Yemu's mind, making him smile. Next, he waited for a while to practice, and then he started looking for the Super Dragon Ball. Then, get the first choice reward, the blood of the ancestor Scion. The three most powerful Scion bloodlines were united, which made Yemu wonder. How powerful will it be? It's really exciting. The smile on Yemu's face deepened. At the end of the martial arts conference, Yemu also entered the practice. System, I directly integrate the blood of Teiku Scion into my body or what? On this day, Yemu asked in his heart in a clearing on a small island. Yes. Once the host has obtained the blood of the ancestor Scion, then you can use the blood fusion pill to fuse the three bloodlines. The system responds quickly. I understand. Yemu nodded and smiled, closed his eyes, sinking into the system backpack. Glanced at the blood of Teiku Scion in the backpack, and then clicked to use it. Boom! At the moment of using it, Yemu's anger burst out involuntarily. 100 million points of combat power. 1 billion points of combat power. 5 billion points of combat power. However, in just 10 seconds, Yemu's combat effectiveness has risen to his ultimate combat effectiveness of 15 billion points. Moreover, Yemu discovered that his combat effectiveness was still rising frantically. 16 billion points of combat power. 17 billion points of combat power. 18 billion combat power. This time, I jumped 1 billion points of combat power Indiana 1 minute, and Yemu's eyes almost fell off. The increased combat power, it's a bit scary. In the end, Yemu's combat effectiveness stopped at 24 billion points. This made him breathe a sigh of relief, but fortunately he didn't continue to improve, otherwise he would be a 200 and 500. System, am I in the blood of Teiku Scion? Yemu felt his own strength, surprised. Yes. The system responded. Hearing this, Yemu frowned, then checked his character attribute panel. Host, Yemu. Age, 21 years old. Combat power, 24 billion points, maximum burst of 30 billion points. Bloodline, the legendary Super Scion, Teiku Scion. Skills, Instant Transmission, Qigong Cannon, 9 Sun Magical Art, Great Shift of Universe, Time Stopping, 0.2 seconds, Kamehameha Wave, 5 times Kaioken, Destructo Disc, Remnant Image Fist, World Shocking Palm. Yemu glanced at his data and was stunned. The normal combat power is 24 billion combat power, and under the limit burst, it has reached 30 billion combat power. You know, he can still use Kaioken 5 times under the limit. At that time, he has a combat power of 150 billion. The level of 150 billion combat power. Yemu thought for a while. It seems that there was such a strong fighting power in the period of Majin Buu, right? And, it's just blending into the blood of a primordial scion, and then blending into the blood of an ancestor scion. How strong should he be? Even after fusion of the 3 bloodlines, how strong should he be at that time? Tisk tisk. Yemu is surprised. He thinks the standard line of at least 50 billion points of combat effectiveness. At that time, even if he couldn't transform into Super Scion, his combat power was enough to top all the characters in the plot for more than 10 years. Of course. For every Dragon Ball fan, the most romantic thing is to transform into Super Scion. Yemu, of course, is no exception. By the way, everyone thinks it will be good for me to have a few chapters on the shelves at that time? Give me a suggestion. I would like to ask for a monthly ticket for the evaluation of flowers, thank you. Asterisk. Chapter 45. Chapter 45. Come again Namek, evil Namek people. Seeking a monthly ticket for flowers. AIG 750 years, July 1st. That morning, Yemu walked out of his small apartment. Everything was ready. He was ready to go to Namek, who only owed Dongfeng Wind, and then searched for Dragon Ball again to summon Shenron Barunga. He doesn't understand the language of God, and he has collected 7 Super Dragon Balls by then. If he can't make a wish because he doesn't understand the language of God, then he's really going to die. Call out. Teleport arrives at Bulma's house. Brother Yemu. As soon as Yemu appeared, Bulma in the yard jumped into his arms. The two separated in a sweet moment. Yemu told Bulma what he thought, and then asked her if she left the earth with herself. Didn't you often tell me, marry a chicken and a dog, marry a dog and a dog? Humph. Brother Yemu even asked me this question. Bulma tilted her head and hugged her chest and snorted, but her eyes were squinting at Yemu. Yemu really liked this arrogant and cute look. Haha. My fault, my fault. Yemu took Bulma's hand and apologized. After talking sweetly for a while, Yemu directly teleported to Namek with Bulma. Namek hasn't been here for a few years, this planet is the same as before, no big difference. Mr. Yemu. Yemu came to the small village where the elder was. As soon as he appeared, someone immediately recognized him, and everyone from Namek immediately stared at him. Everyone, long time no see. Yemu smiled and beckoned to the people around him. After the two sides talked for a while, Yemu came to the house where the elder lived. Long time no see, great elder. Yemu and Bulma sat opposite the great elder. They hadn't seen each other for many years. The old man looked much older and closed his eyes almost all the way. Long time no see, Mr. Yemu. The elder opened his eyes slightly, then closed his eyes again, and greeted him kindly. This time, I hope to get 7 Dragon Balls to summon Shenron Barunga again to make a wish. Yemu was still very direct, and said his purpose of coming this time. Read more at wuxiax.com. Hearing these words, Neilu's body behind the great elder trembled. Yemu felt it and couldn't help looking at him. When he saw the look of horror on his face, his brows suddenly wrinkled. What's happenin'? Yemu said in amazement, I think Namek is good, it should be, no major disaster happened, right? Mr. Yemu. The Grand Elder sighed softly. Namek did not have a catastrophe, but an evil Namek person appeared. Evil Namek people. Yemu was taken aback for a moment. The memory in his mind turned extremely fast, and finally thought of a guy. Super Namek Man Slug. This guy is a character in the original Dragon Ball Theater version. Slug is a Namek like Piccolo. Namek was sent to Slug when he was a baby. He is a super Namek man with an evil heart. Yemu thought for a while, remembering that in the original book, King Kai guessed that his fighting power seems to be stronger than Frieza and Super Saiyan's son Goku. What is Frieza's strength? 120 million points of combat power broke out in the final form. How much is Super Saiyan Goku? That is 150 million points of combat power. But Yemu thought for a while, shook his head in his heart, and didn't think that Super Namek person was so powerful. Because when Slug played, Goku could not transform into Super Saiyan. At most it was just a mimic Super Saiyan. At that time, he turned into a mimic Super Saiyan, and it seemed that his highest combat power was only 400,000 points at most. And so, not worth mentioning. Yemu shook his head and didn't care about this Super Namek Slug. Not to mention hundreds of thousands of combat power, it's just a few million, tens of millions, or billions of combat power. When you come to Yemu, you have to kneel down and sing Conquest every second. His strength is very strong. 6 months ago, he had forcibly captured 7 Dragon Balls and summoned Shenron Barunga. He is already old, but after Shenron's wish, he regained his youth and reached his prime of life. The strength has improved by more than 1 or 2 grades. The elder sighed, his head lowered slightly, and continued, Shenron Barunga can make a wish 3 times. This Mr. Yemu knows. His first wish is to rejuvenate and grow old, the second is to bring his Super Namek blood to a higher level, and the third wish is to immortality. Immortal. Yemu heard this wish and almost stood up from the stool in shock. Shenron Barunga can make a wish to be immortal. Yemu felt incredible for a while. Namek's resilience is already very strong, and his wish is to increase his resilience 10,000 times. In this case, even 1 cell left is enough for him to recover quickly. The Great Elder explained. Hearing this, Yemu's brows loosened, but his eyes gradually narrowed. As long as it is not a true immortal, then Yemu is not afraid that he will not be able to kill this guy. Only, it's still a bit tricky. When encountering this kind of enemy, usually only the most powerful spirit bomb can be used to completely obliterate it. After all, spirit bomb is the nemesis of evil people. The problem shouldn't be big. Yemu pondered for a moment, and smiled at the elder. Where is this guy? I won't be able to keep him if I took away my wish. Asterisk. Chapter 46. Chapter 46 Super Namek Slug. 3/5 ask for a monthly ticket for flowers. Mr. Yemu, you. When the elder heard Yemu's extremely confident words, he couldn't help but slowly opened his eyes, looked at him in surprise, and said, Your strength. Relax, I'm very strong. Yemu smiled. Mr. Yemu, that guy Slug is on planet Columbine. Nielu stepped forward and said to Yemu. Columbine planet? Yemu frowned, he had never heard of this planet. Not far from Namek, the spacecraft can arrive in just a few days of flying. Niru continued. Okay. I get it. Yemu nodded. He has the ability of instant transmission. Since Columbe is not far from Namek, it is natural to find Slug easily. In that case, let's go 1 step ahead. Having seized his wish, Yemu was naturally extremely uncomfortable. Moreover, he was afraid that this guy had noticed the Earth ahead of time. In case of an aggression against the Earth, how can little Goku withstand enemies at this level? And so, it is the best to take him on a long journey and wipe out all dangers in the cradle. Bulma's hand rested on Yemu's shoulder, and Yemu's index finger was pointed at the center of his eyebrows, and he closed his eyes and started searching for Slug. The two planets are not far apart, and Slug's chi must be a powerful and evil chi, so it is definitely not difficult to sense. Soon, Yemu sensed Slug on a planet. 300,000 points of combat power. Yemu raised his brows, not that he was surprised at his strength, but a little surprised at his weakness. Yemu opened his eyes, smiled at the Great Elder, then nodded to Bulma next to him, and used instant transmission to go directly to Columbe. After the two left, the face of the Great Elder showed worry. Even though he knows Yemu is extremely powerful, but, similarly, he thinks that evil Super Namek Man Slug is equally powerful. I hope Mr. Yemu will do nothing. The Elder sighed. If Yemu has something to do, he really has committed a serious sin, the kind of sin that is not enough to atone for his sins. On Yemu's side, he and Bulma came over a palace. The sky on this planet is already very gloomy, which means that Slug has killed many aborigines on this planet. Read more at wuxiax.com. Yemu glanced around, frowning. Logically speaking, most of the sky is bright, but this planet called Columbe is dark, and the air is full of blood. It can be seen that this is caused by too much killing. It seems that the decision that came this time is correct. Yemu nodded his head. In case this guy sets his sights on the earth, then when he returns, Son Goku and others are all dead, and even the entire planet is gone, then the follow-up plot of the Dragon Ball world will be how to unfold. Moreover, not counting the relationship between Son Goku and him, even without the familiar characters like Master Roshi, it is really monotonous for Yemu. So, in any case, this Super Namek Man Slug must die. You wait for me in the sky for a while, watch me go down and kill this guy. Yemu smiled at Bulma, then flew towards the palace below. In midair, his figure flickered, then appeared in the palace in the next second. In more than 2 months, I will be able to collect Dragon Ball on Namek to make a wish. Ha ha ha. The Great King Slug will surely become the strongest existence in this universe. Okay. The appearance of Yemu made the tall Namek sitting in a position in the palace frown, took a closer look at the guy who appeared suddenly, and then said in surprise, Scion. Are you a Scion? It was not surprising that Slug knew Yemu of the Scion clan. He glanced at him indifferently and found a dazzling crown on the top of this guy's head. It is not difficult to see from this point how heavy he is. Slag, let me see your strength. Yemu twisted his neck, jumped on the spot to warm up, and said indifferently. Hearing Yemu's words, Slag sitting in his seat was taken aback, and then he couldn't help but laughed. He pointed to Yemu underneath and sarcastically said, Little monkey, Scion is indeed a race in the universe. A bit famous. But, extremely fragile in front of a real master like me. Your strength should be good. Let the Great King Slug conquer the universe and open up territory. Don't worry, this king will never treat you badly. This guy actually wanted to win Yemu. Ah! Yemu snorted, this guy is so funny. With 300,000 points of combat power, do you think you are invincible in the universe? Want to conquer the universe? Naive. Yemu felt that saying a few more words with this ignorant guy would be an insult to his IQ. Shaking his head, he didn't plan to waste any more time. He stretched out a finger, and a finger cannon fired from his fingertips. Boom! The finger cannon flew at extreme speed, and instantly came to Slug. The roar of the explosion was startled, and the entire palace shook several times. I am going to kill you. The palace began to collapse and became a ruin in a short while. Yemu did not leave, because he knew that Slug was not killed by him. And transformed yet. The dust slowly dissipated in front, and a tall and hideous Namek man appeared in Yemu's sight. The face of this guy is different from the previous Slug, but not much. However, in terms of breadth, it has increased tenfold. The previous 300,000 points of combat power has now become 3 million points of combat power. The gigantic Namek people, or rather, this is the transformation of the Namek people, the Super Namek people. The combat power has increased tenfold. Yemu narrowed his eyes, staring at the huge slag who was madly hammering his chest with a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. 3 million points of combat power. Is it powerful? Thank you Zujun for your vote and comments. Although there are few, I am satisfied. I am really happy and bow deeply. Believe me in the follow-up plot and will not let everyone down. This is what I wrote 6 or 7 books. Since Dragon Ball, I think the best book ever written, please trust me. Asterisk. Chapter 47. Chapter 47 Summon Shenron Barunga again, 3 wishes. 4/5 ask for a monthly ticket for flowers. Miscellaneous. I'm going to kill you. How dare you hurt the great King Slug? Slug roared, his body grew bigger, but his speed did not decrease. Or, in Yemu's eyes, his speed is still so slow. After all, the difference in combat effectiveness between the two lies there, and Yemu doesn't think this guy is strong at all. Drink. There is no need for instant transmission. Close Super Namek Slug. Yemu flashed and flew fast, and instantly came to Slug. With a loud shout, he bombarded with a punch. Boom! A punch hit, the fist exploded, and flames erupted from the fist, entwining Slug directly. What? The cry of pain sounded, even though Slug was half immortal and had very strong resilience, but, after all, he would not feel the pain. As a result, being caught by Yemu with a burning orem made him fall into a great pain. Bang bang bang! Yemu flew in front of him, and punched Slug's huge body with a punch, and he could not fight back at all. Okay, end your life. Yemu grabbed Slug's head and fired a Qigong cannon from his palm, directly blasting him into scum. This is more than that. Yemu saw a large amount of meat residue in the air and wanted to condense to form a slug, and immediately another Kamehameha wave bombed out. Rumble! The explosion roared. Yemu saw that all the meat residue had turned into nothingness. Ah! Yemu glanced around, teleported away, and returned to Bulma in the sky. This guy has been resolved, let's go back to Namek and talk to the elder. Yemu's index finger pointed his middle finger to the center of his eyebrows, and disappeared from Bulma. In the next second, his reappearance had arrived in the courtyard where the elder was. Mr. Yemu. Seeing Yemu and Bulma coming back so soon, the elder and Nilo were shocked. The latter looked at Yemu in surprise and said, "Are you coming back so soon?" "Okay." Yemu nodded. How long can he kill a guy with 3 million points of combat power? Moreover, it was said that it was an immortal body with extremely strong resilience, and he did not believe that Slug could survive an attack of his kind. "That Slug guy," the great elder said tentatively, "died." Yemu smiled and said, "I have been on Namek for these 2 months. If that guy doesn't die, I'll just slaughter him again for you." Read more at wuxiax.com. He must control the language of God. Also, he has to control the way to find a Super Dragon Ball. After all, the Super Dragon Ball is not the Dragon Ball on Earth or the Dragon Ball on Namek. He didn't get the first one, and he couldn't let Bulma or Dr. Bruff create a radar detector for the Super Dragon Ball. Hearing Yemu's understatement, the faces of the Grand Elder and Nero were shocked. Such a powerful slug, just died like this. Seeing that Yemu didn't look like a lie, the two had to believe it. More than 2 months passed quickly. On this day, Yemu and Bulma once again came to the courtyard where the elder was. Bulma saw 7 large dragon balls placed on the ground, shining brightly, and his eyes lit up. "Is this the Dragon Ball on Namek? It looks similar to the one on Earth, but a bit bigger." Bulma knelt down and touched the Dragon Ball with her hand, and then said in surprise, "It must be the same." Yemu smiled slightly, and then summoned Shenron directly in Namek. He also lived on Namek many years ago. With his elementary insight, learning the Namek language is a trivial matter. Rumble. With Yemu's call, the clear sky was instantly darkened. Lucky call, hey! It's you again. Shenron Palunga appeared, folded his hands on his chest and just said a few words, but when he looked down and saw a scion staring at him with a smile, his eyes suddenly widened. Hearing Shenron Palunga's words and his expression, the elder on one side and Niru couldn't help but smile. Long time no see, Shenron on Namek. Yemu slowly ascended to the sky, came to Shenron Palunga, smiled and waved at him, and said hello. Shenron Barunga was speechless for a while, he really didn't know how to communicate with this brazen fellow. Say your wish. Shenron Barunga shifted his eyes and said directly. The best way not to face this brazen guy is to quickly let him make 3 wishes so that he can continue to fall asleep. It is good. Yemu smiled and nodded. The first wish, I want to control the language of God. Okay. Hearing Yemu's wish, Shenron Barunga turned his head and looked at him with surprise, but he didn't ask much. This is just a small wish, much smaller than those 2 wishes previously promised by Yemu. As you wish. Shenron Palunga's eyes flashed with red light, and then Yemu's body flashed with white light, and he found that he had a lot of knowledge in his mind. It is the language of God. The first wish has been fulfilled, please state your second wish. Shenron Barunga continued. Second wish, I need a Super Dragon Ball radar detector. Yemu said. That's it. Shenron Barunga finally understood why Yemu wanted to control the language of God after hearing this second wish. His emotion was to make a wish after finding the Super Dragon Ball. Shenron Barunga didn't say much, and directly used his power to realize Yemu's wish. The third wish, I want to have the ability to survive in the universe. Yemu continued. I understand. Shenron Barunga nodded, and once again used his power to realize Yemu's wish. The 3 wishes this time are very simple. Goodbye, lucky summoner. As soon as the 3 wishes came true, Shenron Barunga's huge body flashed light, and then it turned into 7 large dragon balls and fell back into the elder's yard. Asterisk. Chapter 48. Chapter 48. A wise man is always thinking about it, and there is always a mistake. 5/5 ask for a monthly ticket for flowers. 3 days later, Yemu on a planet in the universe frowned while holding a Super Dragon Ball radar detector. The 7th universe. There are only 6 Super Dragon Balls. Yemu murmured softly, he made all this a little simpler. Moreover, the most important thing is that he has asked the system, and his instant transmission cannot teleport across the universe. In other words, even if he collects the 6 Dragon Balls from the 7th universe, he still cannot enter the 6th universe to collect the last Dragon Ball. Before I thought everything was ready, I only owed Dongfeng, but now it seems, it's still a miss. Yemu took Bulma and traveled continuously across the planets in the universe, and finally arrived outside the stratosphere of an unmanned star. Looking at the huge Super Dragon Ball in front of him, he was in no mood to be shocked by the Super Dragon Ball at the moment. Of huge. Because he has nothing to fit this Super Dragon Ball the size of a planet. Brother Yemu, this Super Dragon Ball? Oh my god, this is too big. Bulma was floating on the stratosphere outside this unmanned asteroid, looking up into outer space. A huge Dragon Ball with 6 stars came into her sight, and she couldn't help but shock. Yes. This is the Super Dragon Ball. Yemu took a look and then retracted his gaze, sighed, and said, Bulma, I always thought I was very smart, but now I find that I'm still too stupid. I am full of enthusiasm, thinking too good. Now, the bloody reality hit him. Brother Yemu, what's wrong with you? Bulma looked at Yemu worriedly and comforted, in my eyes, you will always be the most perfect man. Yemu smiled bitterly and shook his head, fingered the 6-star Super Dragon Ball, and said, I seem to have a lot of things I need to think about. Look, how can I take such a huge Super Dragon Ball? Let's not talk about the question of whether the Super Dragon Ball can be taken away, but it can be taken away. How can he get to the 6th universe? This is also a very big problem. No wonder you can make 3 choices this time, the last one is so difficult. Yemu sighed inwardly, and it was the first time that he felt a pain in his head after coming through. Hearing Yemu's distress, Bulma thought for a while, and then his eyes lit up, and he took his sweetheart's hand and said softly, "I'm here, don't worry." As soon as he said this, Yemu's mood recovered a little. He glanced at Bulma, put her in his arms, sighed in his heart, and was about to speak. At this moment, Bulma said, "Brother Yemu, have you forgotten? I am not only a genius girl in martial arts, but also a scientific genius girl." Okay. Read more at wuxiax.com. Yemu's eyes flashed in vain. Correct. Bulma, but one of the most talented scientists in the original Dragon Ball. The time machine that made the gods feel astonishing and incredible was invented by the beautiful woman in his arms. How difficult is it to invent something that can hold a Super Dragon Ball? Bulma, do you have any ideas? Yemu hurriedly asked. Brother Yemu. Bulma got out of Yemu's arms, then took out a capsule from the bag, shook it, smiled and said, "Do you know what this is? Isn't this a capsule?" "Oh, Bulma, don't sell it, I'm really dying." Yemu scratched his head anxiously. Haha. Yemu is so cute like this. Muah. Bulma leaned in front of Yemu, kissed him on the cheek, then smiled and said, "The capsule can hold something larger and bulky. Super Dragon Ball, why can't it?" As soon as he said this, Yemu's eyes flashed, his face was surprised, and then he turned into a thick smile, holding Bulma around in circles, laughing, "Bulma, you are a genius. I love you to death." Up. Genius. Really a genius. Yemu couldn't help but shake his heart. The idea of Bulma is really perfect. It may be difficult to find a capsule that can hold the Super Dragon Ball, but is there hope after all? Don't say anything about making a wish with Shenron. That idea is even more impractical in Yemu's view. Seeing the extremely excited look on Yemu's face, Bulma also laughed from the heart. She is really happy to be able to help her brother Yemu. At least, she is not worthless. Next, Yemu and Bulma returned to Earth. He used this time to start practicing, and Bulma studied with a sweet and extremely serious mind how to fit a capsule of a Dragon Ball the size of a planet. Soon, more than 2 years passed. On this day, Yemu retired from his practice with a smile on his face, and after stretching out a comfortable waist, he sank and checked his character attribute panel. Host, Yemu. Age, 24 years old. Combat power, 40 billion points, 50 billion points maximum burst. Bloodline, the legendary Super Saiyan, Teiku Saiyan. Skills, Instant Transmission, Qigong Cannon, 9 Sun Magical Art, Great Shift of Universe, Time Stopping, 0.2 seconds, Kamehameha Wave, 5 times Kaioken, Destructo Disc, Remnant Image Fist, World Shocking Palm. Seeing that his normal combat power was 40 billion points and his ultimate combat power was 50 billion points, Yemu nodded, and the smile on his face was deeper. In other words, this year seems to be the 22nd world's #1 Budokai, right? Yemu suddenly thought of something, and asked about the timeline of the system at the moment, and finally showed an unexpected expression on his face. Of course, he naturally wouldn't participate in this kind of pettiness. He wondered, Bulma's capsule research should have entered a later stage, and I am afraid it will be able to be developed in the near future. Therefore, it is natural that business matters. But the next system notification sound appeared in his mind, but he was stunned. Please ask for a monthly ticket for flowers. I guess there will be a big conference saying why don't you need to pack the Dragon Ball. Humph. Those who understand the chapter name will deduct a 1 in the book review area. Otherwise, you are all fools. Asterisk. Chapter 49. Chapter 49 God Level Choose to Open, the advanced version of instant transmission. 1/5. Ding. God Level Choose to Open. 1. Train Son Goku to reach 100,000 combat power within 3 months, and win the championship at the 22nd World No. 1 Budo Fair 4 months later. Mission Reward, Instant Transmission Advanced Edition. 2. Depart for a journey to collect the Super Dragon Ball in 1 week. Choice Reward, a spiritual house of time with 20 times the flow rate. 3. Give up this God level choice. Choice Reward, increase combat effectiveness by 10 billion points. The God level choice appeared again and Yemu was stunned. The system is messing up. But I like it. Yemu grinned. Instant transmission upgraded version, which is exactly what he wanted. Immediately, Yemu directly chose the first option. Call out. Teleport to the villa where Bulma lived alone. Yemu walked towards the research room step by step. Knocking. Knocking. Knocked the door of the research room lightly, and then heard the sound from Bulma inside. He pushed the door directly and entered. Brother Yemu, you are here. Bulma looked back at Yemu, greeted him and put his gaze in front of him. How? Yemu stepped forward, put Bulma in his arms, and asked softly. It should be soon. Bulma nestled gently against Yemu, stretched out her hand and rubbed her eyebrows, and said exhaustedly, if there are no accidents, 1 week should be enough. Thanks for your hard work. Yemu lowered his head and kissed Bulma's forehead lightly. All right, all right. You are here, I will be distracted. The two were sweet for a while, and Bulma pretended to be stern and pushed Yemu out. Hey! Yemu was pushed out of the research room, unable to help being speechless. He wanted to tell Bulma to leave after 4 months, but unexpectedly she wouldn't give himself a chance to speak. No hurry, anyway. Training Goku just throws him into the mental room and gravity room to practice, but there is no need to keep staring at him. Yemu remembered his mission, thought about it, and felt that he didn't need to be too anxious to tell Bulma, there was plenty of time. Call out. In response to Son Goku's anger, Yemu teleported directly to where he was. Read more at wuxiax.com. Drink. On a small island in the north of the earth, Son Goku is punching in a Zama step. Call out. With the sound of breaking through the air, Yemu's figure appeared in the sight of Son Goku. Yet? Brother Yemu. Seeing Yemu, Son Goku immediately stopped and ran towards him. Now Son Goku hasn't grown taller yet, he's still a small man, so he hasn't seen the movement for a long time. He rolled over and climbed onto Yemu's back, and then stretched out his hand and pulled Yemu's face to make Yemu complain familiarly, Big brother Yemu is, 1 or 2, it seems that he hasn't come to play with me for more than 2 years. Yemu was speechless for a while when he heard what the little guy said. When did this kid learn to count? All right, hurry down, I have something to tell you. Yemu said. Hearing that there was a business matter, Son Goku naturally stopped frolicking and jumped to the ground in front of Yemu, looking at Yemu with a serious face. For the next 3 months, follow me to practice. Yemu took a look at Son Goku's combat power, which was 20,000 points. He is still 80,000 points short of his task of 100,000 combat power. To be honest, there is no difficulty for Yemu at all, it is just a welfare choice given to him by the system. Really? Hearing Yemu's words, Son Goku's face showed excitement. Yemu smiled and nodded, then waved his right hand. Okay. Yemu suddenly seemed to think of something, his eyes widened in vain. He seems to be stupid. At first, he seemed to be able to directly use the convenience of the system backpack to get the Super Dragon Ball into his bag, right? Thinking of this, Yemu's mouth suddenly twitched. Good guy, is he wasting more than 2 years in vain? And most importantly, he also made Bulma extremely tired every day for more than 2 years. I think I really need to make up my mind. Yemu slapped his forehead with a wry smile on the corners of his mouth. But fortunately, there was a god-level choice today. After a more important thing, carefully calculated, maybe it is not too bad. It's just... I'm sorry. Bulma has been studying hard for more than 2 years. Big brother Yemu, what's wrong with you? Son Goku looked upset when he saw Yemu wave his right hand. This made him stunned and didn't understand what happened to his eldest brother. It's okay, it's okay. Yemu shook his head and smiled bitterly, and then took out the mental time house with 10 times the time flow rate and the 1000-fold controllable gravity room from the backpack. To be reasonable, he didn't think of it for the first time when he used these 2 things to practice more than 2 years ago. This made him even more speechless. To the point of his care, it really made him wonder if he was practicing more. The stronger the strength, the more stupid the brain becomes. Shaking his head, Yemu didn't think much anymore. He threw the 1,000-fold controllable gravity room into a spiritual time house with a cave, and kicked Son Goku in. After saying some precautions, Ji Teleport left the small island and returned to the research room where Bulma was located. As soon as Yemu appeared, he saw Bulma lying on the table and fell asleep, and his heart was even more distressed. Perhaps I should give Bulma a name. Yemu murmured in his heart. He is 24 years old and Bulma is also 20 years old. The two have been together for so many years, except for the last step that did not happen, everything else has been tried. Speaking of this, it's not that Bulma doesn't want to give it all to Yemu, but that Yemu has never had the heart to eat her. Before you leave the earth to find the Super Dragon Ball, please propose to Bulma. Yemu looked at Bulma's back, his eyes gleamed with pain, and he said inwardly. The author didn't forget the method of backpacking, Yemu forgot. Also, the current timeline is not Dragon Ball Super, there are still so many years away. So, don't worry. Of course, this is still a bit of my fault. I am sorry. Ask for a monthly ticket for flowers. Correct. Today, 5 chapters and 10,000 words have been updated, and they are now on the shelves. At that time, I hope everyone will come to join us. Asterisk. Chapter 50. Chapter 50. The 22nd World Number 1 Budokai begins. 2/5. 3 months passed quickly. On this day, Yemu came to the small island where Son Goku was located. Son Goku, the spiritual time house with 10 times the flow rate of time, only practiced for a month before turning to practice in the gravity room. Yemu arrived 10 days ago. He already has 100,000 combat power. In other words, Yemu had already completed the task more than 10 days ago. However, after planning for 3 months, he naturally continued to let Son Goku stay in the gravity room to practice. From time to time, Yemu will also come to the gravity room to play against Son Goku. This little guy's combat effectiveness is also improving very quickly. Hey, 120,000 points of combat power. When we met this time, Yemu checked Son Goku's combat effectiveness and found that he was already 120,000 combat effectiveness, which surprised him. Could it be? Has the potential of this kid been completely up? Yemu couldn't help but think about it. He knew that Son Goku was the protagonist of the Dragon Ball world anyway. The faster he practiced, the faster he improved, and he seemed to be unfettered. In this life, the appearance of Yemu exploded the potential of Son Goku in advance. Maybe. Yemu nodded secretly, thinking that it was probably his guess. Seeing Yemu, Son Goku also walked out of the gravity room, his face was full of excitement, and it was only then that his combat effectiveness increased to this point. In the past, he really didn't dare to think so. Thank you Yemu. Son Goku bowed deeply to Yemu. It's okay, I will participate in the world's #1 martial arts club in a month. Then, you will fight with me once. This month, I hope you don't be lazy. Yemu smiled. Please rest assured. I will definitely practice harder. Son Goku nodded. This is a capsule. Inside it is a gravity chamber that can be manipulated 100 times. Yemu threw a capsule to Son Goku. The 100-fold controllable gravity chamber has been eliminated by him, and he can practice cultivation for the little guy for a long time. What? After taking the capsule, the little guy's face was full of shock. Read more at wuxiax.com. Did your elder brother give him such a precious thing? Ah what? Practice hard and don't slack off. Yemu reached out and flicked his brow, then teleported away from the small island. I will not let my eldest brother down. The little guy waved his fist and yelled at the sky. Yemu naturally didn't know Son Goku's determination to become stronger, but he could guess it. Inside the capsule, there are not only a 100-fold controllable gravity chamber, but also 20 fairy beans. He believes that 1 month is enough time for Son Goku to rise another step. Not to mention reaching 200,000 combat power, he felt that 150,000 combat power should be no problem. Thinking of this, Yemu blinked. In the original book, does Son Goku have 200 fighting power at this moment? Shaking his head, Yemu stopped thinking about it. He came to Bulma's house. The two of them made an appointment to go on a honeymoon trip in advance. 1 month is enough. AIG 753, the morning of May 7th. Yemu and Bulma came to the gate of the #1 Budokai in the world. Big brother Yemu. Suddenly, 2 excited voices sounded. Yemu and Bulma turned their heads and looked at them. When the 2 little guys, Son Goku and Klin, saw them, the excitement on their faces became a little deeper, and they hurried towards them. I haven't seen you for a while, your strength is much stronger. Not bad, I didn't disappoint. Yemu glanced at Son Goku, 150,000 points of combat power, as he had guessed a month ago. He was naturally very pleased with this. But the little guy Klin was even more surprised. In the original book, he should have only 120 combat power now, but now he has 2000 combat power. Although it's too far from Goku, it's not bad after all. If it weren't for Yemu's help, we wouldn't have been so strong, so thank you Yemu. Son Goku and Klin glanced at each other, then scratched the back of their heads together and bowed deeply at Yemu. For this, Yemu nodded and smiled and accepted the 2 bows. As for why Klin bowed to him, it is obvious that the kid Son Goku must have also pulled Klin into the gravity room to practice, otherwise, how could there be such a rapid progress? At this time, a group of Master Roshi also came up, and after greeted Yemu, they talked for a while on the spot. Humph! You people of the Turtle Fairy genre, wait for me. At this moment, a cold snort rang. Everyone turned their heads to look. An insignificant old man with his hands on his back, followed by 2 cruel boys, one tall and one short, said this coldly. Yemu took a look. Tien Shinyan had 180 combat power, Dumpling 110 combat power, and Crane Immortal 130 combat power. And so, he took his gaze away after just a glance. Too weak. This lineup is replaced by this time period in the original, it must be extremely powerful. However, this life is different. Don't talk about Son Goku, even the Crane Immortal genre that Klin is enough to fight can't raise their heads. Go! With a cruel word, the Crane Immortal glared at Master Roshi and the others took Tien Shinyan and Dumplings into the venue of the #1 Budokai in the world. Too arrogant. Humph! Wait a minute to see how I can teach that bad old man's apprentice well. Klin snorted coldly on the side. Asterisk. Chapter 51. Chapter 51. The semi-finals started, Klin vs Tian Xinyan. Seeking a monthly ticket for flowers. The crowd did not wait much at the gate of the venue, and a group of people walked into the venue. Bulma and others who did not participate in the martial arts convention naturally left. Before Master Roshi left, Yemu glanced at him. This old man did not bring a box this time and came empty-handed. It seems that he is not ready to participate in this competition. Shaking his head, Yemu followed Son Goku Klin and they walked into the venue, drawing a series of operations, and soon began the qualifiers. This time there are 183 players in total, which is a lot more than the previous one. However, to Yemu, they are just some soy sauce guys. Sweeping around, Yemu set his sights on a three-eyed boy on a ring next door. He is Tian Xinyan. In the original book, he can be said to be an extremely powerful guy in the early stage. Right now, not very good. Yemu shook his head and smiled, and stepped onto his battle table. A second later, he jumped off the stage again and walked around under the shocked eyes of the people around him. I remember. He was the last champion. That guy who can fly. My God! That's my idol! Yemu was recognized, and everyone around him exclaimed. He walked around very calmly, looking here and there. The 3-hour qualifier finally passed. Yemu glanced at the few people in the backstage of the arena, and nodded secretly in his heart. Among the original works, the top 8 of the 22nd world's #1 Budokai is Yamcha, Tian Xinyan, Master Roshi, Male Wolf, Klin, Dumplings, Bobut, Son Goku. This time, the guy named Barbot was no longer there and replaced with an unknown little master. And Yemu, it can be regarded as replacing Master Roshi. Soon, the draw began, and the quarter-final match information came out soon. Yamcha vs Tian Xinyan, Yemu vs Male Wolf, Klin vs Dumplings, More vs Son Goku. What a pity! What a pity you met me! Haha! After the allocation was completed, Tian Xinyan and Dumplings came to Yemu and the others, and they laughed loudly. Read more at wuxiax.com. Faced with this kind of ridicule, Yemu naturally chose to ignore it directly. The two sides are not at the same level, just as it is necessary for an elephant to care about the yelling of the ants at its feet. Oh! Then I am looking forward to meeting you, it would be a pity for you. Klin said lightly on the side. Hey! Let's go and see. Seeing Klin's expressions that are neither salty nor indifferent, and hearing his arrogant words, Tian Xinyan was actually very angry. But this kind of occasion is not suitable for anger at this stage. If you are disqualified from the competition, it will be more than the loss. So he suppressed the anger in his heart, coldly hummed and let out a cruel word, and then walked aside with the dumplings. To go. Klin glanced at the back of Tian Xinyan and Dumplings who had left, shook his head and smiled, and said, this guy thinks he is very strong, but in our opinion, he is very weak. We want to beat him, it's almost impossible. It's as simple as drinking water. No more talk, everyone is waiting for the first game to start. Yamcha vs Tian Xinyan. Yamcha, if you can't beat him for a while, you will surrender. Otherwise you will have to eat a meal of flesh and blood. Yemu glanced at Yamcha. This guy's fighting power was the same as the original. With 130 points of fighting power. Naturally, he couldn't beat Tian Xinyan's opponent. I understand. Yamcha nodded. He was not the kind of iron-headed baby who couldn't be beaten and had to be beaten, but he surrendered as soon as he went up. Naturally, he couldn't do it. Therefore, if there is danger for a while, he will naturally choose to surrender. Tian Xinyan is ambitious. He wants to win the championship of this martial arts tournament. He will definitely not attack after he concedes defeat. Soon, with the sound of a resounding gong, the quarterfinals of the 22nd World #1 Budo Club officially began. The first game, Yam Sha vs Tian Xinyan. The two walked out of the backstage one after another and came to the arena. Yam Yu sat quietly on the stool without any movement, while Sun Gokul and Klin ran and jumped onto the wall of the ring to watch. The battle started quickly, and at the same time, also ended soon. The gap between Yam Sha and Tian Xinyan is still very large. When the two sides fought a dozen moves, the former had almost beaten the ring more than 3 times. This is deliberately teasing Yam Sha, no matter who it is. Therefore, Yam Sha directly chose to admit defeat. Whether it was Yam Yu, Gokul, or Klin, Tian Xinyan could not be an opponent when he encountered one of these 3. So, in Yam Sha's opinion, let Yam Yu teach this guy. The second game, the third game, and the fourth game ended very quickly. There was no waste of time at all. After a 10-minute break from the draw, the semi-finals began. The first game was Kelin vs Tian Xinyan. Little Bald, I finally met you. On the ring, Tian Xinyan didn't take the first shot, folded his hands on his chest, looked at Klin indifferently, and sarcastically said, "Your mouth is so hard, it seems I believe you won't give up easily, right? Don't worry. You don't have the qualifications to let me surrender." Klin sneered, made a starting attack position, and then moved his feet so fast that only one afterimage was left on the spot. In the next second, he had already appeared in front of Tian Xinyan. Boom! A punch hit Tian Xinyan's stomach firmly. "I will return you what you said just now. Hope you don't give up so quickly." Klin's voice rang in Tian Xinyan's ears, and his face suddenly showed an angry look. "Drink!" Tian Xinyan broke out completely and began to fight back against Klin. Bang bang bang! The punches of the two were very fast, and the referee on one side couldn't come over at all, and could only explain with speculative words. Asterisk. Chapter 52. Chapter 52. Ahead of the championship, Yam of Sun Gokul. 4/5. Drink. Ah, da 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 da. In the ring, Klin and Tian Xinyan kept colliding. Just like Tian Xinyan was playing with Yam Sha at that time, the powerful Klin was playing with Tian Xinyan at this moment. With his strength, he actually wanted to defeat Tian Xinyan. It was only a matter of seconds. It has always caused a situation similar to his strength. He wanted to make Tian Xinyan feel that there was a chance of victory. Thus, give him hope, and finally give him despair. This idea was not invented by Klin, but by Yam Yu told Klin before the battle began. The battle continued, and after Klin blasted Tian Xinyan with a punch, the situation changed instantly. In the eyes of some ordinary viewers, the two are still evenly matched. However, in the eyes of the veteran martial arts masters like Master Rashi Crane Immortal under the ring, the duel between the two has already been divided. Slowly, the battle between the two is no longer considered fighting, it should be said that it is a crushing on one side. Klin was more powerful than Tian Xinyan by a little bit. He was not ready to be merciful, and he began to take it seriously. So, the next thing I saw was the reversal. Tian Xinyan, a tough guy, was hit in various ways, but he didn't surrender. As a result, everyone saw Tian Xinyan being beaten up all the time. Seeing this scene, Crane Immortal's face under the ring became gloomy for an instant, staring at Tian Xinyan on the ring and cursing in a low voice, "Tian Xinyan is really a waste. Tian Xinyan! Come on!" Facing the insults of the Crane Immortal, the dumplings on one side couldn't say anything. He just looked at the ring very worriedly. Every time Tian Xinyan was punched by Klin, his heart seemed to twitch. Give up this kind of waste. Hat. It's a shame for me to face the Crane Immortal school. In my opinion, he deserves to be killed. I thought he was so powerful that he was already a champion before the martial arts conference started. It's his appearance, now. A little bald head can't beat him back, what's this? It's really annoying to me too. The Crane Immortal watched Tian Xinyan, who was vomiting blood on the ring and lying on the ground, his face became more and more gloomy, and he spoke with sarcasm and hatred again and again. Tian Xinyan's strength is indeed strong. After his teaching, he has surpassed him. He has always felt complacent about receiving such a disciple as Tian Xinyan. Therefore, when he heard that Master Rashi was taking his apprentice to participate in the martial arts conference, he immediately brought his apprentice to come, just wanting to kill Master Rashi's spirit. But now this situation seems so ironic. It's best to die. The crane immortal gritted his teeth and glanced at Tian Xinyan on the ring viciously, and then looked at the Master Rashi who was applauding while applauding. He immediately gasped, and left the audience directly after saying a few words. Master! Tian Xinyan! The dumpling on one side showed a dazed look, glanced at the leaving crane immortal, then glanced at Tian Xinyan on the ring, and finally gritted his teeth and flew towards the ring. Give up! We give up! Read more at wuxiax.com. Dumpling stood in front of Tian Xinyan, opened his hands and yelled to Klin. Dumplings! You can't admit defeat! Tian Xinyan, who fell to the ground, snarled in a low voice. Tian Xinyan, listen to me today. If you don't admit defeat, you will die. Dumplings, who used to listen to Tian Xinyan's words very much, looked at Klin firmly, and turned to the referee, who looked at him dumbfounded and said, Hello, we have surrendered. Please announce the result of the game. This. When the referee heard the dumplings, he glanced at Tian Xinyan on the ground, and finally glanced at Klin again, and then said, The first round of the semifinals is over. Congratulations to Klin for winning this game. Ah! Klin glanced at Tian Xinyan as he walked backstage, although he felt a little admired for this guy's persistence. But this man was not liked by him, so Tian Xinyan was beaten so badly by him, Klin didn't sympathize with this guy too much. Soon, Klin came to the backstage of the world's #1 martial arts conference. Son Goku walked over, and the two raised their right hands to make fists at the same time, and beat them together. Awesome! Come on! The first sentence was said by Son Goku, and the latter sentence was said by Klin. Haha! Haha! The two looked at each other and laughed at the same time. After Klin, Son Goku and Yemu stayed backstage for a while, they all got up from the stool when they heard a shout from the referee. Yemu and Goku glanced at each other, both of them showed a slight smile and set off for the ring. Now, the uncrowned champion and runner-up tournament has officially started. Regardless of whether Klin entered the finals, it really counts, whether it is Son Goku or Yemu, he can't beat either, his second place is completely lucky. Come on! Come on! Come on! After Yemu and Son Goku walked from the backstage to stand on the ring, deafening shouts rang from outside the court. Oh, the audience outside the stadium are really enthusiastic. Ha ha ha, player Yet, player Son, you must do your best to show you a wonderful match. The referee ran, the microphone was thrown to his left hand for a while, and then to his right hand again, jumping up and down under the ring, mobilizing the atmosphere of the audience inside and outside the arena. Hearing what the referee said, Yemu on the ring was speechless. Really use all my strength, I am afraid that a lot of people will really be scared to death. Brother Yemu, please enlighten me. Son Goku ignored the shouts around him, folded his hands and bowed to Yemu. Yemu nodded and smiled, no longer paying attention to the surrounding audience, suppressing his fighting power to the same level as Son Goku. He also wants to train Son Goku well before leaving. Drink! Son Goku moved, very fast, and he came behind Yemu almost in an instant, raised his hand and punched it out. Bang bang bang! Yemu's reaction was too fast, and he immediately started fighting with Son Goku. From the arena to the sky, and from the sky back to the arena, one after another Kigong cannon finger bombardment, the roar continued in the arena. Okay, so powerful! Seeing this scene, Master Rashi's group under the ring and the surrounding audience opened their eyes wide. Even Tian Xinyan and Dumplings who were resting on the side opened their eyes wide, and their faces were shocked. Asterisk. Chapter 53. Chapter 53 Yemu's Proposal, Get 6 Super Dragon Balls. 5 chapters will be released first when 1 point is on the shelves. Compared to Tian Xinyan and Dumplings, the battle between Yemu and Son Goku was truly powerful. The intensity of the bombardment made them feel that the end of the world had come more than once. But no. However, neither Tian Xinyan nor Dumpling felt that it was just the thunder and the rain, but they saw that Yemu and Son Goku had a very strong control over their destructive power. Therefore, the momentum is still huge, but the destructive power is actually too small. How do they practice? Tian Xinyan couldn't stop the shock. He never thought that a martial artist could practice to this point. In the sky, the battle between Yemu and Son Goku continues. 10 minutes later, the two sides played back and forth, and they were on par. In the end, another few minutes passed. After a confrontation, Yemu got close and directly punched Son Goku out of the ring. Player Ye wins. Seeing Son Goku flying out of the ring, the referee immediately declared Yemu's victory. The championship game started again after a few minutes of rest. Facing Yemu, Klin was naturally not an opponent, and he was defeated in a short while. Once again won the champion of the world's #1 Budokai, Yemu has no expression on his face. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the first choice. Select Reward, Instant Transmission Advanced Edition. The reward has been sent to the host's backpack, please pay attention to check it. A smile appeared on Yemu's expressionless face when he heard the system's prompt tone. With deep thought, Yemu checked the introduction of the advanced version of Instant Transmission in the backpack. Instant Transmission Advanced Edition, it can sense the existence of other universes and jump in space. Nice! Seeing the introduction of the advanced version of Instant Transmission, Yemu's smile deepened, which was a great help to him in collecting 7 Super Dragon Balls. Once he had collected the 7 Super Dragon Balls, he summoned Shenron and resurrected the guys he wanted to resurrect, then he had the blood of the ancestor Scion. Thus, the 3 bloodlines are combined into the strongest Scion bloodline in history. At that time, he may be the real Rise. Slowly falling from the sky, Yemu walked up to Bulma step by step, and everyone in the field looked at him with a look of admiration. Bulma. Yemu took Bulma's hand affectionately, read more at wuxiax.com. Brother Yemu. Bulma seemed to have guessed something, her pretty face flushed instantly, and she looked at Yemu softly, waiting for his next words. Will you marry me? Yemu took Bulma's right hand and knelt down on one knee. A diamond ring appeared in his hand, and then slowly put on her ring finger, and smiled. Hearing these words, Bulma burst into tears, her left hand covering her mouth, and her body trembled. Promise him! Promise him! Promise him! The noises from all around came into Bulma's ears, causing her to cry even more. Promise him! At this time, Master Roshi on the other side also had a smile on his face, and took the lead in clapping his hands and shouting rhythmically. Seeing the master yelling, Son Goku, who walked down from the ring, and Klin, Yamcha, Oolong, and others on one side also yelled rhythmically following the clapping. Everyone had an excited look on their faces, and it was the first time they saw this kind of scene. Of course I would. You. The ring was completely placed on Bulma's right ring finger, and she nodded in tears, her voice trembling. The idea of her wanting to marry Yemu has really happened for too long. As a smart woman, she knows that the time is not yet up, and she understands that she can't worry. Therefore, although she wanted to marry her favorite brother Yemu, she never urged him. And now, she finally waited. Ha ha ha! Hearing Bulma's promise, Yemu burst into laughter, then got up and hugged Bulma in a circle. Pop! Thunderous applause came from all around, seeing the lovers finally get married, and everyone's faces were blessed. AIG 753, on June 1, Yemu and Bulma held a wedding on Gaixian Island. The next day, Yemu got up early. It's time to start the journey. Yemu's eyes were filled with excitement. He came to the balcony and looked into the distance. The corner of his mouth curled up. He knew that he would be different when he came back next time. A month later, Yemu and Bulma looked at a super Dragon Ball the size of a planet in their sights, and smiles appeared on their faces. Brother Yemu, this is the last Super Dragon Ball in the 7th universe, and there is also a 7th planet in the 6th universe you mentioned. Bulma said softly. Yemu nodded, and while waving his hand, he put the Super Dragon Ball the size of a planet into his system backpack. Okay. At the same time, in the 7th universe Gods of Destruction world, a very tall figure, blue-green skin and long white curly hair, and the pupils and lips of the purple man's brows stirred. He raised his hand and touched the big light blue halo on his neck. A surprised smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he whispered, "There is a little guy who has collected all the Super Dragon Balls in the 7th universe, it's interesting." Ding! After the words fell, Whis glanced at Gods of Destruction Beerus who was sleeping. He raised his right hand with a long staff and lightly shook the ground. Hearing only a small voice, he disappeared into the Gods of Destruction world. Call out! At this moment, when Yemu, who had just assembled 6 Super Dragon Balls in the 7th universe, was about to take Bulma to the 6th universe, a figure appeared in front of them. Seeing the master of this figure, Yemu's face suddenly changed. The chapter will be on the shelves after this chapter. I won't post any testimonials on the shelves. At 1 o'clock, we will be on the shelves on time. There are not many manuscripts saved, only 5 chapters, but the number of words in each chapter is very full. After 5 chapters, I will continue to update the code words, plus today's update, I will at least guarantee more than 12 chapters. Tomorrow will continue with more than 7 chapters. Automatic subscription, add 1 more chapter for every 2 more. For a while. Please give me a subscription and automatic subscription. Asterisk. Chapter 54. Chapter 54 The Appointment with Whis, go to the 6th universe. The first on the shelf is more for subscription. Oh. Hearing Yemu call out his name accurately, Whis was a little surprised. Yemu didn't speak, but was thinking about how to make Whis go to the 6th universe with the advanced version of instant transmission without paying attention to him. Seeing that Yemu didn't speak, Whis became more and more, he looked at him with interest, and didn't speak for a while. Realizing that the atmosphere on both sides seemed a little stiff, Bulma on one side thought for a while, took a step and smiled at Whis, and said, "Are you a friend of Yemu's brother?" Bulma. Yemu called Bulma in a deep voice. Whis is indeed very kind in the original book, but, this is Chikuakuo's reality in the Dragon Ball world. What if, the personality is different? Whis glances at Yemu, shook his head and smiled, "I don't know him, but, I'm curious how you learned about the existence of Super Dragon Ball." He knows that Yemu is a scion, but logically speaking, the legend of Super Dragon Ball has disappeared in the 7th universe for too long. Now this guy actually knows the existence of Super Dragon Ball, not to mention, there will be 6 the Super Dragon Ball is ready. It is inevitable that Whis has a great interest. Shenron on Namek. Yemu said angrily. Whis glanced at him, reached out his hand to touch his chin, smiled and said, "You 05 seem to really know me." Hearing this, Yemu squinted at the guy. Nonsense. As a Dragon Ball fan who has watched Dragon Ball Super, if you don't even know Whis, that would be a laugh. Haha. Whis suddenly laughed, then looked at Yemu and said, "Hey! Little guy, I'm very curious, do you know where the last Super Dragon Ball is?" 6th universe. Yemu gradually realized that the Whis in this reality, seems to have the same kind personality as the Whis in the original book, so he is no longer too vigilant. Hey, funny, so funny. Whis became more and more interested in Yemu, Sion, and took a step closer to Yemu and Bulma. He opened his mouth and said, "In that case, how do you get the Super Dragon Ball of the 6th universe?" Mr. Whis wants to hear the truth or lies. Yemu raised his brows and looked at Whis with a smile. He is ready to explore his breath. If Whis can't organize him to jump in the universe space, he will decide the Super Dragon Ball of the 6th universe. I want to hear it. Whis laughed. It is good. Yemu nodded. The truth is that I have the ability to jump from the universe space to the 6th universe, and the lie is that I am also very confused. Puff. Bulma on one side laughed. Whis blinked, pursed the corner of his mouth, and then said, "Are you taking my breath? As the servant of Lord Gods of Destruction Beerus, I actually have a reason to stop you." But... Hearing this, Yemu's eyes lit up. "I really want to see your method. Lord Beerus is sleeping, I think, he shouldn't know." "You won't tell Master Beerus, right?" Read more at wuxiax.com. Whis' eyes rolled, and he looked at Ye with a smile. "Nonsense." Yemu's face showed a look of surprise. Is he a fool? How could he tell this guy Beerus? In that case, I thank Whis. When I return from the 6th universe, I will definitely invite Mr. Whis to have a delicious meal. Yemu bowed to Whis and thanked. At present, his strength is not to say that it is better than Whis. That is, Beerus is incomparable. If he didn't discuss it and forcefully headed to the 6th universe in front of Whis, then what awaited him would be to get caught back and give him a lesson. Even, it may be directly destroyed by Gods of Destruction Beerus. Yet, it's delicious. Hearing Yemu's words, Whis' eyes flashed with excitement. Yes. Guaranteed Mr. Whis a feast. Yemu is very confident, not to mention the food on the earth in the Dragon Ball world, that is, the food of his previous life in China is enough to make this gluttonous angel enjoy an unprecedented meal. Okay. Then you just agreed with me like this. Whis smiled and nodded. Goodbye. Yemu took Bulma's hand, pointed his index finger to the center of his eyebrow, and then sensed the node of the 6th universe. Shoo! 2 seconds later, Yemu, who sensed the node of the 6th universe, brightened his eyes and rushed directly to the 6th universe using the advanced version of instant transmission. Instant transmission, and it's more than just instant transmission. In comparison, this is an ability that Angel has never been able to use. The figures of Yemu and Bulma disappeared in place. Whis' eyes flashed with strange brilliance. For Yemu's ability, there was nothing on his face, but in fact, his heart was extremely shocked. I have to tell Vados. Whis thought of something. The staff he was holding was tapped into the void, and then he communicated with Angel Vados of the 6th universe, and then smiled and returned to the world of Gods of Destruction. The sound of breaking through the air. In the next second, Yemu and Bulma appeared on an unmanned star. Is this the 6th universe? Yemu and Bulma scanned their surroundings and found that the planet they were on was a barren planet. Their brows frowned. Brother Yemu, does this 6th universe exist on Earth? Bulma suddenly became curious. If there is, then does this universe exist on Earth? No. The Earth is the unique existence of the 2 universes. In other words, although the 2 universes are brother universes, in fact, except for some of the same races, the planets are different. Yemu smiled and shook his head, explaining to Bulma. Wow! Bulma nodded suddenly, and then walked around. Roar! At this moment, a huge monster rushed out of the ground in front of him and attacked Bulma. Puff! Yemu pointed his finger, and a finger cannon directly blasted this huge monster. Ho-ho! Bulma retreated to Yemu's side, gasping in fear for 787. It's okay, you can actually bombard and kill these monsters with your combat power. Yemu touched Bulma's head, and after a word of comfort, he took her hand and walked around the planet. This barren planet is indeed uninhabited, but it is inhabited by monsters. These monsters are all hidden under the ground, and their combat effectiveness is not too strong, but they are not very weak. From 3 o'clock to 100 o'clock. Walking around for a while. Yemu and Bulma stopped at the same time. Brother Yemu, why doesn't the Super Dragon Ball radar show the location of the last 7 planets? Bulma took out the Super Dragon Ball radar detector from his bag, frowning. Not urgent. Yemu casually glanced at the Dragon Ball radar detector in Bulma's hand, and after speaking softly, he tilted his head and looked at the sky of this deserted planet. The one hidden in the void, can you come out and see? His voice is very calm. And there is no expression on his face. Although I don't know who the secret person who spied on him just now is. But, it doesn't hurt to be careful. Therefore, Yemu held Bulma's hand tightly. As long as the guy who appeared with malicious intent, he could use the advanced version of instant transmission to leave this deserted planet in an instant. The first chapter on the shelves: ask for automatic subscription. The 2 automatic subscriptions add 1 more chapter to the guaranteed 10 more, and there is no cap. Chapter 55. Chapter 55. I met Vados for the first time, looking for the 7th Super Dragon Ball. After all, I am still too weak. If you are absolutely invincible, who would dare to peek at yourself in private? It's just a meal, fat beat. Yemu sighed in his heart, but his strength is already developing extremely fast. He believes that when the Dragon Ball Super plot starts, he will definitely be able to punch Beerus and kick Ultra Instinct's Goku. Of course, thinking so far now, it's a bit too late. Yemu retracted his mind, and then looked directly at the sky ahead. A sound like a bottle cork was picked up from high above the sky. Yemu stared at it, and the entire void slowly drifted away like a small stone being thrown into a peaceful lake. Immediately afterwards, a tall woman with a tall ponytail and a staff in hand walked out of the void. Vados. Seeing this woman, Yemu's pupil shrank. He knows that, unlike the kind angel Whis of the 7th universe, the angel of the 6th universe is not very irritable, but the temper is not good at all. Don't look at her respectful attitude towards gods of destruction Compa in the 6th universe, but there are many words and deeds that teased him and embarrassed him. Even when Vados loses his temper, it will make Compa, gods of destruction, feel palpitations and fear. From here, it is not difficult to see that the angel of the 6th universe is not so easy to deal with. You even know me. Angel Vados of the 6th universe looked at Yemu indifferently, knowing his identity, a scion from the 7th universe. Vados was actually a little surprised that he knew himself. Yemu tensed all over and remained silent. On one side, Bulma felt an invisible pressure, and he did not stand up and adjust the rigid atmosphere as he did when facing Whis before. At this time, I only heard Vados say lightly, I heard Whis say that you have an agreement with him. This guy likes delicious food and naturally won't let you die in my hands. And, I don't bother to kill you. Yemu glanced at her and knew that Angel was telling lies. If there is no reminder from Whis, I am afraid that the moment he enters the 6th universe, he may be killed by Vados in front of him. After all, the prohibition of passage between the 2 universes is not just for fun. Understand? Yemu nodded. Although he was under pressure when facing Vados, he knew that she could not kill himself. Because, the advanced version of instant transmission ignores anyone's space constraints. In other words, as long as Yemu wants to escape, he can return to the 7th universe in seconds. However, his many years of planning will be wiped out. Therefore, Yemu will not head on, and will not just slip away like this. Okay. I'm here this time just to remind you. Vados said indifferently, you can't kill for no reason in the 6th universe. I hope you can abide by this. Read more at wuxiax.com. It is good. Yemu nodded. From the words of Vedos, it is not difficult to hear. Although this angel is glamorous, but after all, it is a bit human. If there is no human touch, she will not say that Yemu is not allowed to kill for no reason. Okay. With a faint response, Vedos disappeared high in the sky. Call. As soon as the invisible pressure dissipated, Bulma gasped for breath on the side. How powerful is who is called Vedos? Bulma whispered. Taking a casual glance at the void, Yemu explained. There are a total of 12 universes in the world, and each universe has a gods of destruction and angel. The Whis we met before was the angel of the 7th universe, and this Vedos is the angel of the 6th universe. Bulma's eyes widened, listening to Yemu's explanation. Angel is a servant of gods of destruction. It appears to be lower than gods of destruction in terms of status, but in fact it is higher than gods of destruction. Not only status, but strength. Gods of destruction destroys a galaxy without a finger. And such a powerful gods of destruction was taught by Angel. So Bulma, how powerful do you think Angel is? Yemu smiled slightly. Oh my god! Bulma's beautiful big eyes are full of shock, and all of this has never been heard before. Okay. Let's quickly find the 7th Super Dragon Ball. Yemu took Bulma's hand and performed instant transmission. After a while, after about 10 jumps, he asked Bulma to take out the Super Dragon Ball radar. Yes. Bulma looked down and saw that there is a small star on the Super Dragon Ball radar, which is where the last Super Dragon Ball is located. The distance is still very far, let's go. Yemu took the Super Dragon Ball radar to zoom in and took a look, and then headed in the direction of the 7th Super Dragon Ball. A week passed quickly. Instant transmission can capture chi to perform space transfer jumps, but Super Dragon Ball has no chi at all. Moreover, he is not familiar with the 6th universe, so it is normal to not be able to directly locate the location of the Super Dragon Ball. Sion's breath. Just when Yemu was about to set off again to the direction of the Super Dragon Ball shown on the Super Dragon Ball radar, he suddenly sensed the aura of many Sions on a planet 1. Planet Salada. Yemu's closed eyes suddenly opened, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. To be honest, he kind of wanted to see Sion in the 6th universe. What's the matter, Yemu brother? Seeing an unknown smile on Yemu's face, Bulma couldn't help asking in surprise. No. I just sensed the planet where the Sion clan in the 6th universe is located. Yemu smiled. Brother Yemu want to go and see? Bulma smiled. Natural. Yemu nodded, and took Bulma's hand to teleport towards the planet Saradar that he sensed. Soon, Yemu and Bulma arrived on the planet Sharada where the 6th universe Sion lived. Well, it seems to be similar to planet Vegeta of the 7th universe in terms of environment and general combat power. Yemu scanned the past and found that Sion on Sharada is not only similar in appearance to Sion on the 7th universe planet Vegeta, but, in terms of overall combat power, they are all about the same combat power value. At a glance, too many Sions have a few hundred points of combat power, but, these. Li Zhao has a few hundred points of combat power and Sion is better than Yemu. Sion on planet Vegeta in my memory is much younger. Wait, lie. Yemu suddenly narrowed his eyes. In his sight, a Sion who looked 7 or 8 years old was walking towards him slowly. What surprised him was, this naive Sion actually has 200 combat power. This little guy is the most powerful Sion Yemu has seen so far. He is very young but very powerful in combat. It seems. Sion on the Sarada planet in the 6th universe has much more potential than Sion on the planet Vegeta in the 7th universe. Yemu secretly said in his heart. In fact, he understands it. Rather than Sion of the 6th universe has much more potential than Sion of the 7th universe, it is better to say that the Sion of the 7th universe has been kneeling for too long and has lost what belongs to the Sion family. There is no more, the spirit of fighting. Therefore, it is normal to be inferior to Scion in the 6th universe in terms of potential. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novel. Chapter 56. Chapter 56 Fudge King Yemu, Summon Super Shenron. 3/10 for subscription. Hey, who are you guys? It looks so unpretentious. As Yemu thought about it, the Scion boy in front of him had already arrived in front of the two of them, frowning and questioning. What's wrong? Yemu looked at the little boy and said lightly. Although you are also a Scion, you have a tail, and none of Scion on our planet Sarada has a tail. You are an alien. Scion boy looked at Yemu's tail curled around his waist and frowned. Hearing what the little kid in front of him said, Yemu frowned, thought a little, and looked at him for a while, and suddenly remembered, Scion in the 6th universe does not have a tail. You are an alien. Scion boy said again. Pop. Yemu raised his hand and slapped him on the head, directly suppressing him. Immediately, the powerful breath revealed a little, hundreds of millions of points of combat power, plus a breath of the ancient blood of Teku Scion spread out, making the little kid lying on the ground shiver. You. The kid was extremely unconvinced, and looked at Yemu angrily with his head raised. What am I? My ancestors don't recognize me anymore. Yemu squatted down, raised his hand coldly and gave him a head, and said, It seems that you, the 943 generation of Scion, don't know how important the tail is to Scion. I think back then, your ancestors when I became Super Scion and fought in the universe, what a scenery it was. As he spoke, he shook his head and sighed, his face gradually showing nostalgia. Bulma on one side glanced at Yemu, slightly surprised. It was the first time that she saw Yemu's brother still acting. If she didn't know him very well, she would have almost believed what he said. You. The Scion boy who was suppressed by Yemu opened his mouth. He did detect the suppression from the bloodline just now, and then look at the expression on the face of the person in front of him and his powerful strength, and then he really believed it. I'm sorry, ancestor. Please forgive my rudeness. The boy blushed and immersed himself in an apologetic. On one side, Bulma's eyes widened a little. It was suddenly lame. It's okay. There are always some secrets lost in the long flow of time, and the ignorant are not guilty. Yemu closed his hand and helped the little guy up. He didn't look at him carefully before, but now he looked at it carefully, and he couldn't help but feel that he was a little familiar. Gabe. The name appeared in his heart, and Yemu couldn't help but confirm his haircut very similar to Son Gohan in his youth. Gabe. Yemu stretched out his hand and patted the shoulder of the little guy in front of him, with a heavy expression on his face. Your talent is the most powerful one of Scion I have ever seen. Maybe you can shoulder the responsibility of the rise of my Sarada planet Scion. Old ancestor, When Gabe heard this, his eyes suddenly, read more at wuxiax.com. But soon, he reacted. This old ancestor, how did he know the words? Your name appeared in the will of God. So, do you get it? Yemu saw through Gabe's thoughts at the moment, and didn't wait for him to speak, and smiled kindly. Brother Yemu, too amazing. On one side, Bulma's eyes widened as well. She saw that the little guy Gabe's eyes changed from vigilance to suspicion, and then from suspicion to respect, and now, it is extremely fanatical. Old ancestor, what instructions do you have when you come back this time? Gabe stood upright, straightened his body, looked at Yemu seriously, and said, Gabe, I would like to do my best for the ancestors. Well. Yemu showed the color of thought, wondering if Gabe could be included in the Scion army. Thinking of this, Yemu rolled his eyes and smiled, You are not strong enough, wait for you to be really strong. Get up, I will come to you again. What? Gabe looked blank. Yemu didn't say anything anymore. He reached out and patted Gabe's shoulder, and then took Bulma's index finger and middle finger to point his eyebrows. When he was about to leave using instant transmission, he seemed to have suddenly thought of something. "Oh yes, got it, Gabe. Old ancestor, I am here." Gabe hurriedly got up, thinking Yemu had any instructions, which made his little face look a little bit of anticipation and excitement. Scion will explode even more powerful in his anger, and the hidden potential will be stimulated at the same time. When you encounter that situation, you will be angry. Yemu said this, but suddenly thought, maybe Gabe doesn't know how to control anger at all. Thinking of this, he frowned. Although he is strong, he may not necessarily be a good teacher. "Old ancestor, what do you want to say?" Gabe asked strangely. "I'm so angry just now, can you do it?" Yemu said. "It should be okay." Although Gabe was puzzled, he nodded and answered Yemu's question. "Try it." Yemu continued. "Drink." Gabe took a half step back, and then exploded successfully, with the white wind rising all over his body. "Not bad." Yemu nodded with satisfaction and was able to explode. It seems that Gabe can control his own chi, so he said, "When you are in a state of extreme anger, gather the chi on your back and continue to make yourself angry, then maybe you can make a transformation belonging to Scion." Speaking of this, Yemu paused, looked directly at Gabe's glittering eyes, smiled, and continued, "That kind of transformation, I call it Super Scion. By then, in that state, your combat effectiveness will be increased by 50 times. Half a month after the departure of planet Salada, Yemu and Bulma finally came to the last Super Dragon Ball. 7 planets, finally saw you. A smile appeared on Yemu's face, and between his hands, he released all the 6 Super Dragon Balls in his backpack. Shit! In an instant, 7 Super Dragon Balls gathered together and burst out with a dazzling light. Yet, it's all together. At the same time, in the world of gods of destruction in the 6th universe, Angel Vados felt something, his brows were suddenly raised, and then he glanced at gods of destruction Kampa who was sleeping, his figure flickered and disappeared. In situ. "Come out, the Dragon of God, please fulfill my wish." Yemu raised his hands, looked up at the 7 Super Dragon Balls floating in outer space, and shouted such a sentence in the language of God. Vados, who had already arrived in this starry sky, heard Yemu's summoning language, his eyes suddenly narrowed, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. This guy actually understands the language of God. Yin. At this moment, a dragon chant sounded through the entire 6th universe, and then a huge golden Shenron appeared in outer space. Big. Too big. Yemu raised his head and looked at this Super Shenron. Although he saw its huge body in the anime in his previous life, but now it really exists before his eyes. Shocking. Except for these 2 words, Yemu doesn't know what vocabulary to describe his mood at the moment. This is Super Shenron. Bulma on one side was also shocked, staring at the huge golden Shenron that day, and was not fluent in speaking for a while. Chapter 57. Chapter 57. The Ancestor Teiku Chuan Super 3-in-1. Large chapters require automatic subscription. Pick up 7 Super Dragon Balls, summon my lucky ones, and tell me your wish. I can realize any wish in the world, but only one wish. Super Shenron did not open his mouth to speak, but all 3 of them heard this sentence, which was directly conveyed in the minds of Yemu and others in the form of brain waves. Super Shenron, my wish is to resurrect, to be absolutely loyal to my ancient Scion. How many resurrects? Yemu took a deep breath, raised his head and used the language of God to make his wish to Super Shenron. Only 3 people can be resurrected, do you choose to resurrect? Super Shenron's voice resounded in Yemu's mind again. Can only 3 people be resurrected? Yemu frowned, then nodded, resurrection. Can. Yin. After responding, Super Shenron made another loud dragon roar, and then saw its scarlet eyes flashing a bright light. After a while, a black hole appeared in the void, and only 3 scions with closed eyes were seen. Appeared in mid-air. Your wish has come true. Yin. There was another loud dragon roar, and the huge golden Shenron shone with golden light, and then transformed into 7 super dragon balls the size of a planet, scattered and flew into the 6th universe and the 7th universe. Yemu looked up at the sky, and the 3 scions who closed their eyes suddenly opened their eyes. My king is here. Donado pays homage to my king. Gabamo pays respect to my king. Nash pays homage to my king. 3 ancient scions knelt on the void, causing Yemu to narrow his eyes. This is Ancient Scion. Nash, 10 points of combat power. Gabiamo, 10 combat power. Donado, 10 points of combat effectiveness. Yemu took a look, and the 3 ancient scions all had a combat power of 1 million points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the first choice. Choose reward, the blood of ancestor scion. The reward has been delivered in the backpack, please check the host. At this time, the system prompt sounded in my mind. The blood of the ancestor scion finally got it. Vados. Yemu suddenly turned his head and glanced at Vados, then called out. Hearing Yemu's call, Vados turned his eyes and said indifferently, "What's the matter? Would you like to go to the 7th universe together? I made an agreement with Whis to invite him to a delicious meal. Read more at wuxiax.com. Yemu smiled and invited. Angel's strength is not unbelievable, Whis's strength is strong enough. Vados, but even stronger than Whis. If you have some relationships, ask about it then, it will be a great help to his development. The most important thing is that Angel will ultra instinct. Vados looks directly at Yemu, as if he wants to see through the thoughts in his heart. Yemu smiled and stared at her, her eyes were pure. Gods of Destruction Kampa is sleeping, my other universe. Vados' cold voice sounded, and she squinted at the ancient scion who flew from the void, and then held the staff in her hand and tapped the void lightly, her body lost where she was. If I didn't reject my kindness, it means there is hope. Yemu smiled in his heart, he thought about BA, but, not between men and women, but simply wanted to get the opportunity to learn Ultra Instinct. Kings. At this time, 3 ancient scions arrived and knelt down in front of Yemu. Okay. Yemu faintly responded, and glanced at these ancient scions. The hair is very long and it has the characteristics of Super Scion 3. Each of Scion's breath is a vicious and vicious breath. Yemu understands that the ancient times were not this peaceful age. At that time, disputes continued, not to mention Scion, a race that has been fighting for a long time. Can you transform into Super Scion? Yemu kept his eyes on these ancient scions, and finally asked. Super Scion. These ancient scions were stunned when they heard Yemu's words. Seeing this, Yemu frowned, thought for a moment, and continued, in the state of being transformed into Super Scion, he has a 50-fold increase in combat power. The whole body is golden, and the hair will turn yellow. Hearing this, several ancient scions looked at each other, and then, a relatively thin ancient scion said, Nash has heard of this transformation, but, that is what we call the realm of gods. Realm of God. Yemu shook his head and smiled when he heard this word. Super Scion can't reach the realm of gods. Yemu took Bulma's hand and walked through the air, falling from outside the stratosphere onto an unmanned star, and the 3 ancient scions behind them also hurriedly got up to follow. System, give me the blood of Scion, the ancestor of fusion. After falling on this unmanned star, after blessing Bulma with an energy shield, Yemu said softly in his heart. Boom! Fusion begins. Yemu burst out with a powerful aura in an instant, and the 3 ancient scions on one side knelt on the ground, looking at the king's face in the field with shock. This the strength of the king is comparable to the transformation of the realm of gods. Drink. Yemu bowed slightly, slowly rising from the ground, clenching his fists, and saw a purple and red cyclone rising all over him. Not only that, his hair slowly changed from black to fluorescent green, and then from fluorescent green to white. It didn't take long before it changed from white to purplish red. In the end, it became the original color again, black. What a powerful blood pressure suppressing force! Three ancient scions knelt on the ground, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. This is a bloodline suppression that people can't resist. System, use the bloodline fusion pill for me. Yemu in the sky slowly opened his closed eyes. At this moment, if anyone looked closely, his pupils were silvery white and looked extremely deep. After saying this, Yemu closed his eyes again. Boom! After he used the bloodline fusion pill, his breath exploded again. Rumbling. Crackling. In the sky, dark clouds burst in lightning bursts. Okay. At the same time, in the sixth universe of universe gods of destruction, Vados suddenly raised his brows, as if he had noticed something. His face was shocked. Yes. The color of shock, not simply the color of shock. This guy named Yemu. Hiss. Vados murmured, and then he felt an ancient breath that was enough to shake the universe again, and he couldn't help but breathe in a cold breath. What a powerful bloodline! What an ancient bloodline! Is this scion bloodline called Yemu going back to ancestors? Vados' face changed, as if thinking of something. There was an incredible color in his eyes. Here at Yemu, at this moment, he feels a force capable of destroying the universe. But, he understands that this is just his feelings. However, his strength is beyond doubt at this moment. The blood of the ancestor scion, the blood of primordial scion and the legendary super scion are 3 in 1, what blood should be called? Yemu opened his eyes again high in the sky, his pupils completely turned silvery white, and, the chi all over his body also turned silvery white. Even though the cyclone around him was only faintly silvery white, but, it was always mixed with silver brilliance. Crazy. Simple and domineering. Among the 3 senses, there is a little bit of holiness that belongs to angel. Large chapter, please automatically subscribe. The next chapter will reveal the name of the 3-in-1 blood. Only to read the underlined version of the novel, please download FALU novels. Chapter 58. Chapter 58. The ultimate bloodline of the Scion clan is the ultimate. 5/10. Yemu walks in the air. He is one of the 3 most powerful Scion bloodlines in history. At this moment, there is an enlarged body after the transformation of the legendary Super Scion, the silver-white air current of the ancestor Scion after the transformation, and the unique domineering and arrogant aura of Teku Scion after the transformation. Powerful. Yemu clenched his fists, felt the endless power in his body, and smiled on his face. I call this kind of the strongest Scion bloodline in history. Yemu lowered his head and whispered softly, ultimately. Yes. The ultimate Scion bloodline. Reached the ultimate bloodline of the Scion clan bloodline, that is, the ultimate. Walking, Yemu thought deeply and checked his character attribute panel. Host, Yemu. Age, 24. Combat power, 1.5 billion points. Normal combat effectiveness, 1.5 billion points burst out of 20 billion points. 222. Bloodline, Ultimate Scion Bloodline. Skills, Instant Transmission Advanced Edition Qigong Canon 9 Suns Magical Art Great Shift of Universe Time Stopping 0. Second Kamehameha Wave 5 times Kaioken Destructo Disc Remnant Like Boxing, Shocking Palm of the World. The normal combat power is 15 billion points and the limit burst is 20 billion combat power. Compared with before, the normal combat effectiveness has increased by almost 10 billion points. I don't know, I can transform into Super Scion. Or maybe, a transformation that is exclusive to my ultimate scion bloodline. Yemu's eyes narrowed, and he thought about it under his heart. He felt that after 3 powerful bloodlines had been combined into one bloodline, his path should not be the ordinary scion path. Wait! Yemu suddenly remembered something, and then glanced at his character attribute panel. Combat power, 1.5 billion points. Seeing this, Yemu was stunned, and several big black question marks appeared on his forehead. Is he now in the rest of the transformation state? System, I am in the transformation state now. Yemu asked in surprise. Yes. The system quickly continued to answer. Transformed state, billion normal combat power, a 10-fold increase is 15 billion combat power. So, my transformation status has a 10-fold increase. Yemu murmured softly, his eyes getting brighter. He thinks the increase is okay, at least not too little. Most importantly, he found that he could maintain this state forever. What does this mean? As long as he thinks about it, his normal combat effectiveness is the combat effectiveness after this transformation. I don't know if he can use the 5-fold increase of Kaioken in this transformation state. Read more at wuxiax.com. Yemu's eyes narrowed. If possible, then his combat effectiveness will reach an unprecedented height in history. When he thought of it, he tried. Yemu roared and directly used Kaioken. Drink! Rumble! The momentum exploded, and the powerful combat power soared. 200 million points of combat power. 300 million points of combat power. 400 million points of combat power. In a short while, his combat power reached 75 billion points, which is exactly a 5-fold increase of Kaioken. Powerful. Yemu raised his head and roared. 7.5 billion points of combat power gave him a kind of at this moment. The illusion that he can blow up a universe with his hand. Confirming what he thought in his heart, Yemu directly dissipated Kaioken 5 times, then closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Slowly, his body shrank a little and returned to his normal appearance. At the same time, his combat effectiveness has slowly returned to a normal combat effectiveness of 15 billion points. My king is supreme. Yemu landed from a high altitude, and the three ancient scions of Nash bowed and worshipped, and their faces were full of reverence. Yemu glanced indifferently at these 3 ancient scions, frowned, and said, "Are you scion of the 6th universe or scion of the 7th universe?" While speaking, he glanced at the tails behind these 3 people again, and he couldn't help but guess that it should be the ancient scion of the 7th universe. Back to my king. I'm waiting for scion from this universe. Nash took the lead in answering. Yemu frowned upon hearing this answer. Brother Yemu. At this moment, Bulma trot over. What's happenin'? Yemu smiled and looked at Bulma. Just, Vados came just now. Bulma glanced at the high altitude not far away, and whispered. Oh. Yemu followed the direction that Bulma was looking at, but he didn't see Vados, and he seemed to have left. In response, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a little funny smile. It seemed that his ultimate scion bloodline shocked Vados. It is not difficult to see from here that the ultimate scion bloodline is indeed powerful. It's okay, since she didn't shoot at me, it means that she at least does not have a bad sense of my senses, or, I can't threaten her. Yemu waved his hand, turned his head to look at the 3 ancient scions of the 6th universe who were kneeling on the ground, and said lightly, I will send you to the planet Zarada, that is the base camp where the 6th universe scion is located. Having said that, Yemu thought for a while, and then told them the method exclusive to the 6th universe to transform into Super Scion. He doesn't know if these guys can be 100% successful in transforming, but there is always a good idea. After all, these guys are the pure blood of ancient Scion. Even if they can't transform into Super Scion for the time being, they are definitely more powerful than ordinary Scion in terms of potential. My king, won't you let us follow you? Donato buried his head, feeling a little depressed. It's too weak for you. Yemu shook his head. What I need is a powerful Super Saiyan, and although your current normal combat effectiveness is good, it is still too weak for me. I will give you a test. While speaking, Yemu held Bulma's hand, index finger and middle finger to the eyebrow, and said indifferently, next time I come again, I hope that one of the first 3 races of the 6th universe will have a place in the Saiyan clan. Hush! After saying this, Yemu directly used the advanced version of instant transmission to send the 3 ancient Scions he had sensed to the planet Sherida, and he and Bulma still stayed here. People and stars. The advanced version of instant transmission can not only jump the universe, but also teleport the person he senses to the place he senses. Without wasting any more time, Yemu took Bulma directly back to 7th universe. Nash and other 3 ancient Scions cannot help him yet. So keeping them in the 6th universe is the best choice. Shoo! With the sound of breaking through the air, Yemu and Bulma returned to the earth. Bulma, you first contact the top chefs in Zidu, and soon I will let them make a table of delicious dishes and invite Whis to come. Yemu took Bulma's hand and walked around the villa yard. Okay. Bulma nodded. This is nothing more than a trivial matter. After talking about the business, the 2 walked silently holding hands. Although neither of them spoke, the atmosphere was extremely sweet. Bulma. Yemu stopped abruptly, looked affectionately at Bulma, who also stopped, turned around and looked at him tenderly, and yelled softly. Brother Yemu. Bulma looked at the sweetheart, who slowly brought her head closer, and then slowly closed her eyes. Chapter 59. Chapter 59 Yemov's Wish. 6/10 ask for automatic subscription. 3 days later, Yemu walked out of the house. In the yard, a slender man was smiling and talking with Bulma. Mr. Whis. Yemu came up and greeted Whis with a smile. Hello. Yemu. Whis set his gaze on Yemu, raised his brows, and a strange color flashed across his face. Unlike the last time I saw Yemu, when I saw this little guy this time, he could feel the powerful power hidden in his body. Although this hidden power is not worth mentioning in his eyes, but the progress is too fast. Seeing the strange color on Wis's face, Yemu smiled secretly in his heart. Things that can be surprised by this guy are indeed rare. Your agreement with me? Wis smiled and looked at Yemu. Rest assured. Yemu nodded and smiled, and said to Bulma, Bulma, take a box of instant noodles I bought before, and make a bucket for Mr. Wis by the way. Soak, instant noodles. Bulma was stunned when he heard Yemu's words. Blink. Yemu blinked her eyes. Oh. Okay. Mr. Wis, please wait a moment. Bulma knew that Yemu wouldn't ask her to bring instant noodles for no reason. It always had his purpose. When 05 answered, he trot towards the villa. What is instant noodles? Wis blinked and asked expectantly. A delicacy that will make you full of praise. Yemu smiled mysteriously. He knows that the 2 guys, Wis and Beerus, have never been to Earth, and may not even know that there is such a planet in the universe. So, everything on the Earth, they have never tasted it. Human beings are the strengths of the spirits of all races and are good at creating. Food is a very deep research. In terms of taste, at least Yemu has never seen the food on a planet compare with the food on the Earth for many years. Food for comparison. Moreover, Yemu's memory is still fresh. In the original book, Wis had a special liking for instant noodles for a while. Hearing Yemu's words, Wis' eyes couldn't stop shining, and I really looked forward to this instant noodles more and more. Soon, in 5 or 6 minutes, Bulma came with a bucket of soaked instant noodles, but her face was a little nervous. In her opinion, instant noodles are completely junk food, not to mention no nutrition, but the taste is also terribly poor. But, for Yemu, Bulma naturally believes unconditionally. After receiving the instant noodles that Bulma handed over, Wiss's face was stunned. Bad. Seeing the expression on Wiss's face, Bulma secretly said badly. Yemu on one side was very calm, and didn't think Wiss was dissatisfied with the instant noodles. Mr. Wiss! Bulma hurriedly yelled, or I will make you another table of food. No, no need. Wiss called the lid of the instant noodles, then closed his eyes and sniffed the taste of the instant noodles deeply. Under Bulma's stunned eyes, the expression on his face transformed into endless enjoyment. Too fragrant. Wiss opened his eyes again, his eyes were full of bright stars, and he started eating with his fork. Read more at wuxiax.com. Ho ho ho. After taking the first bite, Wiss' eyes brightened, and then he completely tossed his staff aside, and then began to eat the instant noodles. It's so delicious. This, really is the most delicious food I have ever tasted. Ooh! Wiss laughed extremely excitedly. Mr. Wiss likes it, it's more delicious than instant noodles. But there are so many more. Yemu squinted his eyes and laughed. The more Wiss is satisfied, the happier he is in his heart. This way, he can quickly establish a relationship with this angel, and then, steal something. No. After a while, a bucket of instant noodles was wiped out by Wiss, and there was no soup residue left. It's so delicious. Wiss sighed again. Bulma on one side was relieved, and looked back in astonishment, and saw that Yemu was blinking at her, and the admiration of her husband in her heart was raised by another level. Bulma, prepare some delicious food for the afternoon. Today, let Mr. Wiss really feast. Yemu smiled slightly at Bulma. It is good. Bulma looked back and smiled at Wiss, then left the yard. However, she came back after taking a few steps, then took out a capsule and gave it to Wiss. There are a dozen boxes of instant noodles in this capsule, and they all have different flavors. Hearing this news, the little star in Wiss's eyes has naturally not disappeared. After Bulma left, Yemu came to Wiss, watched him put the capsule away, and coughed gently while covering his mouth. Mr. Wiss! Yemu yelled softly. It's here. Wiss squinted his eyes and looked at Yemu with a smile, looking extremely kind. Can you fight with me? When the words came out, Yemu naturally stopped hiding, looking at Wiss with a serious face. Oh, you want to fight with me? Wiss glanced up and down at Yemu, then shook his head and said, You are not my opponent. Yemu rolled his eyes and smiled. In that case, can Mr. Wiss point me to this? Fighting is just talking, the real backstop is Yemu who wants Wiss to point him. His current strength is indeed strong, but after all, it is all external forces. When will he completely integrate the increased combat power in the transformed state into the normal state, then, he will be truly powerful. Well. Wiss thought about it, finally glanced at Yemu and nodded, okay. Thank you Mr. Wiss. Yemu bowed to him, and the master was a teacher. He didn't feel ashamed of his posture. Take out your full strength and do it to me. Wiss smiled. It is good. Yemu stepped back and exploded his powerful aura directly. In the blink of an eye, his combat power reached 20 billion points. This is the highest combat power that can be achieved under his normal combat power, and the limit burst. Drink! With a loud shout, Yemu flew directly towards Wiss. Boom boom boom! One punch hit Wiss. Yemu understood the power of his 737, so he didn't have any strength at all. But, for Yemu's full strength, Wiss seemed to be able to do so well. This scene is just like the fight between Yemu and Goku many years ago. At this moment, Wiss also only used one finger to resist Yemu's attack. Bang! Wiss suddenly turned sideways, bent his fingers slightly, and flicked Yemu's forehead. Yemu flew upside down in an instant, but soon stabilized his body in the air, with a look of excitement on his face. The strength of Wiss is really powerful. Your power hasn't fully exploded yet. Wiss smiled. Drink! As Wiss's voice fell, Yemu roared and saw his body enlarged a bit. The white airflow around his body instantly turned into a silvery airflow. At the same time, his pupils also turned into silver. White. Okay. Seeing Yemu's transformation, Wis's eyelids twitched, especially when he felt a familiar breath on his body, which made his face a little surprised. It seems, that level has been touched. Wis slowly narrowed his eyes, and his face also showed a little seriousness. Yemu's strength is not too strong, only 15 billion points of combat power. However, if Yemu really had first contact with that level, then he would naturally not be able to face it with a playful attitude. The 6th update is sent. Can I ask for an automatic subscription? To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novels. Chapter 60. Chapter 60 is This Ultra Instinct. 7/10 ask for another automatic subscription. This is not about strength, but an attitude of respect. Yes. Being able to reach that level with one's own talent is enough for Wis to be respectable. Mr. Wis, be careful. Yemu smiled slightly and flew forward. Bang! Yemu punched, Wis still poked out with just a finger. The collision sounded, the space was quite shaken. It's kind of interesting. Wis felt the tingling sensation of his fingers, his brows twitched, and there was a slight stunned expression on his face. He had forgotten it, and he hadn't felt that way for many years. Although, his strength at the moment did not burst out. But, he wondered, it should be stronger than the little guy Yemu. So powerful. Yemu was also surprised. Wis's strength was too unfathomable. Under his full blow of 15 billion points of combat power, Wis could still fight him with one finger. Thinking of this, Yemu thought a little bit, remembering the news that many Dragon Ball fans had jointly revealed on the internet in the past, and guessed it. If Beerus' combat power is compared to 10, then Angel Vados of the 6th universe is 15. While Wis is 15. Of course, most people have their own opinions about the specific quantifiers after 15. At this point, Yemu is not easy to guess. He thinks that it can be printed, and then he must wait for his combat power to reach the level of Wis or Beerus to estimate what quantifier is after the number. 5 times Kaioken. Yemu thought for a while, and directly exploded 5 times Kaioken, and the combat power instantly soared to 75 billion points. Rumble. The space seems to be shaking. It's another way to increase. Wis was a little surprised when he saw the red and light silvery air on Yemu's body, but his combat power was not yet in his eyes. With a little aura, Wis stretched out a finger again, and once again started fighting with Yemu, who rushed over. Boom! Drink! Logically speaking, the collision between the two is actually enough to break the surrounding space. But, no. Yemu understood this very well, so he guessed that Wis was fighting him while still, controlling the space around him that was not blasted, which made him even more shocked by Wis's strength. Whether to stop the operation when used. Yemu thought about it in his heart. To be honest, he really wanted to test whether this skill could cause a short-term stop for a master at the level of Wis. If it is possible, then this skill, needless to say, the practicability of it is simply unparalleled explosive power. Yemu, too arrogant bombardment can't do it. Wis easily resisted Yemu's attack and smiled. You have initially touched that level. You need to think about it to break quietly. If you don't make a move, you can make a move. Bang! While speaking, Wis sideways avoided Yemu's aggressive punch, and then flicked his finger on his forehead. Read more at wuxiax.com. In an instant, Yemu flew out, his state and Kaioken all disappeared, becoming normal. Hiss! Yemu, who fell on the ground, slowly got up, touched his forehead, and took a breath. It hurts too much. Wis' ordinary blow, in his opinion, I am afraid that the planets can be bounced like marbles. It doesn't matter whether the strength is strong or weak, it is purely the control of chi, the control of power. Mr. Wis is still too strong. Yemu clutched his forehead and came to Whis, sighing, "By the way, which level is the level you just mentioned?" His face was full of ignorance and confusion, as if he didn't know what level Whis was talking about. Whis stared at Yemu for a while, then shook his head and smiled. "That level is called by my father Grand Priest Ultra Instinct." Ultra Instinct? Yemu's face is still confused. What is that? A state. Whis glanced at Yemu, a realm that is extremely difficult even for a god to control. Yemu showed a shocked expression on his face, fingered himself, and said in surprise, "So, Mr. Whis means that I have been in contact with Ultra Instinct." This time, Yemu was indeed surprised. To be honest, he doesn't know the ultimate scion state of his transformation. After all, this does not belong to any bloodline in the original work, including a bloodline that does not appear in the fan manga. He knows a little bit about the blood of the ancestor scion, but not deep. All he knows is that the ancestor scion is the legendary super scion god Amosi. There are rumors that this scion is the first person to control Ultra Instinct. But it's just a rumor. Well, it's just the initial contact, not to mention the distance to control Ultra Instinct, but the initial entry into this state, you still have too far to go. Whis looked at Yemu and nodded. "However, you can get in touch with you when you are so weak, and maybe you can really step into this state in the near future. You know, at the beginning, he was also his own father to guide him, and he initially came into contact with this state, and then it took me how long it took to completely enter the state of Ultra Instinct. Among them, there is also the guidance of his father Grand Priest. If there is no guidance, he even doubts whether he can enter that state as he wants. It was too difficult." So, he was really shocked that Yemu was able to get into Ultra Instinct with his own ability in such a weak and small. "Can Mr. Whis guide me Ultra Instinct?" Yemu bowed deeply to Whis, then lifted up and looked at him with fiery eyes. Whis shook his head. "I can't guide this, I rely on self-understanding." He really can't guide people. After all, he can only guide people at the level of his father, Grand Priest. He is far from qualified. Hearing this, Yemu frowned and then smiled. This kind of thing really requires self-understanding. Moreover, he has the ultimate scion bloodline, and the potential of this bloodline is, he doesn't know it himself. Transformation for the first time, initial contact with Ultra Instinct. Will I be able to step into the Ultra Instinct state for a short time after I break through and transform? Then I break through again. Is it possible to enter the Ultra Instinct state as I please? I understand. Yemu bowed to Whis again. He doesn't have to worry at all, there is still a lot of time for him. Who knows, in the near future, will he be so lucky to suddenly give him a good choice for controlling Ultra Instinct? Of course, this is just what he wants. After thinking about it, he understands that to cultivate this kind of thing, everything still depends on himself. Next, Bulma prepared a meal, delicious food, which made Whis excited again. After waiting for a meal, when Whis was about to leave, Yemu made a request. "Mr. Whis, can I follow you to practice Gods of Destruction for a while?" Hearing Yemu's request, Whis was taken aback for a moment, then frowned and thought about it. Yemu didn't bother him, and quietly waited for a reply. "Yes, you can, but don't make too much noise, Lord Beerus can get up." After a while, Whis smiled and nodded. Hearing what Whis said, Yemu's eyes suddenly burst into light. Ding! At this moment, a prompt sound from the system rang in Yemu's mind. "Please automatically subscribe. Please everyone. The book is wonderful," only then began. "Believe me, I will not let you down." Chapter 61. Chapter 61. 3 God Level Choices, The Black-Faced Whis. A 10th subscription required. Ding! Because I am about to go to the Gods of Destruction world, the gods choose to open. 1. First time in the world of Gods of Destruction, deliberately waking up the sleeping Gods of Destruction Beerus. Choice reward, 10 times Kaioken Super Fairy Beans 10. 2. The captive of food, let gods of destruction Beerus covet the delicious food made by himself. Choice reward, a previous Earth food house, stop operation +0 second. 3. Let gods of destruction Beerus suppress the power and fight with yourself once. Choice reward, Kai's burn effect +1 chi carry 0. 5 chance of weakening attributes and chi carry 0. 5 chance of killing effect. The system's prompt sound kept ringing in Yemu's mind, leaving him in a daze from hearing the first choice to the end. The choice will end in 5 seconds. 5 5s 4. I have to do it all. 3 God level choices, 3 God level choices rewards. Yes. For Yemu, although the third choice reward is a bit confusing, but it doesn't affect Yemu at all. I don't know how serious it is. So, all. Ding. Congratulations to the host for your successful selection. The selection reward will be sent to your backpack after you complete the selection task. The system prompt sounded again. Yemu clenched his fist and shouted in excitement. Swish. Hearing Yemu's extremely excited roar, Bulma and Whis, who were 250 on one side, turned their gazes, and they were speechless when they saw the silly look on his face. As for, isn't it just going to the gods of destruction world to practice, are you so excited, we set off. An hour later, Yemu cleaned up and set off with Whis the gods of destruction world. For this kind of big scene, Bulma is a smart woman, and naturally she would not ask to go together. I was planning to prepare some daily necessities for her husband. Unexpectedly, Yemu shook his head and refused. He has an advanced version of instant transmission. As long as he has traveled to the gods of destruction world once, then for Yemu, this distance is not a distance, and it is only a matter of seconds to return to the earth. After a while, Yemu and Whis talked and laughed, and the two quickly arrived in the gods of destruction world. As soon as he arrived in the gods of destruction world, Yemu glanced around, just like the gods of destruction world in the original anime, simple and monotonous, feeling the involuntary tumbling in his body, and his face showed excitement. In the original work, Goku's practice speed doubles on the World King star where the World King is. And gods of destruction world. It is a more noble and mysterious world than Supreme Kai world, and all foreign creatures are not allowed to enter. Similarly, as the God realm where gods of destruction lives, the dimension of gods of destruction realm is higher than the realm king where the realm king is. Therefore, cultivating here is better than cultivating in the mortal world and the realm kings, and the effect is definitely dozens of times better or even hundreds of times better. Oh. Read more at wuxiax.com. Yemu bounced, and the gravity of the gods of destruction world affected him. Yemu. Seeing Yemu yelling so violently, Whis shook his head and smiled, reminding, Master Beerus is irritated to get up. If you wake him up, you will be wiped out. Hearing Whis's reminder, Yemu's eyes turned a little bit. But Whis reminded again and again that he would naturally not be foolishly and intentionally like this all the time, so, how can Beerus wake up somehow? Thinking of this, Yemu also quieted down. I started walking around. Seeing Yemu calm down, a smile appeared on Whis's face, and he squinted at the Zhengxiang Beerus who was sleeping in his lair. He shook his head and didn't know whether it was the right or wrong decision to bring Yemu. Wake up! How to wake up? Soon, about an hour passed like this, Yemu had been sitting cross-legged on the ground frowning and thinking. Ding! Suddenly, Yemu seemed to flash a light bulb on his head. Yes! Yemu's eyes suddenly lit up. Shit! In an instant, he rose from the ground. Okay. Whis, who was eating instant noodles on the side, seemed to have a sense of feeling. After a squint, he only saw Yemu bursting out of his breath. Bad. Seeing Yemu explode his breath, Whis whispered a terrible cry in his heart. As we all know, gods of destruction. Beerus also loves fighting. Now that such a powerful force has burst out in his gods of destruction world, it may make his sleep much shallower. Boom! Yemu's breath broke out again. Rumble! Not only did the breath erupt, Yemu raised his hand and started bombarding the surroundings wildly. This guy, is it on purpose? Seeing the surroundings started to vibrate, Whis took another sip of the soup and then put down the instant noodles in his hand, but from his expression, he was so unwilling. For him, this instant noodle soup is also a supreme delicacy, which makes people indulge in it. Boom! At the same time, in Gods of Destruction Beerus's lair, an earth-shattering breath also spread out with him as the center point. Woke up! Woke up! Wake up in different tones and spit out in Whis and Yemu's mouth. One is a little helpless, but the other is excited. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the first choice. Selection reward, 10 times Kaioken Super Fairy Bean 10. The reward has been sent to the host's backpack, please check it carefully. At the same time, when Beerus completely awakened, Yemu's mind sounded a system reminder. Yemu clenched a fist and shouted in excitement. Under 10 times Kaioken, his combat power will reach 15 trillion points by then. If 1 trillion combat power is based on the standard of 1 trillion and 1 trillion, then he is, reaching 15 trillion combat power. How strong is the combat power of 1 trillion? Yemu shook his head and smiled. He didn't need to guess, immediately, he could feel how powerful it is. Whis! You actually let a mortal come into my gods of destruction world. Moreover, let him wake me up. Damn it! Boom! While Yemu was still in excitement, Beerus' roar came from his lair, and then, a more terrifying coercion swept over him. Shoo! With the pressure, Whis's figure flashed directly in front of Yemu, and an energy shield covered him. Whis glanced at Yemu and whispered, "You guy, absolutely on purpose. He is not a fool." Under the circumstances of his repeated warnings, this sane and smart little guy is still there. He explodes his breath again and again, and naturally understands that he is deliberate. I didn't, deliberately. It's just a breakthrough just now. Which makes me excited. Yemu scratched his head in embarrassment and turned to look in one direction. At this moment, Beerus, with a black air current rising all over his body, flew from the sky. Murderous, extremely captivating. Mr. Whis. Yemu glanced at Whis aggrievedly, and said, Master Gods of Destruction will bully me. He may even kill me. You can indeed eat instant noodles on the earth, and even the delicacies on the earth. Can eat. But, I still have top food in different universes. And, you just bear the heart to watch a super genius who is your disciple just die like this. Hearing Yemu's words, and seeing his aggrieved appearance, Whis's face gradually darkened. This guy is really thick-skinned, and enough to make him feel uneasy. I had known it a long time ago. At that time I rejected his request to come to the Gods of Destruction world to practice, so that there will be no troubles next. The 8th update is sent, please ask for an automatic subscription. It will start soon. The first collision between Yemu and Beerus. Please wait and see. To see the underlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novel. Chapter 62. Chapter 62. Let Beerus become a captive of gourmet food. 9/10. Mr. Whis. Yemu looked at Whis's face with a look of embarrassment, and then immediately bowed deeply to him, then raised his body with a serious face, and said, You don't need Mr. Whis to take action, you just need to let Mr. Beerus and I just one battle with the same strength. Okay. Hearing Yemu's words, Whis, with a slightly embarrassed face, appeared again a little surprised. This guy is so confident. And Lord Beerus also likes delicious food. For a while. When the battle is over, I will invite you to eat top-notch delicacies that the 7th universe can't even eat. Yemu continues to seduce Whis with top-notch food. Well. Whis held his chin in his hand and thought about it. At this time, Beerus had already rushed forward, and it seemed that the target was Yemu. Fine. Whis sighed slightly. He was finally defeated by the top food proposed by Yemu. Yemu breathed a sigh of relief, with a smile on his face. Although he knew that he was a 100% bet this time, he was still a little worried in his heart. Don't think that Yemu is worried about his personal safety, but he is worried that he will not be able to complete the second and third choice tasks. After all, he has the advanced version of instant transmission, just like the 6 gods in the late game of the previous game. The pretending Dr. Mundo is average, and he can go wherever he wants. Damn it! I want to kill you! Beerus' roar continued. Master Beerus! Whis turned around, his figure flickered, and then instantly arrived in front of Gods of Destruction Beerus, and said softly, You just woke up, don't be so irritable, this is not a good thing for your body. Whis! Are you going to stop me? Beerus's anger at getting up was not overwhelming, at the moment he was angry and murderous. Master Beerus, it's not stopping you. I just woke up and needed a cup of warm water, and I needed another meal, breakfast, but I just got an extremely delicious meal. Whis always had a faint smile on his face and spoke softly. Beautiful, delicious food. Whis' words made Beerus calm down instantly, his eyes widened, and then he scanned the surroundings. At the same time, he sniffed the air around him, and then slowly closed his eyes. After a while, Beerus frowned, looked at Whis, and said solemnly, Whis! You lied to me. Whis shook his slender fingers, said something he had learned from Bulma, and smiled, Please come with me, Lord Beerus. Trust me, this delicious instant noodles will definitely not disappoint you. After listening to Whis' sentence, Beerus gave him a strange look. After Whis flew away, he glanced sideways at Yemu again, snorted and flew towards Whis. Tasty is just a reason for him to compromise down the steps without embarrassment. Whis understands, Beerus himself understands, Yemu naturally understands too. The corner of his mouth curled up, and he had a somewhat arrogant personality for the guy Beerus, and he had experienced it for the first time. In the original book, in the eyes of most Dragon Ball fans, Beerus' arrogant attributes are probably second only to Vegeta. Thinking of Tsundere Prince Vegeta, Yemu couldn't help but narrowed his eyes. It is still AIG 753, but there are still many years before this guy appeared. Speaking of which, this time is really slow. Yemu flew towards Whis and Beerus and murmured softly, read more at wuxiax.com. To be honest, he originally thought it would take a very long time to reach this point, but in fact, he has not spent many years to reach such a terrifying strength. Give it to him, for a few years or 10 years, he believed that he didn't talk about the Beerus with full firepower, and the Beerus with 67 strength should not be just a matter of thinking. Who said dreams are crueler than reality? In my opinion, reality is more perfect than dreams. A smile from the heart appeared on Yemu's face. What kind of instant noodles is this? Beerus took a bucket of instant noodles and looked closely in front of his eyes. To be honest, he really didn't see the deliciousness of the instant noodles, and he smelled it several times, but there was no taste. Master Beerus! Let me make a bucket for you. Whis took the instant noodles from Beerus with a smile, then opened the package, and after snapping his fingers, a hot water fell from the sky into the instant noodles. Build it, call it a day and wait. Yet. Beerus was staring suspiciously at Whis. At this time, Yemu had already flown over. Hey! You, Beerus saw Yemu flying in, just turned his head and glanced at him, and was about to speak. As a result, a tempting and delicious scent hit him, making his eyes widen in an instant. Oh my god! Turning his head, teleporting, and getting close to Whis, Beerus stared at the instant noodles in his hand with a shocked expression. This is too fragrant. He can guarantee that the scent of instant noodles is his for hundreds of years. No. It should be said that it is the most fragrant food he has smelled in his entire life. Whiz! Him! Lord Beerus, the instant noodles are ready, you can try them. Believe me, you will fall in love with this taste. Whis grinned. Gudong! Beerus swallowed heavily, took the bucket of soaked instant noodles from Whis, then opened the lid, used a fork to fork the noodles into his mouth. Day! Beerus's eyes were bulging. This taste, this strength, boom! In an instant, I saw Beerus's breath explode. Too delicious! Ho ho! Following his roar, Beerus began to enjoy it. Yemu and Whis smiled and watched. Both of them understood that another god who loved the food of the earth appeared. I can't help but be a little curious about the more delicious food in your mouth. Whis squinted at Yemu and smiled. In a moment, Mr. Whis will be able to taste it. Yemu also smiled. As long as the second and third choices are completed, he will naturally choose to reward Whis and Beerus. Of course, if you want to conquer Beerus with food, a bucket of instant noodles is not enough. No hurry, no hurry. Yemu looked at Beerus, who had already drunk all the soup, and his face was filled with contentment. He smiled and stepped forward and said, "Do you still want to eat more delicious food, Lord Beerus?" "Okay." Hearing Yemu's words, Beerus turned around and glanced at him, frowned and said, "Who are you?" "My name is Yemu, I come from the earth." Yemu replied. "Master Beerus, instant noodles are the food that Yemu gave us." Whis whispered aside. "Oh." Beerus suddenly became interested. "You still have more delicious food than instant noodles?" "Of course." Yemu bowed, then lifted up and smiled. "But, I hope Master Beerus can give me some guidance on my practice." "Of course, your strength is too strong. So, you need to suppress your own strength. It's best, it must be the same level of combat strength as me." "Well." Beerus frowned while holding the cup of instant noodles, as if thinking about something. After a while, he glanced at the cup of instant noodles in his hand, then glanced at Yemu, nodded and said, "Yes, but, for a while, you can't blame me for being beaten. Rest assured." Yemu smiled slightly, but said in his heart, "Suppress the same strength as me, but I am not allowed to beat anyone. Please ask for automatic subscription." The 9th watch was sent, and my finger was almost broken. Cried. "Can you comfort me?" 4. Chapter 63. Chapter 63 Fight. Beat Beerus with equal combat power. 10/10 for customization. For Beerus, since this guy wants to be beaten, he naturally has to satisfy his wish. "Come on. Let me see how strong you are." After Beerus destroyed the instant noodle box in his hand, he casually hooked his finger at Yemu. Boom! Yemu exploded, ready to try his hand against Beerus as usual. Drink! Yemu flew directly in front of him and blasted out with a punch. Boom! Beerus is like Whis, only extending one finger of his right hand. Not only that, but his left hand is directly behind his back, his expression is indifferent, and he can't see Yemu's fighting power at all. Seeing this, Yemu naturally felt uncomfortable. "You are indeed strong. But, I am not weak." Immediately, Yemu used instant transmission to come directly behind Beerus. Too slow. Beerus snorted coldly, without raising his head and poking his finger behind him. Okay. It was indeed hit, but it did not hit Yemu's real body, but 053. It was his afterimage, which made Beerus a little surprised. Kamehameha Wave. At this time, Yemu in the sky released the Kamehameha Wave. Boom! The speed of the Kamehameha Wave is extremely fast, and the transformed beam directly hit Beerus on the ground. At this moment, the explosion roared, and a large mushroom cloud rose to the sky on the ground. What? The dust quickly dissipated, and flames were on the ground, which made Whis, who was eating the instant noodles, raised his brows, and squinted at Yemu, who was fighting with Beerus in the sky, and his heart grew more and more. Be surprised. This seems to give Chi the attributes. Thinking of this, Whis blinked and turned around, still eating the instant noodles, but he was not as casual as before. His eyes kept looking at the sky. There is a look of surprise in his eyes. Lord Beerus can't suppress this little guy. Even though both of them are at the same level of combat strength, think about it, Beerus's strength is not at this level. His vision of combat experience is definitely not comparable to Yemu. Therefore, it is reasonable to say that Beerus is also a crushing situation. Now, it seems to feel a little bit suppressed. Bang bang bang! Drink! From high above, Yemu roared with excitement on his face. That's so cool! This kind of non-use of other boosting powers is just a battle of normal combat effectiveness, so that he has a kind of blood at this moment. The blood in the body is burning, it is boiling. His normal combat effectiveness can almost be said to increase by hundreds of thousands of points in a second. Moreover, he can feel that the more he fights, the stronger the chi in his body, which is completely infinite, without a certain amount of consumption. It's horrible. This is the abnormal ability brought by the ultimate Scion bloodline. Yemu was shocked, but the power in his hand was getting stronger and stronger. Bang! At this moment, Yemu's fist hit Beerus's shoulder, which not only caused Beerus to be stunned, but also, Whis, who had just finished eating a bucket of instant noodles below, was also stunned. Lord Beerus was hit. Don't wait, Whis was surprised, but what happened next was that his eyeballs almost fell from his eye sockets. Read more at wuxiax.com. Boom boom boom. Beat? No. I should say, beat. Yemu, who was completely in the state, started beating Beerus directly. Hateful. Beerus, who was passively beaten, looked more and more gloomy, and at the same time, his heart was shocked. This guy, what kind of monster it is, the more he fights. The more he fights, the more energetic. And, he naturally saw that Yemu's improvement is very fast. From the beginning, he cared about it, and slowly went to the back. The ground is improving its own strength. But, useless. No use at all. This guy is a pervert. With the same level of combat power, absolutely violent and invincible. Scion, what kind of race is it? Whis widened his eyes below. At first, he felt that Yemu had great potential, but after all he understood what method he had borrowed to increase his combat effectiveness, so he didn't think he was terrifying. Now it seems that he has missed it. The potential of this guy is infinite. As soon as this thought came out, Whis himself was shocked. Endless aura, more and more vigorous aura, if he completely controls Ultra Instinct, that would be so powerful. Unimaginable. Whis swallowed, even he naturally didn't realize this. Ultra Instinct is hard to control, hard to last. And, on this guy, I am afraid that the more you use it, the more you get into the state. Boom. As Whis thought about it, Beerus's breath increased a little. Boy, you will be beaten by me. Beerus was angry, but not murderous. This person is, so, you are strong, and you are seen by him. Haha. Okay, then I'll beat you up again. Yemu laughed, and his fighting power soared. Not only that, he wanted to make Beerus really startled. Boom. Transform. Ultimate Scion 1. His path is not Super Scion's route anymore, but his exclusive Ultimate Scion route. In the first stage, the combat power increased by 10 times. What? Seeing the faint silver-white air current rising from Yemu's body, Beerus's eyes suddenly widened. Drink. Not waiting, Beerus thought more about it. Yemu had already rushed over Zero, and attacked Beerus sparingly. The powerful force made Beerus almost want to explode his stronger power. No. Go on like this, my gods of destruction, Beerus' face is completely gone. Beerus once again fell into a passive beating, his face is getting more and more embarrassed, thinking about how he has suffered such a brutal beating for so many years. With his eyes rolled, Beerus decided to burst out in an instant, and then... Be calm. Boom. Boom. Just do as you say. Beerus jumped behind Yemu in an instant, and flew him directly to the ground with a punch. Ha ha. Beerus stood up, his previous embarrassment disappeared. Boom. When Beerus thought that Yemu had stunned, suddenly, a figure rose from the ground and rushed in front of him in an instant. A fist made his smile come to an abrupt end. Bang! A punch hit Beerus's face and blasted him out. Audiobook. Yemu roared, and his fighting power continued to rise. This kid! Defending passively, an incredible color appeared on Beerus's face. Bang! Ah! Another punch hit Beerus's stomach, causing him to spit out a mouthful of pain on his face. Audiobook. Yemu's offensive has become more fierce, completely beating Beerus as a human sandbag. Boy, you should have done enough too. A gloomy color suddenly appeared on Beerus's face, and his temper was beaten up, and now a black air current rose up all over his body. Yemu gave him an answer. When the operation stops 0. 2 seconds 0. 6 USE. The second is just a daze. Beerus' eyes flickered. And Yemu's fist struck again, which made his face change. Just now, what the hell is going on? Why, he would be inexplicably stunned. At the same time, Wispelo gradually narrowed his eyes, showing an expression of great interest on his face. With his eyesight, it is not difficult to see what Yemu uses. But, what surprised him was that God would also be affected by the time stop technique. The time just now seems to have stagnated 0. 1 second. Weird, Yemu, this little guy really has enough surprises. Whis pursed the corner of his mouth, then raised it slightly, making a curve. I have to say that his interest in Yemu is really getting deeper and deeper. Everyone, 10 changes, the number of words of 26,000, I have come out. With the update of today's public period, I think it's really awesome. Tomorrow, I will work hard and continue to update more than 6 times. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novels. Chapter 64. Chapter 64. In 2 years, Yemu has been reborn. 1/8 seeking automatic subscription. Master Beerus, it's over. While whistling in Whis' heart, Yemu's attack once again arrived in the sky, directly bombarding Beerus on the ground. Phew! Yemu let out a long sigh of relief when he saw Beerus fall to the ground. Shoo! However, before he took a breath again, a figure appeared in front of him. Bang! Flick a finger to his brow. Boom! Yemu fell to the ground, a deep pit appeared, and dust flew. Humph! Beerus's cold snort rang, and his figure disappeared into the air. Yet, after a while, Yemu got up from the pit and rubbed his brows. Without looking at him, he guessed that he must have a big brow on his brows now. It hurts too much. It hurts. Whis appeared in front of him and slowly squatted down. Pain. Yemu took out a fairy bean from the system backpack and ate it directly. Soon, the big red envelope on the center of his eyebrows disappeared. Comfortable. Yet Mu9 was alive and kicking again, turning several somersaults on the spot. This kid. Seeing Yemu refreshed again 05, Whis shook his head and laughed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the third choice. Choose reward, Kai's burn effect is +1 and chi carries 0. 5 chance of weakening attributes and chi carry 0. 5 chance of killing effect. The reward will be sent to the host's backpack in the form of a skill book. Please check it carefully. Yemu rolled and jumped for a while, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Immediately, Yemu stopped, and then directly sat on the ground with deep thoughts and began to check. Kai's burn effect +1, Kai's burn effect is increased by 1 level. As for the next 2 rewards, Yemu casually glanced at it, exactly the same as the literal meaning, his chi will be 0. 5 weakening effect and beheading effect. In response, Yemu frowned slightly, and asked the system in his heart, this 0. The probability of 5 refers to everyone or something. Everyone. The system answered, however, facing an enemy whose combat power is lower than the host you, the chance will be doubled. Oh. Yemu nodded suddenly, but then he thought, if the chance effect is accidentally touched when discussing with people, what should I do? Isn't it about killing people? The beheading effect has recognition ability, there will not be the kind of situation that you think. The system responded again. Hey! Got it. It's equivalent to my opening and hanging up. There is a whitelist for teammates to avoid injury. Yemu grinned, good fellow, what this system gives is really something, read more at wuxiax.com. No longer thinking about it, Yemu jumped up from the ground again, and then took out the mental time house with 10 times the flow rate and 100 times the gravity room from the system backpack. His practice must also begin. Spring has passed and autumn has come, and it has been more than 2 years. This year, it was AIG 756. It has been 19 years since Yemu's arrival in the Dragon Ball world, almost 20 years. Time is not forgiving. I can't think of the work in the blink of an eye. Already 26 years old and almost 27 years old, the strength is still so weak, really not enough, hard work. On this day, Yemu made such a sigh in the Gods of Destruction world. When Beerus and Whis heard Yemu's sigh, they couldn't help but glance at each other. That is, with a very good mentality, Whis could not help but have the idea of strangling this guy at this moment. Less than 27 years old, his strength is very embarrassing. At this moment, both of them were in a trance. They recalled Yemu's gradually revealing character, and suddenly felt that Yemu should not be in inferiority, but in showing off. Yes. After 2 years of getting along, this guy is indeed a very good guy, but at the same time, he is also a guy who often clenches his teeth. The most important thing is that neither Whis nor Beerus can do anything with this guy. Stomach was pinched. Hey! The 2 people who belonged to the top masters in the 7th universe sighed silently in their hearts. Yemu, you should go now. Beerus suddenly said blankly. Master Beerus, or before we leave, let's compare our combat power with equal strength. Don't do it, don't get angry, I won't slap you in the face. I swear, I promise, I won't slap you in the face. Yemu was talking. At this time, Beerus broke out completely, and directly shot Yemu with an energy cannon. Shoo! Yemu's figure flashed and disappeared into the Gods of Destruction world. This guy! Beerus jumped angrily. Whis pursed his mouth and smiled, holding the staff in his hand and tapping it at the void, and then saw the energy cannon that Beerus blasted out with all his strength turned into nothingness. Hey hey! Can't hit me! Yemu suddenly appeared in the Gods of Destruction world again and said something like this. Roll! Beerus glared at this undue beating guy, it's damned. Ha ha ha! Whis laughed loudly on the side. Mr. Whis, Master Beerus, goodbye. I will come back to see you when I have time. Of course, you can also come to the earth to find me to play. Yemu got serious, bowed deeply to Whis, and then bowed deeply to Beerus's lair. In the past 2 years, he has learned too much from Whis and Beerus. These things are not things that he can cultivate and comprehend by himself. Still the same sentence, the master is the teacher. Yemu's mind is very simple, not so complicated. Just like Beerus is a person, you can be attracted by him if you are strong. Shoo! Yemu's figure disappeared in the Gods of Destruction world, this time he really left. After a while, Beerus flew over, with a lazy look on his face, and said faintly, "This nasty stinky boy is gone." "Why, Master Beerus is a little bit reluctant." Whis squinted at Beerus and chuckles. "Humph!" Beerus snorted, then glared at Whis, "You can't bear it." "Yeah, I really can't bear Yemu." Whis nodded. Beerus was speechless for a while and glanced at the guy Whis. He found that the way people get along can really change each other a little bit. "I'm asleep, I hope this brat can give me a big surprise when I wake up next time." After a few seconds, Beerus suddenly yawned, his figure flickered, and then disappeared. 680 Whis smiled and looked in one direction, then held the staff in his hand and tapped the void, a bucket of instant noodles floating in the air. "Whis!" A roar suddenly came, "Didn't you say there is no instant noodles?" At this moment, on Earth, Yemu at home checked his character attribute panel. Host, Yemu. Age, 26 years old. Normal combat power, 5 billion points. Limit burst of 70 billion points. Bloodline, the ultimate Scion bloodline has a 10-fold increase in combat power. Skills, Instant Transmission Advanced Edition. Qigong Canon 9 Suns Magical Art Great Shift of Universe Time Stopping 0. Diane, Kamehameha Wave Diane, 10 times Kaioken. In more than 2 years, the normal combat power only reached 50 billion points and only 70 billion points of combat power were Indiana, the state of extreme explosion. Honestly, not too powerful. But, in the past 2 years, he has been focusing on the practice of improving combat effectiveness, but has learned from Whis how to truly control Qi and how to truly control his own powerful power. It is really hard to say the past 2 years and the present if he compares it. Yemu feels that he used to only rely on brutal force to smash into others. Although the explosive force is strong, it is easy to be defeated by static breaking. And now Yemu, arrogant and dexterous, are in the same place, and the two sides can switch freely. Therefore, Yemu believes that his 2-year practice is not excessive even if it is called a reincarnation. Ding! Today, continue to work hard to update. I conservatively estimate that it will be 6 more. The number of words in each chapter is a bit too much, just to make everyone feel good. Chapter 65. Chapter 65. With 3 God-level choices, Gaku has grown up. 2/8 for customization. Ding! God level choose to open. 1. Participate in the 23rd World No. 1 Martial Arts Conference and win the championship. Choice reward, stop operation +0 seconds. Fairy beans 10. 2. Teach Bulma to practice, and take her to participate in the 23rd World No. 1 Martial Arts Conference. Choice reward, the spiritual time house with 15 times the flow rate can be entered twice a year, once a month. 3. Take Bulma on a sweet trip. Choice reward, the weakening effect of Qi carry +0. The killing effect carried by Qi +0. Yemu is still there. I was amazed at his strength in the past 2 years, but the system prompt sound suddenly appeared in his mind. 3 God level choices, 3 choice rewards. This made Yemu frowned. Can you choose all of them? Yemu asked inwardly. These 3 choices of rewards are quite good, to be honest. You can only choose 2. The system responds. Yemu thought for a while and said directly, I choose the second and the third. The first choice is actually not very big compared to his current needs. Now what he needs is to develop himself quickly, and the spiritual time house is therefore extremely important. And the reward brought by the third choice has 2 probability bonuses, so under a rational analysis, the second and third choices are naturally selected. After the selection, the system no longer speaks. Yemu didn't speak anymore, felt a little, and walked slowly towards the house. At this moment, Bulma in a household outfit is wearing an apron and is pulling a duster to clean. Yemu walked gently, then covered Bulma's eyes. Husband! You are back! Bulma's surprised voice rang. Haha! Bulma, I haven't spoken yet, you already knew it was me. Yemu burst out laughing. Of course. Bulma grunted. Yemu let go, and Bulma turned around. He looked at a home outfit with an apron, plus her curled up hair. It was just the beautiful cook. Immediately, Yemu reached Bulma's ear and whispered something. Yet, husband, you are too bad. After hearing Yemu's words, Bulma blushed immediately, but she was just shy and didn't seem to refuse. Seeing Bulma's look, Yemu didn't know that she accepted it. Immediately, holding Bulma and heading towards the kitchen. In Yemu's view, occasionally some interesting adjustments are needed between husband and wife. Read more at wuxiax.com. AIG 753, March 12. Yemu and Bulma embarked on a journey to find the Dragon Ball. For the two of them, finding the Dragon Ball is not the main purpose, but travel is the main purpose. 1 month passed quickly. Yemu and Bulma were traveling and collecting Dragon Balls. On this day, they arrived at the location of the last Dragon Ball. Slightly sensed, Yemu is. What's happenin'? Bulma saw his daze and said nothing. I met an acquaintance. Yemu smiled slightly, and then looked straight ahead. A girl in a blue martial arts suit came leaping towards them. Bulma looked at it and frowned when he saw the girl, and wondered who this girl is in her mind. Okay. At this moment, the girl also saw Yemu and Bulma, suddenly stopped, looked at Yemu incredible, and then... Ah! She screamed, and then she covered her face and ran away shyly. Seeing this, Yemu and Bulma couldn't help but stare at each other. Who is this little girl? Bulma was surprised. It's Shishi. The father and daughter we met in Huashan Mountain back then. She is that very shy little girl. Yemu smiled slightly, and to be honest, he still thinks that he can meet Shishi when he grows up. But, why did this little girl see him? Surprise. She was shy and scratched her head strangely. Yemu stopped thinking about other things, took out the Dragon Ball radar to check it, and it didn't take long. Just got the 7th Dragon Ball together. After collecting 7 Dragon Balls, Yemu and Bulma realized that they had no wish at all, so they gave up their current plan to summon Shenron. It's almost time to travel. Yemu and Bulma also returned to the western capital. In the next time, Yemu also started training Bulma again. Soon, 20 days passed. During the period, Yemu took the time to take a look at Gaixian Island. The group is working hard to practice, and it seems that they are also preparing to participate in this world's #1 martial arts conference. But everyone is not sure where Goku is going. Yemu thought for a while, thinking that he should go to the gods to practice. On this day of May 7th, Yemu and Bulma arrived at the gate of the world's #1 Budokai. There was a light rain, and the two held umbrellas and waited for Master Roshi and others to arrive. By the way, can I really do it? Bulma looked nervous and said, I haven't had a fight with anyone yet. Haha. Don't be afraid, you have to believe in your own strength. Yemu hugged Bulma in his arms and softly comforted, on the contrary, you have to reserve some strength and don't kill people in the qualifiers. Bulma's combat effectiveness is not too high, it has just reached the standard of breaking 50,000 or 10,000. In the past 20 days, he did not train Bulma too much to improve combat effectiveness, but taught her how to control the chi in his body. What he was afraid of. Bulma didn't pay attention to directly attacking people in the qualifiers. Died. Don't worry. I will definitely be more careful. Bulma spit out her tongue lightly, looking extremely cute. Just when Yemu wanted to lower his head and stop her, at this time, a sound of footsteps and familiar voices rang, which naturally made him embarrassed to stop Bulma. Lifting the umbrella in his hand slightly, he found that the rain had also stopped, and he couldn't help putting the umbrella in the system backpack. At this time, Master Roshi and his party had already walked over. Big brother Yemu. Bulma. Teacher Wu Tian. After both parties said hello, they both became a little confused. Son Goku. At this moment, Yemu and others seemed to have a sense of feeling. They turned their heads to one side, and a man with an umbrella slowly walked towards the gate of the venue. Seeing this, Yemu's mouth rose slightly. Gaku has grown up. Soon, the man with the umbrella approached Yemu and others. Ah! Has the rain stopped? The man murmured, then slowly lowered his umbrella. A man with a white turban smiled and waved at Yemu and others. Long time no see, Yemu, and Master Rashi. Hearing what Noma Zhao said, Master Rashi and the others looked at a loss. You look at me, I look at you, and then glanced at the man again, not knowing what to say for a while. Oh! Look at me, I forgot my headscarf. The man gave a silly smile, then took off the white turban from his head, revealing his side, his iconic hairstyle. Gaku! Klin ran over immediately, but halfway through, he stopped with a weird expression. Because he found out that Gaku has grown taller. Klin, why are you shorter? At this time, Son Goku's surprised voice rang in the field. Puff! Yemu couldn't help but laughed. Ha ha ha! Master Rashi and others couldn't help but laugh. Humph! Klin was sulking on one side, only Son Goku scratching his head blankly. The scene where Gaku grew up and met, I really remember it. Once I see it, I get goosebumps once. The rest is, when Gaku turns into Super 1. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novel. Chapter 66. Chapter 66 Shura Field. 3/8 for customization. Soon, a group of people walked into the venue. Don't look at Yemu did not participate in this world's #1 martial arts club, but some staff have known him, and naturally they will not stop this 2 consecutive championship masters. At this moment, Yemu suddenly saw a familiar figure, who was not Shishi. And Shishi in the front also seemed to have a sense. Looking back, when he saw Yemu, his pretty face blushed. When the two looked at each other for a few seconds, the little girl's face was flushed red too. An expression of excitement and surprise slowly emerged. Big brother. I don't know if it was a big decision, Shishi suddenly trot over and shouted to Yemu. Seeing Shishi running towards him, Yemu couldn't help but glanced at Bulma next to him. To be honest, after all, he was an old man who was married, and he didn't pay attention to it. However, what surprised Yemu was that there was no other expression on Bulma's face, instead he smiled and looked at Shishi who trot over. That look, that smile. It looks like a sister who is in charge of the harem and looking at her. I don't know that Yemu thinks too much, he murmured in his heart. Big brother. Sister hello. Long time no see. At this time, Shishi had already trot over and came to Yemu and looked at this elder brother who was 173 secretly in love when she was a child. Hello there. Yemu smiled slightly and greeted her. Seeing this scene, Master Rashi and the others in the back looked at me one by one, and I looked at you, and then slowly showed intriguing expressions on their faces. Big brother Yemu is really good. First, there is such a beautiful lady as Bulma, and then there is such a young and agile girl. Klin on one side whispered. Hey! In an instant, a staring gaze shifted over. It was Yemu's gaze. Shrink! Meeting Yemu's gaze, Clinton shrank his neck for a while, then laughed twice, and ran behind Master Rashi. Yemu occasionally teaches Klin, which is extremely strict, so Klin is still a little scared of him. Master Rashi and others are not fools. Seeing the melting eyes and shy expressions of such a beautiful girl looking at Yemu, how can I not see her intentions? So, Yemu, let's go to the ring first, you guys have a chat here. Master Rashi coughed twice. He was also the place where he came into the qualifiers. After so many years, he could look at it openly and he would naturally not miss this opportunity. It is good. Yemu squinted at these guys and smiled bitterly in his heart. In fact, he also wanted to leave like this, but Bulma and Shishi were suspected of fighting in their eyes, so he was not good to leave like this. Read more at wuxiax.com. Shishi. Bulma suddenly spoke. Sister Bulma. Shishi also spoke. Yemu called Bulma's name back then, and she naturally wrote down her name. Hearing the girl yelling her name, Ma raised her brows. She was a little surprised, and after a little thought, her gaze at Shishi changed a little. Good guy, I'm afraid this little girl has missed her husband when she was a child. Otherwise, how could she write down her name? Isn't this typical to remember the name of a rival in love? Thinking of this, the smile on Bulma's face slowly receded, just as he was about to speak. At this moment, Shishi bowed suddenly and said, "Thank you Yemu for your help back then, and Shishi actually likes Yemu very much. Hey!" After making a strange shame, Shishi clutched his hot flushed face and ran away. This. Yemu saw Bulma turning his head, and scratched the back of his head with a dry smile. He is also very confused, and it is no wonder that he is too attractive. Humph! Bulma looked at Yemu and snorted, then walked towards the center of the venue. Yemu smiled bitterly and shook his head, and slowly followed forward. Along the way, Yemu glanced around and seemed to be searching for someone. Soon, a Namek person came into his sight. Piccolo. Yemu narrowed his eyes. In the first 2 years, he did not participate in the plot of the original timeline, but he was very clear about the plot. The purpose of this guy's arrival this time was to defeat Son Goku. In addition, this guy's nature is not bad, so Yemu just checked his combat power and headed towards the ring where Bulma was. On the way to Bulma, Yemu saw that Goku, who had changed into a martial arts suit of the turtle fairy genre, was warming up under a ring, and he shook his head and smiled. After thinking about it, he took a look at Goku's combat effectiveness. 400,000 points. Seeing this strength value, Yemu frowned. So quickly, has it reached 400,000 points of combat power? But after thinking about it, Yemu lost his surprise again. For this plot point, this guy Goku has drunk Karan-sama's supernatural water. The Super Shen water, which can stimulate human potential, can be said to be one of the most precious treasures on the earth. But to be honest, this thing in Yemu's eyes is far more harmful than good. Think about it carefully. Why did Son Goku later have heart disease? Many rumors on the internet in the past life are naturally due to the side effects of long-term and multiple use of Kaioken. Second, that is the side effect of this super god water. Yemu always feels that something like Super Shen Shui is ultimately an increase in the guiding potential of foreign objects. As for the great elders on the Namek Ball and the old Supreme Kai's potential enhancement to the later Son Gohan, that is not the guidance of external objects, but a kind of secret technique, which stimulates the inner potential by inner guidance. For this point, Yemu naturally agrees very much. But it's not a big problem. As long as I remember Goku's heart disease, then it is impossible for him to relapse. And, the Super Fairy Bean can prevent all diseases from happening, and then give him a heart attack and he will be gone. Yemu sighed lightly and didn't care too much about Son Goku's later heart attack. After a while, with a resounding gong, the qualifier for the 23rd World No. 1 Budo contest is also officially launched. Husband, I'm so nervous now. When Yemu walked to Bulma's side, Bulma looked back at her husband and suddenly spoke. Even if her combat power has broken through 50,000 to 10,000, she is still a woman after all. At this time when she is about to fight against someone for the first time, she still feels a little flustered. Don't be nervous, take a deep breath. You can rest assured that there will be no injuries. Of course, you still have to control your own strength, otherwise if you really don't pay attention, you will beat your opponent to death. Yemu laughed. He didn't worry too much. Even if Bulma didn't control his strength, he could save Bulma's opponent instantly and save him from a death catastrophe. After listening to Yemu's words, Bulma took a deep breath, then tilted his head to glance at the contestants around him, spit out his tongue gently, and said, "These. The players in the competition seem to be too weak. I really have to take some strength, otherwise it will be bad for my husband to cause trouble by then." Chapter 67. Chapter 67. The feelings are over, and the total combat power is 100 trillion. 4/8 ask for customization. Soon, when Bulma kept reminding herself to be careful and careful, the referee on the ring had already read her name, and it was her turn. Jumping on the stage, today's Bulma is in a blue martial arts uniform, and his hair is tied into a ponytail. Yemu glanced at Bulma's opponent in the ring. He was a tall man with a 50-point battle. This combat power is indeed an extremely top level in front of ordinary people. But, Bulma is a great master with a combat power of over 50,000 and 10,000. Naturally, you don't need to think about the ending to know who will win. On the arena, this tall man with 50 combat power glanced at Bulma with a deep disdain, turned a blind eye to her beauty, and said coldly, "The little girl must have the consciousness of the little girl. Participate in the martial arts conference that the man participates in." "What? Humph, if you don't want to be beaten by me, I advise you to abstain now. Otherwise, humph." As he spoke, the man snorted again, his expression extremely unkind. Hearing this man's heavy disdain for women, Bulma was naturally unhappy, and gradually became cold, and said indifferently, "I'll let you see how much the woman you look down on later powerful." "Haha! What a big joke! Okay, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense, just give you a little girl a lesson. Drink!" After a burst of laughter, the tall man shook his two fists and rushed towards Bulma aggressively with a cold drink. Bulma looked at the tall man rushing towards her, and slowly took out a cloth belt from behind and wrapped it around her hand. She didn't want to touch this nasty guy at all. Even if it just touched his clothes. Small strength, I must use the least strength. She kept reminding herself that after wrapping her hand, she bit her silver teeth, nodded heavily, stretched out her hand, and rushed forward. Boom! Even though Bulma reminded herself to use very little strength in her heart, when she punched her, she was still shocked by her powerful strength. A punch on the fist of that, the tall man, she didn't do anything, but that, the tall man screamed and flew out, through a wall of the venue, and then flew out of the martial arts conference venue. And then fell onto the street. Hiss! My God! Seeing such an astonishing scene, the contestants all around couldn't help but suck in a burst of cold air, and looked at Bulma inconceivably. A doubt rose in their hearts, this beautiful and delicate woman, can really have such a powerful force. This, is Bulma so powerful as well? Here, Klin and Yamcha, who had just finished their battle quickly, also saw the sensation caused by Bulma, and their faces were shocked. They know that Bulma may also know how to practice, and perhaps his strength is not too weak. But being so powerful, to be honest, they really didn't expect it. After all, this is a woman. Seeing that the eyes of the contestants all around were on him, Bulma felt embarrassed for a while, took a peek at Yemu under the ring, and saw that he was smiling and looking at him. He couldn't help being playful. I stuck my tongue out at him cutely, then turned to ask the dumbfounded referee, "Referee, please win. Win, win." Read more at wuxiax.com. The referee heard Bulma's questioning, and the shock on his face did not disappear for a long time. He has been a referee for so many years, and it is really the first time he has seen such a powerful female player. No. It should be said that this is the first time he has seen such a powerful contestant. Yet, I won. For his first victory, Bulma was still very happy, jumped off the ring and came to Yemu's side, reached out and hooked his arm, his face was full of excitement. Ha ha ha, Bulma is amazing. Yemu gave a thumbs up, smiled and rubbed Bulma's head leaning on his chest, and then saw Master Roshi Klin and his party approaching with surprise. Unexpectedly, Bulma is so amazing. The arriving Master Roshi sighed. Of course, it doesn't matter who my husband is. Bulma is leaning on Yemu, and the little bird looks very touching. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. This time there were far fewer players than the last time, so the quarterfinals were quickly decided. Yemu looked at the newly released quarterfinals and couldn't help but recall the quarterfinals in the original book. Peach White Tien Xinyan, Shishi Sun Goku, Piccolo Klin, Gods Yamcha. This is the top 8 in the original book, but this year there is no Peachy White and Fairy. The former is estimated to have been killed when he encountered Son Goku for the first time. As for the latter, it is natural to understand the strength of Son Goku, so there is no need to go down and stare at Piccolo. Therefore, this year, there is an extra face in a Bulma, which is not too different. After a while, the draw for the quarterfinals began. The first game is Bulma Shishi. What can Yemu say about such a coincidence? But fortunately, the two only briefly discussed. Shishi has a kind of admiration for Bulma's strength, so there is also a feeling of not knowing each other without fighting. The next duel was nothing to watch for Yemu. In the final, Goku and Bulma were fighting. Of course, there was no suspense. A punch from Goku directly shook Bulma out of the field. At this point, the 23rd World No. 1 Martial Arts Conference has ended. At the same time, Yemu also understood that his childhood feelings have completely ended. The beginning of the next Dragon Ball plot is the real beginning of his journey to the strongest in the Dragon Ball world. Spring has passed and autumn has come, and a year will pass quickly. On this day, Yemu got out of his practice and checked his character attribute panel. Host, Yemu. Age, 27 years old. Normal combat effectiveness, 8 billion points. Burst at 10 billion points. Bloodline, the Ultimate Scion bloodline has a 10-fold increase in combat power. Skills, Instant Transmission Advanced Edition Kigong Cannon 9 Suns Magic Art Stop Shoe 0. Diane, Kamehameha Wave Diane, 10 times Kaioken. In 1 year, the normal combat effectiveness has increased by 30 billion points and Yemu is naturally very satisfied with this. Now, under normal circumstances, his maximum combat power has reached 10 billion, which is 1 trillion. With just a 10-fold increase of Kaioken, he can reach 10 trillion. Not to mention, he also has a transformation form of the first level Ultimate Scion 1. Therefore, he now has a total combat power value of 100 trillion. 1/10,000 trillion is equal to 1 Jing. The strength of Beerus knows whether it is the unit of Jing or the unit of Gai above Jing. All in all, we still have to work harder. In short, Yemu is still very confident in his future. At his growth rate, after the start of the Dragon Ball Super plot, he may not be able to hang the full fire Beerus soon. Of course, this is just what he thinks. But there is a goal to strive for, and that is definitely a good thing. Yemu suddenly remembered something. The most important thing is that he can feel that his bloodline of Scion, the strongest in the history of the 3-in-1, has definitely not really reflected the abnormality he should have. Perhaps, what I call Ultimate Scion 1 is not really the perfect form of Ultimate Scion 1. Yemu murmured softly. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novel. Chapter 68. Chapter 68. Confirm your guess, Yemu Great Ape. Important chapter. Yemu and Bulma met, and during the conversation between the two, he was surprised to hear the news of Son Goku's marriage. At first, he thought that like the original, Son Goku and Shishi were married. Unexpectedly, Bulma said, it was a girl named Samur. Hearing this name, it made Yemu inexplicably relieved. This performance, even he himself did not notice. By the way, my husband, I summoned Shenron 2 months ago. Bulma said suddenly. What's the matter? Dragon Ball can be easily found anytime, anywhere. Yemu didn't care at all. Don't you want to know what my wish is? Bulma smiled and groaned. What wish? Yemu asked. Let Shishi be like me, youth forever, like a girl forever. Bulma's words made Yemu blink his eyes, then coughed twice. It seems that your relationship with Shishi is pretty good. Sister relationship, husband, please say 337. Not good. Bulma glanced at Yemu, then leaned to his ear and blew a breath. Husband, I want to give birth to a baby for you. With such explicit words, Yemu couldn't receive the news, and he teleported towards the room of the two with Bulma in his arms. 3 days later, Yemu came from the earth to the world of gods of destruction. Mr. Whis, see what I can bring you. Yemu came to Whis with a bento box in his hand. Oh hoo hoo hoo. Whis' laughter is very similar to Frisia, but the former does not feel as annoying as Frisia. Here. Here you are. Yemu handed the bento box in his hand to Whis, then took a look at Beerus's old lair, and then whispered, this time, I hope Mr. Whis can do me a favor. You said. Whis responded casually, then opened the bento box and saw that there were many different types of dishes assorted, and when he smelled the tempting and delicious fragrance from the various dishes, he couldn't help swallowing. I want to confirm one of my thoughts. I am afraid that I will enter a violent state by then. This requires Mr. Whis to help check and balance at that time. Yemu said. Oh, what's the big deal, is it in the form of transformation? Whis used his chopsticks, put a piece of braised pork into his mouth, verbally replied, and then showed an expression of great enjoyment on his face. Don't count. Read more at wuxiax.com. Yemu shook his head. Okay. You can confirm it. I'm looking at it, surely nothing will happen. Whis smiled slightly and continued to use his chopsticks to eat the dishes in the bento box. Even though Whis is so casual, Yemu is very relieved. After all, this guy's character is there, so serious, I am afraid he still feels a bit strange, not the one he is familiar with. Mr. Whis, drink. Immediately, Yemu flew into the sky. At the same time, he threw an artificial moon into the distance from the backpack of the system. Oh! Here at Whis below, I took a squint and saw Yemu suddenly appear. As his body began to grow larger, the whole person also slowly turned into a giant roar. Bang bang bang! Yemu completely transformed into a giant ape form, slapped and slapped himself. Roar! As if sensing the existence of Whis, Yemu's transformed giant ape looked at him, and a pair of eyes flashed with a scarlet light, which looked extremely breathtaking. Shoo! So fast! Whis and Yemu's incarnation of the giant ape met their eyes, and then in the next second, a figure flickered. And the giant ape had already appeared in front of him. Bang! Whis' reaction was terrifying. At close range, he raised his hand and grabbed the staff and lightly tapped the giant ape's fist. He stood still, and the giant ape flew out directly. Such a big man, the speed is not reduced. Yemu is indeed an incredible method of transformation. Whis continued to eat, took a look at the giant ape that flew out, and said in his heart, moreover, the multiplier of his combat effectiveness, very strange. Yes. From Whis' vision, it is naturally easy to see. Yemu's giant ape form at this moment has directly increased by as much as 50 times. Yemu's normal state is 80 billion points of combat power, an increase of 50 times, that is 40 trillion points of combat power, converted into trillions, that is 40 trillion points of combat power. This combat power is naturally nothing in front of Whis. However, Whis can see that this form is not perfect. Moreover, Yemu in this state is not sane yet. Once it is perfected, the combat power will be increased by 50 times. With this little abnormal endurance ability, I am afraid that this powerful combat power will be truly used for its own use. Not bad, not bad. It is indeed a remarkable transformation form. Whis smiled and nodded. Boom! At this moment, the giant ape that flew upside down stabilized his figure in mid-air, and a domineering and extremely arrogant aura swayed around him as the center. Okay. Feeling this breath, Whis, who had just picked up another piece of braised pork and was about to put it in his mouth, suddenly stopped, and then slowly turned his head to look at Zero, a fist. Yes. The fist of the silver-white air current reached his face. Boom. An energy shield appeared on Whis instantly. However, after all, it was an energy shield released too hastily. Although he blocked the punch of the great ape incarnation of Yemu, he also flew out at the same time. Shoo! Yemu's transformed giant ape's figure flickered again, and the next second it appeared directly behind Whis, who flew out. Boom! Another punch came out. But this time, Whis couldn't stop it from being non-existent. He tilted his body and glanced at the silver-white giant ape with a silver-white air current, and his body turned into a silver-white giant ape, and then he held the staff and lightly tapped his fist. Boom! Power is not something that a giant ape can contend. I saw him fly upside down, slowly returning to Yemu's appearance in mid-air. It's Chikuakuo. Whis' eyes were full of surprises. While flying over, the staff lightly tapped Yemu, who had fainted to the ground, and a set of clothing similar to Whis appeared on him. What an incredible little guy! Looking at Yemu, who had passed out on the ground, Whis' face was full of solemnity. Just now, if he read it correctly, Yemu has entered the initial stage of Ultra Instinct. It's just that he entered this state unconsciously, powerful, but he can't control that powerful force at all. An hour later, Yemu slowly recovered from his coma. You are awake. Yemu turned his head and saw Whis looking at him gently. How for? 3 things, is in the great ape state, is I extremely powerful. Yemu's transformation into a giant ape has no dominant consciousness, so he has no idea what's going on. Very powerful. Whis smiled and nodded, in the first transformation into the form of a giant ape. You have a 50-fold increase in combat power. The second time, directly and unconsciously entered the initial Ultra Instinct state. What? Hearing what Whis said, Yemu jumped up from the ground in shock, with an ecstatic expression on his face. I really entered the Ultra Instinct state. It's Ultra Instinct in the initial stage. Whis smiled slightly. I don't know if you can see some things that I want to set. No. I am a fan writer, and I want to write my own. Many things are different from the original, not because I haven't read it. I like Dragon Ball very much, otherwise I won't write close to Kaiba, this Dragon Ball. Chapter 69. Chapter 69 in the 3 stages of Ultra Instinct, Tulls is here. 6/8. In the initial stage of Ultra Instinct. Yemu frowned when he heard Whis repeat the name of the initial stage. Ultra Instinct in the initial stage means that you will be able to control this mysterious state 100% in the future. Yemu's potential is very huge, coupled with being so young, and this little guy is also very suitable for his own appetite. Whis naturally does not hesitate to clarify his confusion. My father Grand Priest told me that Ultra Instinct is divided into 3 in total. Stages. Yemu's eyelids twitched. Ultra Instinct actually has a stage to speak of. This made him think about it. In the original book, Ultra Instinct was shown in the later stage of Goku on Tournament of Power in Dragon Ball Super. So, what stage of Ultra Instinct is it? Seeing Yemu's thoughtful color, Whis smiled slightly and continued, the first stage is, the chance to step into this mysterious state. The second stage is, enter this mysterious state as you like. And the third stage. At this point, Whis paused, watching the puzzled gaze projected by Yemu, and then smiled slightly. The third stage is the realm that my father Grand Priest can understand. I've heard, Zero, this stage should be completely in control of Ultra Instinct. Yemu slowly narrowed his eyes. He should understand a little bit in his heart. Goku in Dragon Ball Super should have entered this state under unknown circumstances like him. From there, it is extremely difficult to enter this state. Therefore, this is the initial stage of Ultra Instinct, and there is no so-called chance. Thinking of this, Yemu glanced at Whis, and he guessed that this powerful angel should be able to enter this mysterious state at will. In other words, he is in the second stage of Ultra Instinct realm. As if seeing what Yemu was thinking at the moment, Whis smiled slightly and said, I have not entered the second stage of Ultra Instinct realm. What? Yemu's face changed as soon as Whis said this. This state, is that difficult? Actually, I just haven't completely stepped into the second stage of Ultra Instinct. Whis continued, now I only have a 70% chance of entering the Ultra Instinct state. My sister Vados has an 80% chance to enter this state. As for the angels of other universes, some are weaker. Hiss. Yemu gasped uncontrollably when he heard the data. Good guy, it's hell level difficulty to enter this Ultra Instinct state. No wonder. Gaku in the original has only stepped into that mysterious realm only once. Practice hard. You are already very close on the Ultra Instinct road. When you enter the first stage, maybe I will mention you with my father, Grand Priest. Whis laughed kindly. Just as Yemu said before that he is a disciple of Whis, Whis indeed regards this talented little guy with great potential as his disciple. Hearing Whis's promise, Yemu's eyes lit up. Read more at wuxiax.com. Grand Priest. That is the most powerful person in the Dragon Ball world except for Xeno, although there is also the Dragon God Salama, but this Dragon God Salama is extremely mysterious, who knows that it exists in the world Shang is still dead. I really have a chance to get the guidance of this great god, or my growth will rise to a higher level. Okay. I just felt it, on the earth, but something interesting happened. Whis smiled slightly and reminded him. Okay. Yemu raised his brows, closed his eyes and felt towards the earth. Spirit tree, fruit. Yemu opened his eyes and his gaze condensed. As he sensed, several scions gathered around, the one in the middle. Scion was eating a blood-red fruit in his hand. At the same time, with this scion's gnawing, his combat effectiveness also increased violently. 1. In a short while, Scion's combat power soared from 100 points to 500 points. I have to go back to Earth. Yemu stopped sensing, greeted Whis and teleported back to Earth. There was a strange look on his face. Tulls, why did he come to Earth early? Yemu thought about it for a moment. He remembered in a daze how long this guy came to Earth within a year or two after Son Gohan was born. And now, Son Gohan doesn't even know if he will be born, so what is the situation? The butterfly effect caused by his appearance. Yemu frowned, and felt a little more, and directly found Son Goku. Bayazishan, at this moment Son Goku is holding a little baby in his hands, his face is full of love. Goku. Yemu arrived, took a look at the baby in Son Goku's hand, and was stunned. This, isn't it Son Gohan? Big brother Yemu is here. When Son Goku saw Yemu, his face suddenly showed a smile, holding little Gohan in front of him, and then when he saw his son looking at Yemu with wide-eyed eyes, he immediately laughed again. Gohan, this is your father's eldest brother. Originally, Son Goku wanted to tell Gohan what he should be called, but he was suddenly embarrassed for a second, because he didn't know what Gohan should be called. Yemu. Uncle is too strange for Son Goku. Gohan, Dad's eldest brother must be called Uncle, remember. At this time, a young woman walked out of the house next to her, smiled and nodded to Yemu, then came to Son Goku and said something. He. Son Goku smiled and scratched his head, and then introduced Yemu. After the introduction, Yemu glanced at little Gohan, then took Son Goku to the side and whispered, Gohan has been a few months. It's been more than 2 months. Son Goku smiled and groaned. As a new father, he has been a daddy for the past 2 months, and he has instilled 773 some knowledge of practice on one side. After all, he intends to train his son to become a top master in the future. The speed is really fast. Yemu secretly said in his heart that it has only been more than a year since the last time, this kid has already become a father. Compared with he hasn't had a child for so many years, he is indeed not diligent in this regard. By the way, this time, I want to tell you that the evil scion has invaded the earth. Yemu started talking about business. Okay. Hearing Yemu's words, Son Goku's eyes widened a bit, and then his face showed excitement. For the past year, although he has been working hard to cultivate, after all, there is no good opponent to fight him. Now someone has invaded. To be honest, he was extremely excited the first time. Yemu gave him a blank look at his excitement, really a pure to the extreme martial idiot. That guy probably has thoughts about the earth a long time ago, and now that he has really come to the surface, I'm afraid he feels that he has enough strength. You, be careful. Yemu whispered. Naturally, he wouldn't want to take a shot in such a small scene, and, I am afraid that the guy Son Goku would not want him to take a shot. After all, this is a good training for the soldiers and others. Anyway, even if that, no matter how strong Tulz is, it won't be better than him. With him watching, Son Goku and others will naturally have nothing to do. Don't worry, Yemu. Son Goku patted his chest, full of fighting spirit. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novel. Chapter 70. Chapter 70 Breakout, Goku. Mimic Super Saiyan. 7/8. Yemu, who had left from Bayazishan, also started to get busy with his business. Seeing the birth of little Gohan, he naturally had to work harder. After all, he is not young anymore, and it is better to have a child early to train him. But, what if it's a baby girl? Yemu rubbed his smooth chin, and the corners of his mouth slightly twitched. That must be to spoil her more and make her a real little princess. For him, it doesn't matter whether men or women are indifferent. To speak of it, in fact, he still has to like his daughter. Anyway, the daughter is father's little quilted jacket. Soon, half a month passed. In the past half-month, Yemu has been busy uninterruptedly. On this day, when he was about to start his own practice, he felt a strong breath, which did not belong to anyone in Son Goku. Shoo! After thinking about it, Yemu still set off and arrived on a small island in the north of the earth in the blink of an eye. At this time, Saiyan Tulz, who was on the invading side, was fighting alone with Son Goku Piccolo, and he did not lose sight of it. On the contrary, Son Goku and the others were being hit by various pressures, and there was no power to fight back. Yemu's arrival was silent, and no one sensed his presence. Tulz, this guy was just a scum of 500,000 points of combat power half a month ago, and it has reached 1.5 million in just half a month. Yemu frowned when he looked at Tulz, who was fighting with Son Goku and others in the field. To be honest, it really surprised him. In half a month, for this kind of low-level scion, without any halo-shrouded supporting role, it can increase combat power by 1 million points, which is completely the reason for the fruit of the spiritual tree. Yemu thought about it. In the original theatrical version, the Gaiatals did grow very fast by relying on the fruit of the spirit tree, but it was still too early to die, which also made him seem to only eat one fruit of the spirit tree. Now it seems that I have eaten the third fruit of the spiritual tree that has been successfully planted on the earth. It's kind of interesting. Yemu is a little interested in this spiritual tree fruit. This kind of thing is of no use to him, but it can be eaten by Bulma, Chi, Shishi. Although the fighting power obtained without labor may actually do more harm than good to future practice, it is a good thing for weak women like Bulma and Shishi to have fighting power in the body. Strange, why keep thinking about Shishi? The corner of Yemu's mouth twitched. He found that he had often heard some things about Shishi in Bulma's mouth for the past half a month. He seemed to be brainwashed. Recently, he often thought of Shishi, a cute little girl. Let it go. Yemu shook his head and didn't think much anymore, then looked towards the court. Piccolo and Clin Tien Shinyan and the others were directly beaten into the air and fell into a coma. In the field, there are only a few scions left on one side watching the battle in the field with both hands on their chests. When they saw the flying out of Klin and others, they looked at each other and immediately set off and flew towards the few people. Kling! Tian Shin Yan! Yam Sha! Read more at wuxiax.com. Son Goku, who was fighting Tulls fiercely, saw this scene, his face suddenly changed, and he suddenly roared out angrily. Kakarot! Fight with me, you are still in the mood to pay attention to other places. Tulls sneered, raised his hand and blasted Son Goku into the air, and then a series of finger cannons were fired and bombarded him wildly. What? Son Goku cried out in pain. Son Goku! Piccolo's face changed, and cold sweat was on his forehead. The previous year he and Son Goku had practiced a lot of combat effectiveness, but after all, the starting point was still too low, so the current combat effectiveness barely reached 100 points. 1 point of combat power is still too weak in front of Tulls. Both he and Son Goku understand that the fact that he and others can fight for so long is because this guy does not want to kill them happily, but wants them to watch each other slowly die, so as to achieve the effect of torture. Kill these guys, Kakarot will let me kill him. Tulls snorted coldly from the sky. Yes. The speed of several scion who flew towards Klin increased a little, and soon came to the ground where Klin was. Master Tulls, can we torture these guys slowly? One scion opened his mouth and said, his name is Kakeo, his combat power is 100 points, and he has taken the spirit tree fruit, but the spirit tree fruit he took was planted on other planets, and the increase in combat power was not obvious. Whatever you do. Tulls in the sky said indifferently, flew down and headed towards Son Goku. Hey! I want to cut off this bald meat with one knife. Hey, these three eyes beat me to death not long ago, now it's my turn to take revenge. Kakeo took the lead, and there were three scions behind him. At this moment, watching the Klin on the ground passed out, there were abnormal smiles on their faces. Boom! When Yemu was about to take a shot, an amazing breath came from Son Goku, which made him immediately dispel the idea of taking a shot. In anger, Scion easily broke out of his limits. Over the years, the soldiers and other people have been too comfortable, without a strong opponent, without experiencing the fighting power between life and death. Where can there be any major breakthroughs? Now, Klin and the others have a crisis. Under this desperate situation, Yemu believes that Son Goku can make a big improvement in combat effectiveness. Boom! Tulls! At this time, Son Goku in the field broke out completely, and his combat effectiveness was slowly rising, but it was not enough for Tulls, who had a combat effectiveness of 1.5 million points. You are too weak, Kakarot. Tulls bombarded Son Goku coldly, leaving no feelings at all. 5 times Kaioken. At this moment, Son Goku, whose body was already at the end of the crossbow, suddenly roared and used Kaioken 5 times. What? The pressure on his body made him let out a painful cry. At the same time, when he attacked Tulls, the latter took out several more spiritual tree fruits and took them off directly. Boom! In an instant, I saw Tulls' combat effectiveness also soared. 2 million points of combat power. 3 million points of combat power. 4 million points of combat power. In the blink of an eye, Tulls' combat power reached 6 million points. This. Yemu's eyes widened when he saw this scene. He saw it just now, and Tulls directly took out 4 spirit tree fruits. The most important promise is, eating this thing, is it so effective? The panacea. Yemu took a closer look and found that Tulls' body had swelled up. And the veins appeared, and the whole person looked terrible. This guy is not afraid of death. Yemu shook his head and stepped out. Tulls with 6 million points of combat power is definitely not something Son Goku can contend, let alone, he can see at a glance that Son Goku's body has completely reached its limit. If you don't shoot anymore, I'm afraid I really have to meet Son Goku in hell. Boom! But at this moment, a more terrifying aura rose from Son Goku's body. Shoo! Yemyu stopped in midair and looked surprised, only to see a golden aura rising all over Son Goku. His hair turned purplish red, and his eyes rolled. This is the Mimic Super Saiyan. Yemyu checked Son Goku's combat power at the moment, and was stunned. The seventh is sent, everyone believe me, the blood of the 3-in-1 is absolutely impossible to be so weak. Chapter 71. Chapter 71. 3 years later, Raditz arrived early. 8/8. Son Goku, 150,000 combat power. This span, a bit fast. Yemyu's mouth twitched, because of his appearance, the butterfly effect is really getting bigger and bigger. In the original work, where is Son Goku at this moment so terrifying? However, now that Son Goku is in the form of a Mimic Super Saiyan, it is indeed normal to improve so much. If he remembers correctly, the Mimic Super Saiyan is a 25-fold increase in combat power for Son Goku. Doing so, he had 600,000 combat power before the transformation. There are still 2.4 million points before he turns into Super Saiyan. I believe it should be soon. Yemyu murmured softly, looking at Son Goku, who directly beat Tools in various ways. His face also showed a smile. The Mimic Super Saiyan has it, will Super Saiyan still choose it? And Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3, and even Super Saiyan, will it be far behind? Train this guy into your own opponent, I don't know if it can be done. Yemyu said in his heart. From the beginning, he planned this idea. Let Son Goku, who has unlimited potential, become his opponent one day. I am afraid that there is no Dragon Ball fan, and I don't dream of one day being able to fight with Son Goku in Ultra Instinct state. Shoo! The limit of Son Goku 117 has been pushed out, and Yemyu will naturally not watch the card. Cao and several Saiyan killed Klin and others, and with one blow, they directly slaughtered these ant-like people. Continuing to look at the field, the battle has entered a white-hot stage, or in other words, Son Goku in this state has a little expansion, and did not instantly kill Tools. So, this guy with a lot of spiritual tree fruits, while blocking, while forcibly eating the spiritual tree fruits to improve his combat effectiveness. If this continues, let alone Son Goku beat this guy to death, he will inevitably be blown up by the energy brought by the fruits of the spirit tree. Yemyu shook his head, the outcome was already known, he naturally didn't need to stay any longer. He glanced at Piccolo on one side, his figure flashed, and after giving this guy a small bag of fairy beans, he left the small island. Spring is passing and autumn is coming. In Yemyu's eyes, it was only a blink of an eye. 3 years have passed. In the past 3 years, Yemyu has not only practiced himself, but also led Son Goku and other people to practice. 3 years ago, Son Goku's combat effectiveness was already 600,000 points. 3 years later, his combat effectiveness has reached about 1.5 million points. Don't look at Son Goku inadvertently entering a mimicry Super Saiyan 3 years ago, but subsequently he can't enter this state at all. As for the fighters such as Klin, they have slowly moved towards 200,000 points of combat power. On this day, Yemyu got out of his practice and went to the sun chair in his yard to start basking in the sun. Husband! Husband! The two voices rang at the same time, and Yemyu didn't turn his head back, basking in the sun comfortably. It is worth mentioning that he got married a year ago. No man can sustain a woman's company for so many years, read more at wuxiax.com. Unless, that man is. Or maybe that woman is too ugly. And obviously, Yemyu is not, one. And Shishi, who has eternal youth and always maintains her girlhood, is obviously not an ugly girl. Therefore, when the love reaches the depths, they naturally meet. And the two naturally become together. With the sound of footsteps, Bulma and Shishi came wearing bikinis and sat down on the left and right sides of Yemyu's chair. Husband, you promised me to accompany me to play on the beach. Bulma said softly. Hearing this, Yemu glanced at her and snorted coldly, I don't have the idea of letting other men look at my woman's figure. Puff. Hearing Yemu's words, Bulma and Shishi couldn't help but laughed. The former covered his mouth and said, Do you think we want to be stared at by other people? Humph. I tell you, I was ready a year ago. The project was completed yesterday. Husband, Sister Bulma said, that is a world of 3 people exclusively for us, on a small island in the north of the earth. Shishi reminded him in a low voice. Can. Yemu naturally stopped being cold, and nodded in response. At this moment, his brows suddenly frowned, and a look of stunned expression appeared on his face. How many years is AIG this year? Yemu asked suddenly. AIG is in 760 years. Bulma and Shishi looked at each other and replied in unison. 7 years. Yemu was stunned again when he heard this year. With his current strength, he can naturally sense whoever comes to the earth in minutes. And just now, he sensed a Scion aura that was different from Son Goku and Son Gohan. So, the third Scion appeared. Moreover, from the induction, this guy is not strong, for him it is just the 5 scum of war. Radids. Suddenly, such a name appeared in Yemu's heart, and he blinked. What's wrong with my husband? Are you preparing to pigeon us again? In the past few years, Bulma has also learned a lot of some vocabulary from his previous life on the earth from Yemu. Seeing that her husband's expression is a bit wrong now, she immediately looked at him wronged. Obedient. Yemu glanced at Bulma, then glanced at Shishi, who was equally wronged, and even about to shed tears, coughed twice, and then solemnly said, My husband will make up for you tonight. Now something strange is happening. I need to investigate. A bit. Upon hearing this, Bulma and Shishi's pretty faces blushed in an instant. Although the 3 of them are already old couples and old wives, and they have done all kinds of poses, the 2 girls, Bulma, are still very shy when they say it in public. Shoo! When the 2 girls were shy, Yemu teleported directly away from the yard of the house. Hey! Sister Bulma, it seems necessary to keep my husband out of bed tonight. When Yemu left, Shishi in a white one-piece bikini slowly stood up from the ground. You mean we 2 are together? Bulma's pretty face turned red a lot. Shishi, who was quite arrogant just now, immediately persuaded him and didn't know what to say for a while. On Yemu's side, he has teleported to the place he felt. Scion is. Sure enough. It's Raditz. Yemu saw Raditz with an unknown smile on his face. After he left planet Vegeta that year, he gained control of Chi, so it was normal that he didn't sense who the specific person was for the first time. However, what makes Yemu always wonder is why Raditz arrived on Earth a year earlier. In the original work, this guy arrived on the Earth in AIG 761, when the younger Gohan was 4 years old. A year in advance, what kind of butterfly effect happened again? Well, why is this guy so much stronger than the fighting power he should have at this time in the original book? Yemu thought about it and couldn't help but check Raditz's combat effectiveness, but the data obtained from this check surprised him. The 8th update is sent, an update of 20,000 words. I really work hard, my hands hurt, but my heart is very happy. At least, I completed my 8th watch. Please automatically subscribe, thank you everyone. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novels. Chapter 72. Chapter 72 Arrogant and Domineering Raditz. 1/10 for customization. Raditz, 15 combat power. That's right. Yemu rubbed his eyes. Raditz, this guy, has a full 150 combat power. System, did you have a malfunction? Yemu frowned and asked in his heart. This is so incredible, you know, at the moment in the original book, Raditz's combat effectiveness is only about 150 points at most. Even if, because of his appearance, there are some differences. But 10,000 points are the most awesome. This is a full 150,000 points of combat power. What the hell is it? Host, the combat power of the system cannot detect people who are stronger than you, but there will be no detection errors. The system responded. Yemu's brow furrowed tighter, and his heart became more and more. I felt that his appearance had caused such a serious butterfly effect. This Nima, a small character, can have 150,000 points of combat power, which is a full 100 times higher than in the original work. Then the cell that will appear in the follow-up will be more powerful. It's a bit difficult. Yemu lifted his fingers and rubbed his chin, eyes sparkling with strange light. But to be honest, isn't this finally challenging for him who is powerful? Thinking of this, Yemu stopped thinking about it, and looked at Raditz again, but he was nowhere to be seen. Feeling a little bit, he found that this guy was flying towards Gaixian Island. After thinking about it, Yemu also followed. He was not ready to stop this guy. He wanted to take a good look. When Raditz is full of confidence and feels that he can sweep the world, what kind of expression he will have when he encounters Son Goku, who is brought up by Yemu. However, a breathing time passed quickly, and Yemu came to Gaixian Island first. Raditz. At this moment, Son Goku and others have already been here. The group of people seems to be holding a small party, and they are sitting and chatting on the beach. Yemu's appearance instantly attracted everyone's attention. Uncle Yemu. Little Gohan is still shy about others, but he is very close to Piccolo and Yemu. When the little guy saw Yemu, he ran over immediately. Pounce. Just like Son Goku when he was a child, little Gohan also pounced directly on Yemu, then turned on his back, and put his arms around his neck and began to pull Yemu's face up. In this regard, Yemu's face naturally became straightened in an instant, but he was only fierce on his face. In fact, he still likes this kind of closeness in his heart. Well, there is a strong aura coming towards us. At this moment, Son Goku's brows suddenly condensed, and he noticed a strong aura flying towards them, and this aura made him feel unusually close, making him a little surprised. Read more at wuxiax.com. Very powerful. Master Roshi only touched on the first few lines. In recent years, he has been lazy and hasn't practiced much at all, so he was fundamentally powerful and didn't notice Raditz. Someone is facing us. As the third most powerful person among the current fighters, Klin closed his eyes and felt it. His brows suddenly frowned, and he said, "Not only that, the master of this aura is indeed very powerful. The anger of people we know. The ones who come are not good, the ones who are good don't come." At this time, Son Goku on one side suddenly came out with a word, and suddenly everyone except Yemu turned their eyes to him, each with a look of surprise. These words can really be vomited out of this guy's mouth. Hey! Son Goku smiled and scratched his head, glanced at Yemu who was teasing little Gohan, and said, "I often heard Yemu say this. Stealing learning, stealing learning. Ha ha ha." When everyone heard Son Goku's words, they couldn't help laughing. Yemu saw this scene on the side, pursing his lips, and now the little boy is really getting more and more relaxed, and there is no sense of crisis at all. However, he also understood that the self-confidence of this group of guys had gradually increased, and they were not afraid of the enemy's invasion at all. After a while, a figure flew over at an extremely fast speed from a distance. Everyone looked up, and a long-haired man wearing a combat uniform and wearing combat power detection glasses came into their sight. Big Brother Yemu. He seems to. Son Goku took a closer look at the man with long hair in the sky who was looking down at them with his hands on his chest, and suddenly turned his head to look at Yemu in surprise. Yes. He is also a scion. Yemu smiled and nodded. He originally wanted to tell Son Goku Raditz's identity, but after thinking about it, he still had no choice to tell, because he knew it, and in a while, this guy Raditz will say it. Therefore, there is no need for him to say anything. Zero Kakarot. Raditz, who looked down on Son Goku and others in the sky for a while, slowly landed on the beach, clasped his hands on his chest, and scanned the people on the island with an extremely indifferent gaze. Among them, he stayed on Yemu for a few more seconds, always feeling that this guy was a bit familiar. But when he saw Yemu's tail curled around his waist, his brows suddenly frowned. On the earth, how come there is another scion? No. Not only is there one more scion, there is also a little guy. Seeing Yemu, Raditz didn't make sense and didn't see the little Gohan lying on Yemu's back. At the same time, he was strange, then raised his hand and gently tapped the combat power detection glasses he was wearing on his left eye. Diddy diddy. The battle detection glasses rang, and Raditz first checked the little Gohan who looked at him cowardly behind Yemu. Point. Seeing little Gohan's fighting power, Raditz was stunned for a moment, and then his face showed a surprise. The fighting power of this little guy is so high. Immediately, he checked the fighting power of Yemu and others. Cut. A group of adults are not as good as a kid. When he saw that the tallest person was Son Goku's 800-point combat power, Raditz's mouth suddenly evoked a scornful smile, and after a sarcasm, the little bald head staring at him with a bad look, indifferent said, "Little bald head, stare at me again, be careful that I dig out your eyeballs." Arrogant. Domineering. Raditz at this moment perfectly interprets the essence of these 4 words. Hearing Raditz's words, Yemu squeezed the corner of his mouth slightly, and then touched his nose. He knows that when he found his self-confident Klin training a long time ago, he was the most diligent besides Son Goku and Piccolo. Now that so many years have passed, his combat power has already reached 180,000 points. Kling with 180,000 combat power and Raditz with 150,000 combat power. Who wins? Who loses? Isn't that clear at a glance? So, Yemu looked at Raditz slightly amused at this moment. And he could see that this guy would be beaten up by Klin in a while. Today, work hard for 10 more. Give yourself pressure. I can only say as much as possible. Ask for automatic subscription, thank you everyone. Under. Chapter 73. Chapter 73. Raditz was shocked and recognized Yemu's identity. 2/10. You are too arrogant. At this time, Klin stood up, took a step forward, looked at Raditz's face with a deep disdain, and sneered, "What you guys said is really unpleasant. Come on. Let me see your strength, I hope your strength is worthy, your tone." In the original anime, at this time, Klin also stood up and wanted to expel Raditz. However, he was feinted by Raditz's tail as soon as he flew away. And now, it was Klin who also stood up. However, Klin is now stronger than Raditz's combat effectiveness by 30,000 points. Don't underestimate this 30,000 point combat power, which is enough to become a bottomless chasm. Hearing Klin's words, Raditz glanced at Klin with disdain. He just scanned the combat power of this little bald head, and the result was only 100 points. 1 point of combat power, in Raditz's eyes, is not the same as 923. Is there no difference between scum? Immediately, the sneer on Raditz's face became deeper and deeper, and he walked slowly toward Klin. He was ready to teach this humble earthling, and let him understand what is really strong. Soon, take a step. Raditz, who exploded a little bit of his own breath, came to Klin. Seeing him motionless, the sarcasm in the corners of his mouth was even worse. At this time, the tail that was wrapped around Raditz's waist suddenly came loose, and then pulled the tail towards Klin, who was very close to him. "Hat! I thought there would be a strong attack." In Raditz's expectation, the scene where Klin would be taken away did not appear. Instead, Klin grabbed his tail, sneered, and an energy cannon appeared on his hand. "Okay." Seeing the energy cannon in Klin's hand, Raditz frowned and exploded his most powerful aura, about to break his tail from this little bald head. However, it's too late. Klin, who had long been extremely upset with Raditz, didn't keep his hands at all. A burst of energy bombarded Raditz' tail, and after hearing the latter's scream, he released the tail and the whole person instantly pasted in front of Radz. Bang! One punch. Bang! Another punch. Your strength is nothing but that. Klin mocked, with your strength, I still want to gouge my eyes. I tell you, my strength is still the lowest among a group of people, and you can't even beat me. You are really too weak. Court death. Klin's strength allowed Raditz to be passively beaten, which made him extremely angry, raising his hand to blast out energy cannons at Klin. However, for Klin, this kind of attack had no effect at all. He raised his hand and slapped the energy cannons away, and then counterattacked. However, within a few breaths, Klin stepped on Raditz directly. Klin lowered his head and took a look, then muttered in a low voice, "Is it really awkward to faint? If this is replaced by the guy Goku or Piccolo, wouldn't this guy die without paying attention?" When the battle was over, Son Goku walked over and glanced at Raditz, who passed out on the ground. He felt that this guy seemed to have some connection with him. Read more at wuxiax.com. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look back at Yemu, and asked, "Big brother, is this scion something to do with me? He gives me a feeling of relatives." Son Goku and Raditz are both parents. As brothers, they can naturally feel something. Yemu frowned, thought about it, and nodded. His name is Raditz. Your eldest brother? Really? Son Goku scratched his head, glanced at the shocked people around him, and whispered, "Everyone, I want him to wake up and talk to us, what do you think?" Yemu squinted at the kid, and he seemed to have moved his heart when he saw him. He shook his head suddenly, but he didn't say much. He is going to leave everything to Son Goku to make his own decision. Of course, Yemu didn't think Raditz could really get any waves. Son Goku's strength is far better than Raditz. Therefore, Yemu naturally doesn't care much about the consequences of leaving Raditz. After all, in the face of absolute strength, no matter how scheming you are, it is useless. Soon, Son Goku squatted down and took out a one celestial bean to feed Raditz. Go down. In less than a few seconds, Raditz, who was in a coma, woke up. Damn it! Why is your strength inconsistent with the combat power I detected? When he woke up, Raditz was taken aback for a moment, and then looked at Klinda with a gloomy expression on his face. He feels that he has been calculated. If this little bald head really exposed his fighting power at the beginning, then he is definitely not underestimating this guy, and it is impossible to lose so fast. Ah! Hearing Raditz's ignorant words, Klin just sneered, looking at this guy like someone from a remote planet. Raditz, big brother, we can control our chi as we want, so we can naturally reveal the combat power we want to show at will. Son Goku slowly got up, and while talking, his breath exploded a little. At this time, Raditz found that on his combat effectiveness detection glasses, Son Goku's combat effectiveness index instantly skyrocketed. 8 o'clock. 9 o'clock. 1 o'clock, finally, Son Goku's combat power stopped at 100 o'clock. Raditz on the ground looked at Son Goku gloomily, and he understood that his younger brother hadn't fully revealed how much his real combat power was. Kakarot, how much is your fighting power? Raditz said coldly. I have more than 1 million combat power. Son Goku scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly. In his opinion, this combat power is still too weak compared to Yemu, who he has always wanted to surpass. What? More than 100,000 points of combat power. Raditz was shocked and looked up at the people around him, completely lost in confusion. In his opinion, a planet that is weak and cannot be weaker has born so many terrifying guys. More than 10,000 points of combat effectiveness is not too strong. Son Goku let go, and then teased Yemu of little Gohan with his fingers, and smiled, we are all taught by Yemu, he is the real strong. He. Raditz looked in the direction of Son Goku's fingers and saw that 2. 1. The guy was looking at himself jokingly, and was stunned. Immediately he looked carefully and found that he was more and more familiar with this scion named Yemu. After a while, his face suddenly changed, because a thin scion suddenly appeared in his mind. Slowly, the appearance of that skinny scion overlapped with that guy staring at him. So, this guy is the Bacchus of the year. Thinking of this, Raditz couldn't help but tremble, especially when he saw Yemu walking towards him step by step. He was immediately scared, climbed up on the ground. Shoo! He didn't dare to say anything at all, he flew directly and prepared to escape. What to escape? Yemu flickered, and teleported to the front of Raditz, smiling lightly. You are Bacchus. Raditz fingered Yemu, terrified and authentic. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novel. Chapter 74. Chapter 74. The reason why Raditz became stronger. Yemu's daughter was born. 3/10. Give your daughter a name. Oh, I don't think you still remember me. Seeing Raditz's shocked look, Yemu smiled slightly and said, to be honest, I'm curious why you can become so powerful. In the original book, this guy is definitely a guy who is lazy, or doesn't work hard at all. Now even if his arrival produces some butterfly effects, it is absolutely impossible to reach the height of 150,000 points of combat effectiveness. Hat! You can't see how hard I am practicing. Raditz heard Yemu's 9 questions, and a trace of panic flashed in his eyes, but he was quickly hidden by him and said coldly, "Oh." Yemu naturally accepted the flash of panic in this guy's eyes, smiled faintly, and said, "Tulz, do you know his spiritual tree fruit? How much have you eaten?" "What?" These words of Yemu caused Raditz's face to change, and then he recovered after a while, coldly snorted, "I don't know what you guys are talking about. Who is Tulz and what is the fruit of the spiritual tree? Really?" Yemu narrowed his eyes, and his appearance did produce some butterfly effects, but it was not so scary. Why is this guy Raditz able to become so powerful? The reason is that he has been in contact with Tulz, and he has also eaten the fruit of the spirit tree he planted. Bacchus. Planet Vegeta has been destroyed, you and I are lingering scion, you haven't, you must kill me all. Raditz said solemnly. Big brother Yemu. At this time, Son Goku flew up and shouted Yemu. Yemu turned his head, looked at Son Goku, and waited for him to speak. Brother Yemu. Son Goku came to Yemu and begged in a low voice, Raditz is my elder brother, I hope Yemu can spare him once. No problem. Yemu didn't want to kill this guy for the time being, because he was still waiting for him to find the spiritual tree fruit that Tulz had planted in the universe. Read more at wuxiax.com. So, when Son Goku said so, Yemu directly agreed. Thank you Yemu. Son Goku bowed deeply to Yemu, and then said to Raditz on one side, Brother Raditz, you leave the earth, never step on the earth. From his previous arrogance, it is not difficult to see that Raditz came to earth with bad thoughts. Son Goku saw it, but after all, the two are brothers, and he still can't get this hand. Ah! Raditz glanced coldly at Son Goku, then turned around and flew away. Brother Yemu, I'm sorry. When the two returned to Gaixian Island, Sun Wu apologized. It's okay, you only have such a real brother. It's normal not to have the heart to watch him die. Yemu patted Son Goku on the shoulder, greeted Master Roshi and left Gaixian Island. At the same time, Radz, who flew back to his universe spacecraft and landed on it, got back on the spacecraft and slowly ascended. When he flew out of the Earth, he glanced at the blue planet below through the window, his face showing a sullen color. Bacchus. Kakarot. And that, the hateful bald Earthman, when I come next time, you will be tortured to death one by one. Raditz growled in a low voice, extremely unwilling. He originally thought that his strength was strong enough to conquer the 4 directions. Now it seems that even the garbage on a remote planet is so strong. How can his strength be enough? This time I go back, I want to eat the fruit of the spirit tree, Bacchus. You wait for me. The person Raditz wanted to kill the most for so many years was Yemu. He was so powerful back then, but he was attacked and beaten by this guy. As a result, he also changed from Sion, who was closest to King Vegeta's son, to a character who was used as cannon fodder when he was out on mission. How miserable! All of this is caused by this guy in Rad's eyes. When Radz left the Earth, on a small island in the north of the Earth, Yemu was lying comfortably on a beach chair, looking at a one-piece suit. Bulma and Shishi in bikinis showed happiness on their faces. At Raditz, he doesn't need to worry about it for the time being. When this guy arrives on his planet, everything will be his dowry for Yemu. The last time the fruit of the spirit tree planted by atolls on Earth was wasted by that guy, which also caused Bulma and Shishi to not eat the fruit of the spirit tree at all. Now that the fellow Raditz has come to the door, he naturally has no reason not to take it. After spending a day with Bulma and Shishi on this small island, the three of them returned home. What surprised Yemu was that when he returned to the room after taking a shower, there should be only one person left, but Bulma and Shishi both stayed. He was naturally very excited about this. You know, he has been grinding for several years and wants to try what it is like to have a dragon and two phoenixes, but the two women have never agreed, and Yemu naturally didn't have that idea over time. Now, the two women took the initiative to stay. Yemu is not too excited at this moment. Pounce. As Bulma and Shishi hooked their fingers shyly, Yemu pounced directly. The time passed quickly, almost nothing happened. 397 went by in a month. Yemu, who had been industrious for a month, was planning to spend the next time to practice hard, but a good thing happened to him, that is, Bulma found out that he was pregnant. That's right. He worked hard day and night. I finally got Bulma pregnant. As for Shishi, it is a pity that he is still not pregnant. Soon, another 9 months passed. On October 2nd, AIG 761, Yemu's daughter was born into this world. Husband, what's the baby's name? Bulma hugged a newborn baby whose face was full of maternal love, and then looked at Yemu and asked. She has more than 100 points of combat power, and her physique is naturally different from ordinary women. After giving birth to a child, she just looks pale and doesn't feel much discomfort. Yemu leaned his head to look at the baby Bulma was holding. When he saw the little girl staring at him with beautiful eyes, he suddenly smirked. He, Yemu, has a child, and is such a cute little princess. Dear readers, I'm a dad. Please give our little princess a nice name. Please be sure to say it in the book review section. I take the one that fits best. Chapter 75. Chapter 75. Raditz is dead, and then head to the world of gods of destruction. 4/10 customized. Husband. Don't giggle. We all know you are happy. Yemu was always there, giggling, making Bulma and Shishi speechless for a while. Shishi came to him and whispered, "Give us a name for our little princess." Oh! Yemu was relieved, and then took the baby from Bulma's hand, looked at the delicate eyes of the little girl, and blurted out, "Ling Long." Exquisite! Hearing this name, Bulma and Shishi glanced at each other, their eyes flashed a little, and there was a look of surprise on their faces. This name is indeed very nice. Ling Long. My daughter is Ya Ling Long. Yemu smiled, and then heard the little girl in her arms guckling. He laughed and bowed his head and said, "Ling Long. You also like the name Dad gave you, right?" Glug. There was another burst of laughter, which made Yemu laugh. After a while, Yemu suddenly noticed something strange. That is, since Ling Long was born, her fighting power did not seem to be high, and it seemed to be an ordinary person. You know, his eyesight is not bad now, for where is a newborn baby? I can't see through the truth. Probably not. Yemu frowned, feeling a little uncertain in his heart. In his opinion, he is already so strong, even if the little Linglong girl is just born, she shouldn't be weak in principle. You know, now his normal combat effectiveness alone has reached 50 billion combat effectiveness, which is 5 trillion combat effectiveness. He doesn't say that there are many cells in his body, but after all, there are some. After all, he is good or bad. It is a powerful bloodline of 3 in 1, how could the child born with no combat effectiveness at all? System, check Linglong's combat effectiveness for me. Yemu hugged Xiao Linglong and walked around, and said to the system in his heart. Soon, he saw the fighting power of his daughter. Ya Linglong, 1 point of combat power. Some fighting power. Yemu's eyes widened suddenly, how could it be so weak? System, what's going on with Linglong? Yemu frowned, he was a little afraid of his daughter's physical defects. Read more at wuxiax.com. Host, the little princess has no physical defects. The system replied. No. How could it not be so weak? Forget it, what's the use of my Yemu's daughter being strong? It's not to be taken care of. Yemu shook his head and didn't think too much about it. Small, what danger could make Xiao Linglong in his presence? It doesn't exist. Soon, it's been half a month since Xiao Linglong was born in this world. On this day, Yemu, who had withdrawn from practice, came to the yard of his home and looked at Xiao Linglong who was slowly crawling on the lawn, and he smiled lovingly. On the second day of his birth, what surprised Yemu was that he had inherited some of his bloodline power after all. Because, on the first day it was a little girl with 1 point of combat effectiveness, and on the second day it had reached 2 o'clock, then 4 on the third day, 8 on the fourth day, and 16 on the fifth day, to the present. On the 15th day, Xiao Linglong's combat effectiveness had reached 327 points. In this regard, Yemu guessed that the little girl should have inherited some of his legendary Super Saiyan bloodline, but it seems to be different from the real legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. In other words, will the two guys Vegeta and Nappa come to Earth this year? Yemu hugged the little girl and walked around, thinking about it in his heart. In the original book, Vegeta and Nappa are come to Earth this year. However, the fellow Raditz has not yet reached the planet where the spiritual tree left by atolls in the universe is located, which makes Yemu a little strange. Okay. Here it is. Yemu's eyes suddenly lit up. He sensed it just now. Raditz's breath began to move. It was obvious that this guy had landed on the planet and was flying towards the place where the spirit tree was. Taking a look at Xiao Linglong, Yemu is also ready to take action. Handed the little girl to Bulma, then teleported away from the Earth, and arrived on the planet where Raditz was in the next second. He was high in the sky and looked down. The guy Raditz was frantically picking the fruits of the mental tree, while he was picking and eating. At the same time, his combat effectiveness has also soared. He had eaten all the fruit of the one spirit tree, and his combat power had also gone from 150,000 to 200,000. The fruit of the spiritual tree on this planet is not metamorphosis of the fruit on the Earth, and one fruit of the spiritual tree only increases the combat effectiveness of 50,000 points. Yemu shook his head. He knew that one fruit of the spiritual tree planted on the Earth can almost increase combat effectiveness by 500,000 points. Shoo! Yemu no longer thinks about other things. Teleport has arrived and is still there, behind Raditz who is picking the fruits of the spirit tree. Raditz! The indifferent voice sounded, making Raditz stiff, turning his head slowly, seeing Yemu, as if he saw a ghost, causing him to scream immediately, retreating quickly and flying into the sky, looking like he wanted to escape. You can't escape. Yemu stretched out a finger, and a finger cannon directly killed the guy. Glancing at Raditz who was turned to ashes, Yemu didn't care about the ones he picked. The fruits of the spiritual tree were also destroyed by him. Anyway, there are still many fruits on this spiritual tree. Immediately, Yemu searched, and he put the whole spirit tree fruit into the system backpack, and checked the number of spirit tree fruits in the backpack. 3. Not bad. 1 can increase combat effectiveness by 50,000 points. If it really improves a person, it can instantly make him a master with 1.75 million combat effectiveness. Yemu smiled and nodded, his index finger pointed to the middle of his eyebrows, and he returned directly to the earth. After returning to Earth, Yemu was surprised that Vegeta and Nappa had already arrived on Gaixian Island. However, he did not rush to the past. With the strength of Son Goku, he believed that it was enough to make the two guys Vegeta defeat. Therefore, the next time should also be time for him to practice well. After returning home to spend a day with the little girl, Yemu used instant transmission to come to the world of gods of destruction. This time, he didn't want to practice in the world of gods of destruction, but instead planned to practice in the 6th universe. The two universes are forbidden to pass without permission. Yemu naturally asks Whis to talk to Vados, otherwise he sneaks past, and although he will not be obliterated if caught, it is absolutely inevitable that he will be taught a lesson. Shoo! There was a sound of breaking through the air. And Yemu appeared in the gods of destruction world in the next second. Okay. As soon as he arrived, two eyes immediately gathered on him. It was the eyes of Whis and Vados. He came. Whis and Vados saw Yemu coming, and their eyes lit up. Not many big names, so I chose it myself. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novels.